Hello, good morning everyone. Thank you so much for joining me. It's 8 a.m. here in the UK, in sunny, fairly sunny, Sevenoaks. Let me know that you can hear me okay in the comments if possible, just so I know that I'm not talking to nobody. Just because there's a little bit of a delay. There always is on these live streams, usually like 10 seconds or so. So I'm going to wait and see if in 10 seconds you will tell me you can hear me. But hopefully you can. So, welcome to everybody for being here. Thank you so much. There's like 120 of you already. This is so sweet because I was not expecting people to be watching this early, to be honest. Like, I am going to be live. Good, everyone can hear me. Excellent. I'm going to be live for the next 24 hours. This is probably the biggest, most ambitious thing I've ever done with this podcast. I'm a little bit nervous, but I think it's going to be really fun. I'm being joined by some incredible people over the next 24 hours. This first hour is just me, and then my first guest is going to be here in just under an hour's time, and then from that point onwards, it's just rolling discussions. Basically, I mean, I was thinking about it, and I think there's about 20 different guests and discussions throughout this whole day. So essentially, it's like I'm recording an entire series of my podcast, an entire series of EOH in the space of one day, which again is the most ambitious thing I think I've ever done. So yeah, thank you all so much for being here and supporting. I really enjoy it. Really appreciate it. Let's just have a look and see where people are from. So we've got people from Australia, of course, because it must be like evening time, right, in Australia. So thank you. Welcome, people from Australia. Lizzie says she's hungover in Suffolk. Oof. Good effort that you're here when hungover, Lizzie. Thank you so much for being here. Wow, Julia Brown. Hello, Julia. You're watching from Texas. It must be really late in Texas. Thank you so much for being here. That's incredible. More people from the UK, Southeast England. Yes, big up, Southeast England. Pete in Surrey. Hello, Pete. Matthew from Connecticut. Unbelievable. I mean, oh my God, it's midnight in San Francisco for Philip Babcock. This is incredible. Guys, thank you all. What a joy it is to have you here. 1 a.m. in Arizona for Emmy. This is absolutely incredible. Thank you all. So what I'm going to do is basically just answer some questions, do some mailbag stuff. But I thought maybe I would start off, just in case there's anyone who hasn't sort of seen the full schedule, I'm going to go through the schedule of kind of what is going to be happening today. So, as I said, this first hour is just going to be me, and then it's going to be a series of discussions with different guests throughout the day. So, let's have a little look, and I'll talk through the schedule. So, as you can see, first of all, at 9 a.m, I'm going to be joined by the brilliant Tim Coleman. And Tim is going to be joining me. He's basically got a new podcast that he's launching this weekend, I believe, called Top 100, where he is going to be working his way through all of the top 100 movies in the BFI Sight and Sound list, the 100 greatest movies of all time. Sounds like a really fun idea for a podcast. He's going to be dropping in, and we are going to be discussing what movies belong in the Sight and Sound top 100, as in what horror movies belong on that list. So yeah, that's going to be really fun discussion, I think. What horror films, are the most prestigious and are the most deserving. So Tim's going to be dropping in at 9 a.m. for that chat. At 10:30, we've got a chat called The Childhood Nightmares. That is where I'm going to be joined by Rihanna Dillon and Rob Watts, and we are going to be talking about basically the scariest kids' movies and TV shows of all time. What traumatized us as kids? And I'd love to hear from you guys for that discussion. Please do let me know, because I think especially when it comes to kind of childhood horror, that is always that's always something that's quite subjective and it's generational. So we'll be really looking to hear from people with that. At 12 o'clock, I'm going to be joined by my Dream Warriors, Stevie Webb and Becky Dark. and we are going to be discussing A Nightmare on Elm Street, the original classic from 1984, which turns 40 this year. Unbelievable. At 1:30, James Swanton is popping in to talk a bit about his career. He is an actor. He's a regular on this podcast, of course. I'm sure you all know. He's played monsters in movies such as Host and Dashcam and a whole bunch of other exciting projects, and I'll let him talk about that. But he'll talk about his career in playing movie monsters and also some of his favourite movie monsters. Then at 2:30, we've got James Payne from Journey Through Sci-Fi, and we are going to be talking about the scariest moments in television horror. So we'll be talking about everything from The Twilight Zone to Doctor Who to American Horror Story to Twin Peaks to The X-Files, various other kind of horror television. That's going to be really fun. At 3:30, Kevin Lyons is dropping in, and we are going to be debating what is the best decade for horror, and we're going to be going through the horror genre sort of decade by decade and discussing and debating, is it the 70s? Is it not? Let's find out later on today. So that's all happening at 3:30. Let's see, what else have we got? At 5 o'clock, we've got Rosie Fletcher coming in to talk about everyone's favourite subject, elevated horror. And that is basically because it's been 10 years since The Babadook, and it's been 10 years since It Follows. And it's really been 10 years since that term started getting bandied about by journalists and cinephiles. It's a term that horror fans hate, I think, most of the time, and I think it'll be a really fun excuse kind of 10 years on to have a little look back at this era of horror and what that term elevated horror really means. So that's happening at 5 o'clock. At 6 o'clock, I'm going to be having a little break, and I'm going to be handing over to Adam Robinson, who's going to be joined by Rihanna Dillon and Louise Blaine, and they are going to be doing a live ghost story reading together. So that's going to be really exciting. It's a ghost story called Dead Air. It's going to be really, really special. Don't miss that one. That's at 6 p.m. At 7 p.m, you're going to see my discussion with Eli Roth, which happened a few nights ago, so that's pre-recorded. It's a half-hour discussion. We talk about his career, everything that he did from kind of Cabin Fever and Hostel through to Thanksgiving. He talks a little bit about his perspective on horror and how it's changed since the beginning of his career. That's going to be quite a fun discussion. And then at 7:30, it's Fresh Blood. So for people who don't know, Fresh Blood is a monthly Patreon strand that we do. I'm joined by Brad Hanson and Becky Dark every month, and we review all of the new films and TV shows in the world of horror. Everything on streaming, everything on out in cinemas, physical media. We go through absolutely everything. So there'll be loads of fun titles to review tonight, including Night Swim, Birth, Rebirth, Baghead, and a bunch of other stuff. Then at 9 o'clock, we've got something called Final Cut. It's something very exciting that we've been working on for quite a while that nobody really knows about, but I've got a new project called Final Cut, and the sort of co-creators of Final Cut, Mike Lee Graham and Alex Ayling, will be joining me for that discussion at 9 p.m. when we announce it. Then at 10 p.m, a really fun, really exciting discussion. I'm going to be joined by Josh Tonks to talk about YouTube horror and internet horror. So we'll be talking about stuff like The Back Rooms, Marble Hornets. We'll be talking about creepypastas, Slender Man, broadcast signal intrusions, loads of fun, really interesting, really creepy stuff. That's going to be a really good discussion. And then we get into the dead of night at 11 p.m. It's the extreme cinema slot. Zobo and Brad will be dropping in for that one, and we will be talking about the most extreme, most fucked up movies in horror history. So, just be warned. That discussion comes with lots of trigger warnings. We'll be talking about everything from August Underground to a Serbian film to Cannibal Holocaust, etc. So that's going to be a fun late night slot, not for the faint-hearted. And then things get a little bit more wholesome at 1 a.m. I'm going to be joined by Joshua Tonks again and Joe Lipsett from the Horror Queers podcast. And we're going to be talking about our favourite coming-of-age horror movies. The horror of adolescence, the horror of puberty, and what are our favourite horror movies that deal with that. Then at 2:30 in the morning, this is when we get all our stateside, our American guests coming in. We've got Alex West from the Faculty of Horror, who's going to be talking about beauty and horror and about her new book, Gore, gorgeous. And we'll be talking a little bit about the history of beauty and the evolution of beauty in the horror genre. Then at 3:45, the brilliant Stacey Ponder, one of my absolute favourite people, is dropping in. We're going to be talking about found footage movies, our favourite found footage films, everything from The Last Broadcast to Blair Witch, of course, to Paranormal Activity and everything else that followed. That's going to be really fun. At 5 a.m, I've got a brand new guest joining me, Joe Valisi, author and editor of It Came From the Closet, Reflections on Queer Horror, a brilliant new book. He's going to be talking a little bit with me, and so is Joshua Tonks, about all of the recent news about Scream 7, the news about the Halloween trilogy getting canned, David Gordon Green getting fired, and we're going to be talking about, does this mark the death of the requel? Are these franchise movies all dying a death, essentially? So that is going to be at 5 a.m. UK time. And then finally, I'll be finishing just me in a very, very sleep-deprived state, talking about, of course, what else would I be talking about? David Lynch. And, you know, I'm going to be going through my scariest and favourite David Lynch moments. So there we go. That's the schedule. It's pretty massive. It's quite daunting, quite intimidating, but that's what we've got coming up over the next 24 hours. It's going to be crazy, but I'm very, very excited. Just some really fun guests, lots of people to kind of keep me going, I think, throughout the day and night. So it's going to be really fun. So for now, and actually I should say, I mean, I've got it in my little border here. You can see it, but please, 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 if you can afford to do so, please do donate to our GoFundMe page. I'm doing all of this for a really good cause. This is raising money for Cancer Research UK. People have been so generous already. We've already reached £3,000 before this live stream even started, which is unbelievable. I would love to try and keep raising that amount throughout the day, so you can either scan that barcode or just go to gofundme.com/EOH24, and any amount that you're able to donate would be so appreciated. Thank you so much. All right, so let's have a look. I did a little call out for mailbag questions earlier this week, so thank you to everybody that sent me in such good questions. I'm gonna see how many of these I can get through in the next 45 minutes, and also I will be keeping an eye on the chat, so if you have questions you want to ask me during the live chat, I'll try and answer those as well as we go. So, what have we got? I should start with this question, really. This question comes from Sarah. Sarah says, "Hi Mike, what have you done to prepare yourself for staying awake for 24 hours? Do you know what? I really have not done a lot of decent prep for this. I didn't sleep very well last night. I went to bed at about 11 p.m. and I think I was actually still awake at about 1 a.m. I think my mind was buzzing about what was going to happen. So I've probably, and I got up at about 6 this morning. So I'm only on about 5 hours sleep. So that's not great. So my plan for the next 24 hours is to try and consume stuff that is going to both give me energy, but is also healthy-ish. So I've already had like vitamin C drinks, things like Barocca to keep me hydrated. Coffee, of course, I've already had a coffee this morning. So a mix of, basically my plan is a mix of vitamins and caffeine, and I'm going to try and like balance the two over the next 24 hours. It's going to be interesting to see, but I don't want to like I'm not one of those people that's into like Red Bull and those kind of Monster energy drinks and stuff. I feel like those are just going to make me feel shit, to be honest. So yeah, I'm going to try and avoid kind of those kind of sugary energy things and go for stuff that is, you know, like, a bit of fruit, some vitamins, juggled with a bit of caffeine and plenty of coffee. So yeah, that's my plan. I haven't done a whole lot of preparation, so let's see how that goes. Richard, there's a theme to some of these questions. Richard Rowe says, "What's the longest you've ever gone without sleep?" I think it probably is about 24 hours. I think back in my student days, you know, we would stay up all night for various things. Back when we used to have like summer balls and stuff like that, and they used to go on until like 6 a.m., 7 a.m. So I'm sure I've done a few 24-hour stints before in my time, but not for a while. I'm 36 now. I don't do that kind of thing very often. Recently, I hosted an all-nighter at a cinema here in London, at Picture House Central, beautiful cinema in London. They did this massive, I think it was like the world's biggest all-nighter. They had about 10 different screens. Each screen was playing sort of movie marathons through the night in different genres. So there was like a rom-com all-nighter, there was a David Lynch all-nighter, a John Waters all-nighter, different people hosting each one. And I was invited to host the screen that was doing the Arrow Video horror all-nighter. And even that, I was kind of nervous because it's been a long time since I'd done an all-nighter in a cinema before. But I found it surprisingly all right. I think adrenaline kept me going, you know, like, and that's what I'm hoping is going to happen today. Like, I think the adrenaline of having all of you guys here and having different guests join me every hour is going to kind of keep those energy levels up, you know. So yeah, the longest I've gone without sleep is probably about 24 hours, to be honest. So this is going to be up there with the longest I've ever gone without sleep. Russell says, does anyone remember the all-nighters at the Scala in King's Cross? Do you know what? I'm so gutted that I am of an age where I never got to experience the Scala. There's a really good documentary that's just come out. We'll probably be talking about it on Fresh Blood tonight, actually. But there's a documentary called Scala about that cinema, and there's some incredible kind of like interviews with people that used to frequent that cinema, and obviously it was famous for its kind of grindhouse horror all-nighters, right? And people used to sleep there. You know, people would just go there when they needed somewhere to just go and like have a kip at 4 a.m. or whatever. So you'd get all kinds of weird and wonderful characters apparently going to that cinema. It sounded like an awesome place. I was kind of, I'm kind of sad that I've missed that kind of heyday of the all-nighter. Would have loved to have experienced the Scala. So what else have we got here? So this question comes from Levi. Is it Levi or Levi? I'm so sorry. I'm going to be terrible at pronouncing names throughout all of this. They say, for my friends who have strayed from the Marvel spigot and are newly initiated into transgressive cinema with the likes of Saltburn and Poor Things, what would you consider a good next step? Oh, that's a great question. And I love this. I feel like this is happening a lot. Saltburn. Who would have guessed that Saltburn, of all movies, has really become this kind of gateway drug, I think, for the younger generations? So this is the Emerald Fennell film, of course, starring Barry Keoghan, that came out on Amazon Prime, I think, just before Christmas. And I don't think anyone had any idea just how big that movie became. Like, it was the #1 streaming movie on Amazon throughout that whole kind of Christmas, December, January period. And younger generations, I think particularly kind of Gen Z, like that movie really blew their minds. And I think it really has kind of opened people up to this idea of, like you said, like transgressive cinema. You've got that, and then, as you've mentioned, you've also got Poor Things, this incredible, beautiful film. And again, if there's anyone that hasn't yet seen Poor Things, you must check it out. It's absolutely incredible. This is the Yorgos Lanthimos film out in cinemas right now. And it is I mean, how do you describe it? It's kind of like Bride of Frankenstein, but with loads and loads of sex and a bit of gore, bit of body horror, a bit of Yorgos Lanthimos cruelty. It's a very horny film, and it's a very funny film, and it's kind of dark and twisted. And again, I think that movie has kind of opened people's eyes to this kind of more transgressive cinema. So that's really exciting that those two movies right now at the same time are doing that for like a whole generation. So what else would I say is a good next step? I think when I think of those kind of like transgressive, boundary pushing films, it's not always necessarily horror, but I would say check out some of the classics, like the movies that they used to watch at the Scala, right? So, like, for example, check out, I would say, John Waters next. You know, try out Pink Flamingos. If you want something really transgressive and fun, go to Pink Flamingos. Obviously, there's a lot of great kind of grindhousey horror stuff as well. Texas Chainsaw Massacre is a perfect next step if that's kind of manageable for them. There was another one I was just thinking as well. And David Lynch, of course. Like, I think, you know, either a Razorhead or Blue Velvet. I think, again, if you're steering away from kind of Marvel mainstream stuff and you want to experiment with some slightly more edgy, transgressive cinema, you you can't do much better than David Lynch, right? I think Blue Velvet is an amazing place to start with that, because, you know, that kind of starts off seeming like quite a nice, normal sort of mystery film, and then gets more and more fucked up as it goes. So they would be my suggestions. How exciting! I'm jealous for people that are going on that journey for the first time. You know, amazing. Julia says, "What are your thoughts on everything going on with Scream 7, with Melissa being fired and then Jenna dropping out?" Julia says, which I find hard to believe is due to scheduling conflict. How will Spyglass continue the franchise now it's all but guaranteed the new Core 4 will not be returning, and it's unlikely that they'd pay any of the OG actors who could return what they are worth? Yeah, this is a big question, and actually I will say, if you can, everybody check out the late night discussion that we're doing at 5 a.m, which, as I mentioned, we'll be kind of having an in-depth discussion about all of the controversies. But generally, I think it's quite sad, right? I mean, I think that whole thing is just really sad for everyone involved. So Scream 7, for people that don't know, it was happening. It was in pre-production. Christopher Landon was going to be directing it. Christopher Landon, who is a really interesting filmmaker. He made stuff like Happy Death Day and Freaky, these kind of fun, high-concept slasher movies. He was attached to direct Scream 7, which I thought was a really good choice. And, of course, all of the cast from 5 and 6 were returning. Melissa Barrera, Jenna Ortega, the two kind of leads. And then basically Melissa Barrera was fired due to stuff that she posted on social media about kind of Israel-Palestine and things. And essentially she was fired from the project, and then what followed was a bunch of other people leaving the project for one reason or another. Jenna Ortega quit for, she says, scheduling reasons, but who knows? People think maybe she was, you know, she left in solidarity with Melissa Barrera. Maybe not. I mean, this is all speculation. I have no idea. And I think because of the reaction and the anger from fans as well, again, we're going to talk about that later tonight, about a kind of weird toxic fandom around the Scream movies. Christopher Landon ended up having to leave the project as well. So you lost kind of the main cast and the filmmaker there. And I'm guessing nothing. I mean, I think Scream 7 is going to be delayed indefinitely. I think that might be it for Scream films for a while. I can't see it happening anytime soon. So, yeah, I think it's kind of sad. I was one of the people that really liked Scream 6, and I know a lot of people didn't. And again, even that movie had controversies around its cast, because Neve Campbell didn't return because they didn't offer her the money that she deserved, the money that she asked for, so she decided not to return. So there's been, I think generally Spyglass, the production company that make it, there's been quite a lot, they've not got a lot of good press out of these movies really, in the way that these actors have been treated, and the stories of kind of what's been going on behind the scenes. So yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see what happens, but I think if we have a little break from the Scream series, you know, aside from all of the kind of real life political stuff, which I don't really want to get into now, I think in terms of just the Scream films, I don't think it's the end of the world that we have a little break from them, you know? Like, I don't think we need to keep churning out new Scream films. I love them and I'll always go and watch them, but I think sometimes Scream movies work the best when a bit of time has passed, you know? Like, maybe let's give it another 10 years. Let's see what new trends in horror emerge through the 2020s. And then you get a Scream movie that can come along and really kind of, you know, satirize and comment on what's been going on in horror. And I think in some ways that's when Scream is at its best. A Scream movie always kind of marks the end of a certain movement in horror, right? And it kind of looks back on it. So I think maybe having a little break before Scream 7 probably wouldn't be the end of the world, to be honest. Okay, let's have a look. I'll see if there are any questions in the comments as I go. Lewis says, "Hi, do you think a remake of The Burning or a controversial one like Sleepaway Camp would work well today if A24 Studios were behind it?" Yeah, I don't see why not. I think those titles you mentioned, those two are both kind of controversial in different ways, right? These are both early 80s slashers. Both actually, I think, quite fun movies, really. But The Burning, obviously, is a Harvey Weinstein film. And so I think for a lot of people, that's kind of, they would rather not. It's one that we've not ever covered on the podcast, almost just because I kind of felt like, there are so many other movies to cover. Why am I going to put the time into covering a Harvey Weinstein movie? And then Sleepaway Camp, which I have covered on Patreon before, which has all kinds of problematic stuff, and many would argue is transphobic, homophobic. I think there are arguments on both sides about this. It's also been kind of reclaimed as a bit of a queer classic, but again, that's problematic for some people. I totally get, those movies are quite polarizing in a lot of ways. And so, yeah, I think remaking them wouldn't be the worst thing, actually, because I think there are themes there, particularly in Sleepaway Camp, the kind of queer themes in that movie that a kind of new queer filmmaker, for example, could do really interesting things with. And I think, yeah, A24 would be perfect for that. I would totally go and see that. I would be very much into it. I'm not against a remake if they're doing something interesting with, the story, and they're doing something different. As long as it's not like one of those Platinum Dunes remakes that just does the same thing, but a bit glossier, Like you want to be able to, like, I would rather a remake like Luca Guadagnino's Suspiria, which just stands alone as its own thing, right? Very, very different to the original. Okay, let's see what other questions have we got. This is a good one. Mike says, I've got a couple of questions along these lines, actually. Mike said, what would be your strategy on the Traitors? As a traitor or as a faithful, which would you rather be? And crucially, is the funeral episode the best episode they've ever done? And actually, Saw Tan has also asked, if you were in the Traitors, how do you think you would fare? Would you be a good traitor or a good faithful? So, love these questions. I love the Traitors. For people who don't know, I mean, I'm sure everyone in the world must know this show by now, right? The Traitors is the kind of reality show, and it's the kind of murder, what do you call it? It's kind of werewolf type game, right? The kind of, there's a murderer and you've got to guess who it is, essentially. So that kind of reality show where you get a bunch of people in a house, they're all doing tasks. Most of them are faithfuls, and they're just there to kind of complete the tasks and win money for the prize pot. But then a handful of people in the group, 2 or 3, are traitors, and they are there to basically disrupt what's going on, and they murder a different faithful each night. The faithfuls have to decide and figure out each day who is a traitor, and they have to banish somebody. Oh, it's so good. It's like one of the best shows on television. Like, me and Rihanna were completely addicted to it. In fact, the Australian version, I think, now is out on iPlayer, so we need to get on that and watch that. That's maybe how I'm going to spend this week after this live stream, just sitting on the sofa binging that. But yeah, would I be a good traitor or a faithful? I think I'd be terrible, to be honest. I'd probably be bad at both, because I don't think I'd be very good at some of the tasks. Some of the tasks look really fun, but are really physical, or they're really a real test of your kind of courage, like when they get put in kind of dark rooms and spiders poured on their head and things. Like, I wouldn't cope very well with that, so I'd be rubbish at that. And I'm very trusting as a person. I think I'd be very easily manipulated to the point where I'd be convinced that people are faithfuls if they tell me they are. And if I was a traitor, I think I'd be quite good at it up to a point, but then if people started accusing me around the table, I think that my face would give me away. I think I'd be like, yeah, you got me. I'm a traitor. Like, I wouldn't be very good at kind of keeping up the lie, Some people are amazing at it. And that latest season, they had 2 proper villainous traitors, like this guy called Paul and the guy Harry, who ended up winning it. Like, they were ruthless, incredible. I wouldn't have been as good as them, I think, but I'd love to have a go at it. It would be a really fun thing to do, but I'd be shit. But what a show, incredible. If there's anyone out there who hasn't seen it, even if you're skeptical about reality television, honestly, it's so much fun. It's so camp, and they kind of lean into the horror of it as well. Like, the traitors wear these cloaks in the night and they hold lanterns, and it's all sort of gothic and dramatic, and as they all like plot who they're going to murder and stuff. Incredible. And actually, going back to what Mike said about, is the funeral episode the best episode they've ever done? Yes, 100% it is the best episode of The Traitors ever. One of my favourite episodes of reality TV ever, where the whole task was, it's somebody's funeral and we don't know who. Somebody's been murdered, but they don't know yet who's been murdered. and they have to figure out who's been murdered, and they put 3 people in coffins, and then they have to throw roses on who they think's been murdered. And it turned out to be one of the contestants' mum. It was a mother and son that were on it together, and it turned out to be this contestant's mum who was in the coffin who was actually murdered, and he had to kind of watch as his mother was put in a coffin and the lid went down and it was like lowered into the ground. Brutal, camp, hilarious, loved it, absolutely loved it. Great question. Saw also asks, what do you think is the best TV show out at the moment? Well, apart from the Traitors, obviously, there's loads of good stuff. Like, January has actually been an amazing month for television. We'll talk about some of these tonight on Fresh Blood with Brad and Becky, but the 2 that spring to mind immediately for me are Fargo season 5, I think it is, the current season of Fargo, and True Detective season 4. Both amazing. So True Detective, obviously, like, started so good 10 years ago. 10 years old, can you believe? The first season of True Detective with, you know, Matthew McConaughey and Woody Harrelson. That kind of really kind of was, you know, peak kind of ushering in that kind of golden era of television drama. Really interesting and really kind of character-based, but scary and dark. And then, like, it really went downhill in season 2, didn't it? That was a real disappointment. Season 3 was kind of mid. And now it's really back on form. The current season stars Jodie Foster. Incredible. And it's all set in Alaska. I think the season is called Night Country, right? Because it's set in Alaska in perpetual night. And there are vibes of, like, John Carpenter's The Thing. Like, you got this kind of, like, snowy landscape, this kind of research station that was filled with all these men who all mysteriously disappear and have died in pretty horrific ways, essentially. And there's a kind of mystery unraveling as to what happened to these men in this research station in the snow, and how is it linked to potentially some murders that happened a few years ago. I'm only like 3 episodes in. It's brilliant. And it's Jodie Foster. It's like watching The Thing, but with Clarice Starling. Like, does it get much better than that? I absolutely love it. So True Detective is one of my favourites right now. And Fargo as well. Again, like, I would urge anyone watching this, especially because you're all horror fans if you're watching this, to check out Fargo. So that's obviously like an anthology show. And like all anthology shows, a bit like True Detective, it's kind of gone up and down a little bit. But this current season, I think it's just finished actually, but this season that's just aired has been maybe the best. Craig says don't give away any spoilers. I won't. I'm not going to spoil anything, but it has been so good. Juno Temple stars in it, and John Hamm is in it as the bad guy, and it's got proper kind of folk horror vibes. It's got some real kind of creepiness and nastiness about it, and that classic Fargo mix that it's always had, which I loved, which is like put a really, really fucked up, dark, twisted storyline in a place where everyone sounds really sweet and innocent and naive, basically. No offense to the Minnesotans, North Dakota, people from wherever Fargo is set. No offense to them, but that wonderful accent, right, makes everyone sound somewhat kind of innocent. And the fun of Fargo is always kind of putting that up against the violence and bloodshed that occurs. And this season is I think it's my favourite so far in the history of the show. So good. So I think those are my 2 favourite television shows on at the moment. Saw also asks, will EOH do Grimfest again in 2024? I'd love to. Maybe. I've got no plans to yet. So Grimfest is a big horror festival that happens in Manchester every October. Nothing confirmed yet, but I had the best time last year, so I would love to go again potentially. So yeah, fingers crossed. Okay. This is an interesting one. Troy has said, I know that you've covered horror festivals before, like Grimfest and Frightfest. Have you ever considered starting your own Evolution of Horror festival? I would love to. Sorry, everyone. I seem to have disappeared. That's very strange. There we go. I'm back, hopefully, for you all. The Zoom call just decided to shut down, but I'm back. Hopefully you can all hear me. I would love to, actually. Like, I think that would be a really fun thing to do. I've talked about this before on a mailbag episode before, but essentially my plan, if I ever did one, would be to kind of do a festival that consists of kind of old classic stuff from different subgenres, essentially. So, like, it would be a mix of... basically, like, you know, we could have a slasher slot, you could have a ghost story slot, a folk horror slot, and maybe across like a weekend, so there'd be like, let's say 10 slots. I show a different classic, I get different guests in from the podcast, like regulars, to come and introduce them and maybe do panel discussions after each one. So there's an element of kind of live podcasting about it. That's always been my plan for an EOH festival. Just need a venue to host it for me. So if anyone would like to host that, I'd be very much up for it. But yeah, that would be something on my bucket list to do for sure, an EOH festival. Maria says, how would you rank your 9 seasons that you've done so far? Oh, that's hard. I've loved doing every series of this podcast. But for me, I think my favourite has been the one I just did, has been the home invasion season. Then I would go folk horror. Loved doing, you know, these kind of like slightly weirder ones. Then it would be the mind and body one. I think those 3 are my favourites because they were a little bit more vague. I was able to kind of push the boundaries of what these subgenres were and kind of really explore them in different interesting ways. So they'd be my top 3. Then it would be ghost stories, just because all the films were amazing, all of them. Then it would be occult for that same reason, just because they were brilliant films all round. Then it would be alien sci-fi stuff. Then it would be, what else is there? Then it would be vampires. Then it would, what am I missing? Then it would be, slashers. And then it would be probably zombies at the bottom. But I still really liked doing zombies. I just, those films got a little bit more repetitive after a while. Like, there's a lot of zombie movies, aren't there? And they all kind of very much... Zombies and slashers, I think those 2 are the bottom for me, just because it was very much like following the same formula each week, essentially. So, yeah, I think that's how I would rank them. But I love them all, obviously. Okay, let's see. Hopefully you can all hear me after the Zoom disappeared, can't you? Excellent, good to know. All right, so let's have a look. What have we got here? Jason Strong says, I've always thought that some subgenres of horror have quintessential films that are widely acknowledged as the best or the truest embodiment of that subgenre. For example, werewolf films, it would be American Werewolf in London. Exorcism films, it would be The Exorcist. Zombies, it would be Dawn of the Dead. What would you call the quintessential film for each of your seasons so far? Love this. All right. And they've put the one film that you would recommend to someone who wanted to understand each subgenre. Okay, so slashers, I think it would easily, the quintessential slasher movie is Halloween, right? It's not my personal favourite, but I think it's the quintessential one. Halloween. For ghost stories, it would be The Shining. Has to be, right? The quintessential kind of haunted house movie. For folk horror, easy, The Wicker Man. That is the folk horror film, right? For zombie movies, I know, Jason, you've mentioned Dawn of the Dead. I think for me it would be Night of the Living Dead, actually. I think I would put that as the quintessential zombie film. For the occult, I would put The Exorcist. Now, this is harder. The mind and body thing, it's not really a subgenre. It's the kind of theme that I made up. But I think I'd go with Carrie, Brian De Palma's Carrie, because I think that is the perfect encapsulation of a story that is entirely a horror movie about a girl's mind and body, right? So I think I'd go with Carrie. Then for the Alien series, I'd go Alien, obviously. For the vampire series, that's harder, actually, because I would probably say Dracula, but which Dracula? Maybe Hammer Horror Dracula, maybe as like the quintessential one. And then Home Invasion Funny Games, I think. Yeah, like, again, if you really want to show somebody what a home invasion movie is, it would be Funny Games, wouldn't it? So yeah, that would make a really weird but quite fun little box set, wouldn't it, of those 9 movies? So there you go. Thank you for that question. Eric says, I feel like everyone has boundaries and trepidations when it comes to challenging material. Are there still films that you feel like you're not ready for? How do you prepare yourself for something that you may cross your personal boundaries or comfort levels? Yeah, that's a good question. Do you know what? I've got to say that over time, I have become a bit less sensitive to films. I think I become a bit more numb to them, actually. Like, a good example of this is that a couple of nights ago, I watched the film August Underground, which I had never seen before. And it was a movie that I avoided my whole life, really. Like, I just thought, why would I ever want to sit through that? Just if anyone doesn't know, just Google August Underground, just read a plot synopsis of it and you'll see what I mean. So yeah, like, there used to be movies that I thought, that's too much for me, I'm not going to watch it. But I think I don't really have that anymore. Like, so I've got an extreme cinema chat happening tonight at 11 p.m. with Zobo and Brad, and so I thought, well, it's good for me to watch a bit of stuff that's going to push me before we talk about it. And so that's why I decided to watch August Underground the other night. And yeah, do you know what? Like, I mean, it's horrible. It was really fucking horrible, and not a nice experience, and not something I'll ever sit through again. But it didn't really affect me. It didn't keep me up at night. It didn't play on my mind. I've sort of already forgotten about it. Like, it is what it is. It shows you just about every nasty thing you can imagine. And it's grim, but also meh. It's just a film, isn't it? At the end of the day, it's just a piece of art. I think, for me, I still struggle with watching real harm being done to people, and particularly to animals, actually. It's like, I guess that's the one thing that I struggle with, that I don't want to watch, movies that contain kind of animal cruelty. But again, it's not necessarily put me off watching a film altogether. Like, I've watched Cannibal Holocaust, and I knew that there was real animal harm in that, and yet I still watched it. I think as a host of a podcast like this, I have to watch these things, don't I, really? Like, if I want to make a podcast that is going to be a kind of real exhaustive look at the genre, I think it's important to cover all the dark corners of the genre. So I wouldn't go back and watch them again. But I'm kind of happy to watch anything once, really, within reason, I suppose. Miri says, I bet Rihanna was chuffed. Yeah, I watched it when Rihanna was out of the house, obviously. That wouldn't have been good. So, yeah, thank you for that question. Matt says, how have you found turning your hobby/passion into a career? Does it lead to a burnout? Has it ever taken a toll on your mental or physical health? That's an interesting question. I don't think it has, really. I guess sometimes it takes its toll because it's something that I love, right? So I've been very, very lucky in that horror films are something I love, podcasting is something that I love, and it was a hobby, and now it is my full-time job. So it is a different kind of vibe now. Like, it's my Monday to Friday. I get up. What am I doing today? Oh, I'm doing this. I'm doing Evolution of Horror, which is amazing, really. And like, I'm super lucky. Like, I wouldn't really change that for the world. So 99.9% of it is absolutely wonderful. But I guess the one thing is, when you're doing something that is that you care about, I guess, that much, it's kind of hard to switch off. Like, I'll find myself wanting to do a bit of work on something in an evening, or maybe I'll be thinking about it when I go to bed at night. Like, this particular thing I've been doing, I'm doing today, has definitely kind of taken its toll on my brain for the last week. Like, Rihanna can attest to this. I've been like, obviously, like, this has been quite a big thing that I've been thinking about and anxious about. So that has kind of taken its toll. But generally, from week to week, the main podcast doesn't at all. It's just an absolute joy, to be honest. I think the only thing is that, yeah, you put so much of yourself into it, you're not able to just have that kind of clocking out at 5 p.m. and going home and not thinking about it. It's kind of always there, like, I might finish editing an episode, but then that evening I might have to pop on August Underground and watch it. So, like, of an evening I might still be spending my time watching stuff for the podcast, for example. So it's a tricky one. But then on the other side of that is that I can make up my own schedule, and if I need to spend the day doing other stuff, I can do, and I'll just make sure that I get my work done on a different day, because it's just me. I'm my own boss. So, yeah, I think generally 99% of the time it doesn't really take its toll on me at all. But I think doing something you love means that, yeah, it never really leaves you ever. I suppose that's the one downside. Okay, so this question comes from Trina. This is a great question from Trina. I had to go to this one. Hi, Mike. What David Lynch characters would you invite to a dinner party and why? Love this. So I mean, actually, so many characters on David Lynch films or TV shows are quite weird and not necessarily the sort of people you'd want to spend time with, I suppose. But I think I would invite the parents, the dad from Eraserhead, who hosts the dinner with the chicken. I want to taste what those little chickens... I want to taste them. I want to know how those little chickens taste. So I'd invite one of those so that they could cook. I would invite Agent Cooper from Twin Peaks, because he's one of the greatest characters of all time, right? And I feel like he'd be good conversationalist. He's got interesting things to say. He's got interesting knowledge about lots of stuff. I'd definitely have him. I think I'd have the giant from Twin Peaks as well. I'd have the giant just there telling me what I need to do with my life and kind of guiding me in the right direction. And I don't know if this is kind of a cheat or not, because it's technically a real life person, but I'm going for John Merrick, the Elephant Man, because he just seemed like such a charming, lovely, polite, well-mannered man in the film, in David Lynch's film, and I would love to sit and have a chat with him over dinner. So I think that would be a weird dinner party, right? But that's David Lynch, isn't it? I think that would be incredible, yeah. Okay, this question comes from Bryony. Bryony says, what are your Oscar predictions? And were you happy with the nominations generally? Yes. I won't talk about this for too long, because I just did a Patreon episode about it with Anna Bogutskaya. But yeah, generally, I think the Oscars kind of got it sort of right this year. So we've got Oppenheimer, that's got like the most amount of nominations, right? It's got 14 nominations, and I loved Oppenheimer. And we've got Barbie, which got 8, which I know some people said like it deserved more. But also, it's Barbie. Like, the film is incredible, but I'm not sure that a film like Barbie, based on a toy, was ever going to get all the Oscar nominations. Do you know what I mean? Because there's still that slight bias with the Oscars. Killers of the Flower Moon did really well, which I loved as well. And of course, Poor Things, my favourite film I've seen in ages, got 11 nominations as well. So I was really pleased that all of these movies got lots of nominations. My favourite film of last year, Anatomy of a Fall, got nominated for Best Picture. I think it deserves to win. I don't think it will, but I loved Anatomy of a Fall. So yeah, generally I was kind of happy with the Oscar nominations. In terms of predictions, if I was just to predict the big 5, I would say Chris Nolan is definitely going to win Best Director. I think that's like, he's got that in the bag, basically. He's never won before. Everyone's loved Oppenheimer. I just feel like it's his time, right? Best Actor, that's quite a tricky one, actually. I'm trying to think of who's nominated for Best Actor now. There's Bradley Cooper, right, for Maestro. And no, I haven't got them to hand, actually, so I actually can't remember. Best Actress, I would say, is probably going to go to Emma Stone, I think. And Best Film is a tricky one. I think it's going to be Oppenheimer, but I wouldn't be surprised if a movie like The Holdovers, Alexander Payne's The Holdovers, kind of comes along as a kind of slightly left field choice, because The Holdovers is a really nice, kind of easy film to watch in a way. It's kind of quite a comforting watch. It's this kind of like nice comedy drama that you could like take your grandparents to, right? And I think there's something of that it's quite a safe film. It's a really good film, but it's quite safe. And because of the way the Oscars work with the kind of preferential ballots, Oppenheimer might divide certain people. It might not be everyone's first choice, but I feel like The Holdovers might be everyone's like second or third choice. So sometimes that can lead to it edging the others out. It's a bit like Green Book or Coda. Like sometimes those sorts of movies end up winning Best Picture. So that would be interesting. Jeffrey Wright, by the way, actually is another actor I thought of who's been nominated for American Fiction, which I saw this week and was excellent. I would love to see Jeffrey Wright win Best Actor. That would be great. Okay, Carl says, I'm not quite sure how to ask this, but I'm curious about how you in the UK think or feel about US pop culture. To what extent does it dominate or influence UK pop culture? Oh, massively. Like, I think this is probably the case with the whole world, the whole Western world, right? Is that US pop culture kind of leads and we follow, right? And like everything I've been talking about, whether it's been True Detective or, you know, films that are out, it's almost all American stuff, really. Like we follow all the best American TV shows, and you know, British pop culture is kind of interesting too. But for me, it's never been. The quality has never been quite as good, I think, a lot of the time. Sometimes we have some amazing television shows once in a blue moon and some amazing films once in a blue moon, but I don't think there are regularly as good or as interesting as a lot of the stuff that the US puts out. So, yeah, I think US pop culture always will kind of dominate in a way. And US politics too, actually, depressingly, because US politics is quite depressing at the moment, but I kind of very much keep an eye on that. I listen to podcasts about that as well, because I think it's, you know, when it comes to the US, it's pop culture, it's politics, everything will have a ripple effect on the rest of the world, won't it, really? So, yeah, I think it's very important. Vanessa says, are you ever going to cover Jonathan Creek on Patreon one day? Yes, 100%. If Rihanna's watching, then she will attest to this. Like, me and her love Jonathan Creek. Jonathan Creek, for people who don't know, talking of, you know, British pop culture, this is a very, very British show that aired back in the late 90s. And it is this kind of mystery show about this guy who kind of solves crimes that seem to happen in impossible circumstances. Like, there's a dead body in the middle of a locked room. It's been locked from the inside, but, you know, he was shot with a gun, but the gun was missing or whatever. Like, it's always these kind of like brain teaser type like puzzle box murders. And Jonathan Creek is a magician's assistant, so he knows about magic tricks and how things work and illusions and that kind of thing, and he helps solve crimes. It's great, and actually there's quite a lot of horror throughout. I think that's why people ask me about this show quite regularly. Like, there's a lot of kind of there are a lot of kind of Edgar Allan Poe type references, like lots of houses with secret rooms and torture chambers and all this kind of thing. And there are a couple of like genuinely terrifying moments that used to terrify me as a kid. So yeah, like me and Rihanna watch it regularly, and we have definitely talked about doing a Jonathan Creek episode at some point. We're like dying to do it. So yeah, that's definitely going to happen very soon. Cara says, this is a lovely question. If you woke up in a disused bathroom and your ankle was chained to a pipe, in order to escape, would you rather A, saw off your foot, or B, use a toilet lid to break every bone in your foot? I think I'd go with A. I think I would rather chop off. I don't think I could do the latter. I don't think I could smash my foot to pieces and shatter all of my bones. That just sounds... as awful as sawing off my foot would be, I think that would be preferable. So yeah, I'd go with that. But ideally neither, you know? Ideally neither. All right, Kat has asked, do you have a favourite horror-ish play? A classic like Phantom of the Opera, a newer hit like Wicked, or something unintentionally horrific like Cats? Love that. Yeah, and again, we did a Patreon episode. I did a Patreon episode with Adam Robinson recently about kind of horror theatre. And we did that because we went and saw together Martin McDonagh's The Pillow Man, which is an amazing... that's probably my favourite horror play. It's an incredible play for people who haven't seen it, about a horror author, and there's a series of grisly child murders that are happening based on this author's horror stories, and it's set in a kind of totalitarian world, and he is basically arrested and interrogated for these murders. He is essentially blamed for the murders that someone else has done based on his stories. So it's kind of about that idea of art, and does art influence crime? It's really dark and twisted, and there's some really gnarly, horrible stuff that happens to the victims in that play, but it's also just really, really good and really fun. So that's one of my favourites. And then in terms of just like classic spooky horror, it would be The Woman in Black. Oh, just like the classic, right? I think that's the most scared I've ever been in the theatre watching The Woman in Black, especially because I was sat in the stalls and there's a moment when all the lights go out and the Woman in Black kind of walks down the aisle and just sort of brushes past you. It's just, so good, really scary, like one of my favourite theatre experiences. But also stuff like Ghost Stories, the Andy Nyman play, absolutely incredible as well. There's like horror theatre, when it's done well, I think it can be even more powerful than horror films because it's happening, it's for real, right? It's actually happening around you, it's immersive. So I love a horror play. I wish there were more of them. All right, I'm going to do one more question and then we should probably wrap up before my first guest arrives. So let's have a look. What have we got here? Pete says, we talk a lot about direction, cinematography, and sound design, but what for you makes good editing in a horror movie? And do you have some examples of particularly well-edited films? And then they've put... Yeah, so I've kind of jotted down a couple of examples actually to answer you for this. So this is a really good question, because I think I am an editor, and even I find this really hard to think about and kind of pick favourites in terms of the editing, because I guess the sign of good editing is that it's sort of invisible, right? Like you don't... there's this kind of like thing where I think that the less you notice the editing, usually the better it is in a way. Not always. Sometimes you get movies that are really, really edited, and movies I love, like Damien Chazelle's Whiplash, is just incredibly edited. It's edited like a piece of jazz music, like it's beautifully done. And the other big example that comes to mind in terms of the editing front and center is Edgar Wright films, right? So Shaun of the Dead, Hot Fuzz, Baby Driver, those were all about the editing, and it would be really slick, and it would always be timed to music and that kind of thing. But actually there are other movies, when I thought about it, that I think have incredible editing that you wouldn't necessarily think about. So 3 examples that I thought of are The Blair Witch Project. So that is a movie that I think doesn't get enough credit for its performances. I think its performances are phenomenal, for its cinematography, right? Just because it doesn't look conventionally beautiful like a Dario Argento film or a Wes Anderson film, it doesn't mean that cinematography isn't incredible, because it absolutely is. And the editing, particularly in that film, I think is so important because, for one thing, they shot like hundreds of hours of footage for that film. When those 3 were out in the woods, they shot everything, and those filmmakers had hundreds of hours worth of footage to go through and edit. So it's been very carefully curated and edited to create this terrifying experience. And it's a mix of feeling like it's kind of off-the-cuff editing, like we're just seeing bits of footage one after the other, but it's been very carefully crafted, right? And I think also the way in which they play with what we see and what we hear in Blair Witch. Sometimes we switch to the 16mm black and white camera, which doesn't have sound, so the sound is coming from another camera somewhere else. And I think there are loads of really clever technical elements to that film that people don't necessarily give it credit for. And The Shining is another one I would say in terms of the editing. And again, that is a film that is kind of the polar opposite to the kind of Edgar Wright editing, right? It's very slow. It's very deliberate. And shots last a little bit longer than is necessary. And sometimes you could watch it and almost at first glance, the editing feels bad because Shelley Duvall will go, "Hi, hon, how's the writing going?" And then there's a long pause before it cuts to Jack Torrance going, "It's going fine." And then he pauses for 3 more seconds before we cut. And that is a no-no in editing. Those kind of long pauses, it makes everything feel weird and jarring. But of course, that is the point of The Shining, right? The Shining is supposed to be a horrible, uncomfortable, uncanny experience from beginning to end. And yes, it's got all of the horrific imagery, but the editing is actually a huge part of that. And even though it's quite slow editing, I think it is really doing something very important in that film. And it's something that the rest of the sort of, for example, I love Doctor Sleep, Mike Flanagan's Doctor Sleep, but the editing is almost too slick in Doctor Sleep. I think, that kind of weird, jarring, almost overly long editing is what's so important in making The Shining a truly terrifying experience. So there you go. That's it. We've run out of time. I've done my first hour. 1 hour done. 23 to go. Just a quick reminder. Thank you all for watching so far. Just a quick reminder. You can scan. I'm trying to point so that it looks like I'm pointing to the barcode. You can scan the barcode or just head to that website to donate. Please, please, please keep donating if you can. I'm going to take a very short 1-minute break, and then I will be back with my guest, Tim Coleman, to discuss what horror movies belong in the Sight and Sound Top 100. Thank you so much for watching. I'll be right back. Here we go. Hello, Tim Coleman. How are you doing?
I'm very well, Mike Munster. How the heck are you, sir?
I'm really good, thank you. As always, this is live, so I'm going to check that everyone can see and hear us okay. There's always a 10-second delay, so please let us know in the comments, can you see and hear us okay? Hopefully you can. Tim, thank you for being here for my first slot, the early morning 9 a.m. slot. How are you feeling?
I'm good, man. Yeah, I feel like I definitely lucked out when you were handing out the order of this. It's like, I get to do this like just after breakfast. I've just had a shower. I'm feeling really fresh. And in my mind, I'm imagining like the 6 a.m. slot, the 7 a.m. slot. So I'm sending you all the good vibes, all the caffeine for the next 24 hours.
Oh, man. No, honestly. And I love that you think you're lucky in having the 9 a.m. slot, because actually a lot of people I spoke to were like, I don't want to do too early. Please don't let me do the morning one. So this is what's good. I've got different people with different kind of tastes and sensibility, and I was very happy that you were like, yeah, I'm very happy to do the morning slot. So thank you for being here at 9 a.m. on a Sunday.
Man, like father of children, like I was woken up like early. And I'm like, why? It's a Sunday. Come on, guys.
Oh my god. Well, this is going to be a really fun discussion, I think, Tim. We're doing this because it's kind of linked to your new podcast, right? Why don't you start off by just telling us a little bit about this new podcast that you've got coming?
Oh, thanks so much, man. Yeah, so people might know that I've run a genre movie podcast for a couple of years called Moving Pictures, and although that focuses mainly on horror and horror adjacent cinema, I'm a big fan of like all kinds of cinema. I'm somebody who is very happy and loves like silent comedies, like British gangster movies, new Hollywood gritty realistic stuff, spooky Korean movies, like the whole thing. And when the Sight and Sound list, so if people don't know, Sight and Sound is the BFI's magazine here in the UK, and every 10 years they run what is kind of marketed as being the definitive poll of the greatest films ever made. And it runs every 10 years. And they kind of poll critics and critic adjacent writers, so like film curators, for example, and ask them to vote on what they consider to be the top 10 greatest or best. And I know we're going to talk about the differentiation between those two categories. And yeah, so in 2022, the latest poll came out, and I covered it over on Moving Pictures with Rebecca McCallum, who's a friend of mine who I know you know as well. And I just had like such a good time doing it. And I kind of set myself a goal that I was going to watch all of the films on that list that I hadn't seen by the time the next list came round, which would be in 2032. And I started doing it, and so I ticked a few off, and I just thought, this is so much fun. It'd be just really cool just to share that journey with people, and
Yes.
just decided to bite the bullet and go, if I start now and I do one a month, we'll finish just before the next fall in
Oh my
2032.
god, that's amazing. That's such a that's crazy, isn't it? When you think about it, when you go, oh my god, this could potentially be like a 10-year project.
Oh
Basically,
man,
that's amazing.
this is it. I mean, we've our first two episodes have just gone live this morning, and I was like, if we keep this going, like we'll be finished. I'm gonna have turned 50 in that period. Two of my kids will have grown up and become adults. I mean, who knows? I'm not saying we will definitely do one a month for the next 8.5 years. That's the aim, but obviously that's a massive commitment that we're just who knows what life will throw at any of us in that period. But that's what we're aiming for.
Unbelievable. I love that. Are you doing them in any particular order? Like, are you starting with number one, or are you just like kind of dotting around?
Yeah, so I mean, I thought like the two obvious ways of doing it would have been like in ascending order, so start at 100 or actually joint 95 on that list,
Right, yeah.
and then go up, or vice versa, start number one and come down. But I thought for me, like I'm a big fan of any kind of list. Like anytime someone says this is the top 100 horror films or the top 100 films, I'm always like that's like catnip to me. And I thought actually one of the things I love about it is going into it for the first time and not knowing where everything is ranked, or if your
Yeah.
favorite thing is going to be ranked, or like where things are going to be placed. And so I wanted to introduce like an element of randomness to it. And so we're doing it with like a random choice. So well, although I've scheduled the first year of episodes, they were selected randomly using like a random number generator.
Mm.
Um, and so that means that like one week or one month we might get like a really famous, well-established movie from like a famous auteur like Kurosawa or Scorsese. And then the next month you might have this very underseen gem, like, which hasn't necessarily reached as many people. And for me, that's kind of what I wanted to do. Like I've only seen just under half of the films on that list. But
Mm.
I thought I'd seen quite a lot, and then I did it. I was like, oh, this is a exercise in humility. Like, there's so much still to see.
Yeah, yeah,
And
yeah. That's
so,
great though, and I think at least you'll know that every film you watch and cover, it's going to have something interesting about it, right? Whether you actually
right,
think it's deserving of being in the list or not, there's going to be really interesting conversations to have around that. I think, aren't there? Like
I
you
think so.
mentioned, what is deemed the best and why? It's really interesting. There's something that almost feels a bit redundant about it when it comes to art, right? But I'm the same as you. I love a list. I got to vote in this year's top
Right,
100,
yeah.
and I loved getting to send in my top 10. But it also kind of feels a bit like whatever. I spoke to different people about it,
Mm.
different people that I knew that were voting in their list. Like Kim Newman has now at this point done it a few times, and he said he just comes up with a rule for himself where every decade that he votes, he just makes sure he picks 10 new films that he didn't pick last time. So it's not
Really?
that he's
Okay.
consistently voting for his favorites. He's voting for films he loves that he would like to see on the list, essentially. I think that's quite a nice way to do it. But everyone approaches with different kind of strategies in mind, I suppose, right? So that kind of very much plays into a top 100 in that way.
It's totally true, totally true. Like, yeah, in the first full episode that we've got up right now, I was speaking with Andrew Pope, the film critic, and we were talking exactly about this. Like, there's a social and political aspect to how some of the voting works, because there might be that you love a particular director. So say you love David Lynch, as I know you and I both do, but then you have to decide: do I put more than one Lynch film down?
Right.
If I choose one, I have to maybe consider, do I want to choose one that I'm going to push high? So like Mulholland Drive is placed very high on this list. Is that because it's his best film? I think it probably is, but like it might be that people have chosen that over, Twin Peaks or over
Yeah.
Blue Velvet because they think that's got a better chance of getting higher.
Yeah.
And then there's other things where you're looking to kind of boost representation of previously marginalized groups, and it's like, for example, there's like quite an underrepresentation still of queer stories in that top 100. And
Yeah.
so the people perhaps selecting particular films like Portrait of a Lady on Fire, which kind of rocketed in at number 30 as a film which has a good chance then of breaking a little bit of the previously established hegemony and making a statement. Like I actually haven't seen Portrait of a Lady on Fire, so I can't give a personal view about what I think about it. But like it's interesting thinking about some films have got like an element of hopefully setting the culture and making space so that maybe when we do this again in 2032, we'll see more queer stories
Yeah.
or more stories from previously underrepresented groups.
And obviously, like the number one choice was, it felt a bit left field. You know, that Jean Dielman,
Right.
which we hadn't been number one before. It was Citizen Kane for so many years, right? For so many decades, Citizen Kane sat at number one on that list time and time again. I think the last time it switched to Vertigo, right? I think it dropped down a place in Vertigo, became number one, and then this time round, you know, Citizen Kane dropped. I think, did it drop to number 3 below Vertigo?
Yeah.
But basically, you've got Vertigo and Citizen Kane in that top 3, but then you've got Jean Dielman. Why do you think that is? Is that changing because people's tastes are changing, because the people that voted this year are a different group of people? Like, what do you think is the reason behind, you know, Citizen Kane's reign being over?
I mean, maybe a little bit what we were just saying about previously marginalized groups, because if you go back in time, like the top 10 has historically been all male in terms of the directors, all white, and very much like even like Citizen Kane, like, is an excellent film. Of course, it is, but it is simultaneously, I think the BFI have said this themselves in some of their promo material, it simultaneously celebrates and critiques male patriarchal power. And so it's an incredible achievement, of course, but it is very much of that world. And so there is, I think, an appetite, quite rightly so, to diversify the representation of like different worldviews. And similarly, like when you talked about who's voting, like the number of people who voted in 2022 almost doubled. It went up from 800 and something to about 1600 and something.
Right.
And so there's the argument that more people are voting, and so you're going to naturally see a bit of movement as a wider range of tastes are catered for. And there's other things like in terms of like distribution and retrospectives, like Chantal Akerman, who directed Jean Dielman, had a significant retrospective, I think, in 2016, and so maybe just put her back on the radar for people. And then you've got like the proliferation of labels like Criterion. Like again, Andrew in our episode was saying there's an interesting argument to be made about when Criterion re-release a beautiful 4K of something, more people are going to see it, and then how well it features in the next list. So there's something to be said there for like actually accessibility. Like, for example, a film which I'm looking forward to watching is a Senegalese movie called Tuki Buki. I had never heard of this film, and I'm checking it out afterwards and being like, okay, so Criterion have released it. And do you think, well, Criterion are doing like the Lord's work in platforming films, which if your tastes have been predominantly Western, maybe these have passed you by.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love that. And I think it is more interesting. I like looking at this list, and being like, wow, I've never seen the movie at number one. Like, I think there's something more exciting about, you know, getting a list of movies to discover, right? As opposed to it just being like, oh, of course it's Citizen Kane, you know? Like, I think there was something really exciting about the way in which they've diversified that list this time round, you know?
100%. And I think it's so interesting that we have then Jean Dielman at number 1 and Vertigo at number 2, because Vertigo is, of course, among other things, it's a film by a male auteur about the construction of a woman. Like, that film is all about the male gaze. And Jean Dielman is like famously focused very much on the female experience by a female director. And so I love that we've kind of flipped it away from that kind of more traditionally white heteronormative patriarchal lens. Again, not to mention Vertigo. Vertigo's a masterpiece, but like we're flipping it and like redressing some of that balance. Arguably not enough. We've only still got, I think, 2 female directors in the top 10. We've got Chantal Akerman and then Claire Denis with Beau Travail at number 7.
Yeah.
But maybe a little bit of movement in the right direction.
Love that. And so, as is always the question with this, how well is horror represented, Tim, on that top 100 list?
You know, man. So I guess firstly we have to say, what do we mean when we talk about horror?
Yeah.
Sorry,
I have a whole podcast on that, Tim, but yes.
I know, I've heard of this. It's pretty good. Yeah, you know, I mean, I think you and I have similar views that horror is a very broad church, and if you can argue that something is horrific, then it's horror for you. But that said, I think there is stuff which is like bang in the genre, and there's stuff which is on the fringes. And if we're talking about stuff which is in the middle of the genre, I would say it is poorly represented in the top 100, because we only have 3 films which you can hand on heart say are definitely horror, which are Psycho, The Shining, and Get Out.
The Shining and Get Out, both on my top 10, by the way, actually.
There you go.
So I was pleased to see them there, but yes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like, and those films are very deserving, but there are lots of incredible other films which are like either didn't quite make the top 100 or go or a bit ranked a bit lower because the BFI they do have a 250 list, so it's
Yes.
extended, and actually it's 264 if you count them because the last place is tied like by so many different directions. So you get other films later down the list like Zulawski's Possession or Cronenberg's Videodrome,
Mm.
Carpenter's The Thing, Tobe Hooper's Texas Chainsaw Massacre. They're there, but they haven't quite made the threshold.
Hmm.
Um, so I'd say like horror is underrepresented, but there is like a good argument to be made for a lot of horror adjacent stuff in there as well, like Mulholland Drive in the top 10. Like I feel it very much skirts like the boundary between noir and horror, that film.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And actually, yeah, I made a little list of films that I would say are horror adjacent movies that I would discuss or have discussed
Right.
on my podcast, for example, that are in the list. You've got Parasite at number 93. You've got Blue Velvet at 84. Sunset Boulevard is at 82.
Yeah.
Rear Window at number 14. Night of the Hunter, 26. Persona, I think, is a horror film at number 18. Mulholland Drive, as we've mentioned. 2001 has kind of horror elements, right? And of course, Vertigo at number 2. I think all of these movies do have horror elements to them, but I completely agree with you, Tim. I think there are only 3 films that I think we could all unilaterally, like all kind of unanimously agree are horror films: Psycho, The Shining, and Get Out, right? So as ever,
Yeah.
I think it could do with a few more genre films in that list, you know?
It probably could do. I mean, again, like the counter argument when I was chatting this through with Andrew is that horror, in some ways, has got like this rich heritage of being anti-establishment, and so maybe
Yeah.
canonizing at the top 100, no, it doesn't diminish it, but it maybe isn't its natural home. Like, and maybe actually stuff like Texas Chainsaw is a bit more suited to being just outside of that threshold because it's subversive, it's dangerous, it's grimy,
Yeah.
and it may be actually just off of the mainstream is where we should be. That said, I would love to see Texas Chainsaw in the top 100 because it is one of the greatest films ever made, and it feels like we should be recognizing underrepresented genres as much as we're representing underrepresented talent or people groups or yeah, different kind of identifying characteristics that we might draw lines along.
Yeah, completely agree. There is always that difficult back and forth on that argument. This is something I talked about with Kim Newman on the very first episode of this podcast, where we talked about, I said, horror is underappreciated always with critics, with award ceremonies, whatever. Does that annoy you? And he's like, in a way, that's part of horror. It's like being on the fringes,
Yeah.
being the kind of like the weirdo punk group. If it became mainstream and popular, we might not like it as much. And so I think you're right. There is something to that, right? That it's always like the black sheep that is left off of these kinds of lists. Completely agree.
Yeah. Yeah.
Having said that, what I thought we could do for the next hour is put forward our suggestions for what we think belong on that top 100 list, horror movies that we personally would put on that list. And
Right.
I think maybe we should start off with that question before we get into our picks of the difference, if there is any, between favourite and best. And when you were making this list that I asked you to make, Tim, did you simply compile a list of your 10 favourite horror films, or did you think differently about what you think are the 10 films that belong on this list? Are they 2 different questions for you?
Man, like this is a perennial question that I go back and forth on, because I think they are 2 different categories. Because, for example, I am very happy to say, if we're talking more broadly, I'm happy to say that Citizen Kane and Vertigo are 2 of the best films that have ever been made. They are not 2 of my favorites. I don't have an emotional connection to them.
You're a man that gave Halloween Kills 5 stars.
I'm a man of the hottest takes, only the hottest takes. Yeah, but I mean, there's this balancing act between the things that we enjoy, or even like more profound than that, things that move us and shape us as people. And I know, like, when I think about the very best films, not just horror films, but in films in general, or even more broadly, pieces of art like music and plays and novels, the very best of them for me are kind of transcendental. They kind of go beyond just being mere artistic artifacts, and they have this profound impact to shape you as a person. Like, I know I am a different person because certain favorite pieces of art that I've consumed, like particular albums or particular movies, and they've clarified my thinking on things. They've profoundly moved me. So it's not just like I like that one better. It's like that one I think is a influential for me personally kind of titan of art. And that will just be different. I mean, art is subjective, and so it's entirely appropriate that loads of people feel that way about Vertigo. That's not my personal experience. Like, I feel that way about Here's another hot take for you. In my top 10 is the Transformers the movie, the 1986 animated classic.
I love that
Um,
though. I love that.
but
Yeah,
yeah,
I mean, in my sight and sound list that I submitted, I put Black Christmas on there just because I was
good.
like, it's my favorite, and I would love to see it get some love on that list.
Yeah,
However, the 10 that I've got in my list for this conversation, I've gone slightly different, and I've approached it in what I think are 10 of the most important films in the horror genre that haven't. I think I chose to pick films that weren't on the list already as well.
okay.
But we've both approached this in different ways. I've gone with 10 movies that I think should be on that list, and a lot of them are personal favorites of mine, but also some of them aren't quite necessarily in my own personal top 10,
Okay.
but movies that I think give a representation of horror and deserve those props,
100%. And I think that's the tension, isn't it? I went the other way. I wrote down a list that are my personal favorites, the stuff which gave me that, like I just said, like that kind of feeling transcendence and being incredibly influential for me. But then the flip side is I looked over and I was like, all of my films were made after 1970, and I wish I'd made space for something
Yeah.
like from the 40s or yeah, and all of my films are directed. Let me just double check this is correct. Yeah, they're all directed by men as well. We've got some female-centric stories, but they're all directed by men. And again, I kind of like look at myself and go, I wish that wasn't the case. But I also have to kind of be honest that these are the films that have had the most impact to me. So there's not a right answer. People just have to kind
No,
of vote with their consciences. And at the end of the
absolutely.
day, the whole point is to celebrate cinema anyway. So like if you're doing it to celebrate cinema, I don't think you can go wrong, really.
I love this. Musy Mike in the comments has said, I prefer It 2017 to The Shining and Get Out. I mean,
Amen.
fair. Absolutely fair. It was also the biggest grossing horror movie of all time is It Chapter
It
1
was.
in
It
2017.
was.
That in itself, I think, makes an argument for maybe a movie like that should be on a list like this, because that is a
Yeah.
movie that audiences flocked to repeatedly, right? And, yeah, I think that's fair.
That's true. It's totally fair. I think in terms of popularity as a rubric, I would say maybe there are other lists for that, like the
Exactly,
IMDb
yeah.
list,
Yeah, yeah.
and so like yeah, I think that opinion is entirely valid, and this is what makes it so interesting. Like I love cinema, of course, but I love the community around cinema, and like if we were not doing this over the internet, if we were in like a big auditorium for 24 hours, I would love to have a bunch of beers with you guys and talk about this.
Yeah.
I know it's like 9 in the morning. I'm not having a couple of minutes, but
Starting
uh,
early. Love it.
I mean, I'm saying it's coffee, but it's grandpa's special sauce.
Yes,
No, like,
exactly.
yeah, I mean, I'd love if I don't like kind of like hot takes for the sake of it, but if someone has got a niche opinion and you genuinely believe it, I'm like, I love that, man. Yeah,
Yeah,
just go with what you love. Life's too short
always.
to kind of perform for other people. Just love what you love.
Always, always. Well, why don't we go back and forth and run through our list of 10, right? I haven't ranked them in order. I've put them in just chronological order for the purpose of this. Because actually, when we submit our top 10s for the list, you don't have to rank them. You just put 1 to 10 in any order.
Yep.
So, Tim, what's your first pick? What was the first title on your list?
So the first film on my list is Ken Russell's The Devils.
Oh, what a movie. And I agree with you. This deserves to be in there.
Thanks, man. I like the kind of like sense of exultation you said there. You looked a little bit like Vanessa Redgrave.
Yeah, exactly. Just, where's my bone?
Where's my bone?
Where's
Hashtag,
my
yeah.
bone? He says at 9 a.m. on a Sunday morning. Yeah, tell me why you think this one deserves to be on the list.
So I've always been like really profoundly moved by stories of people who try and maintain their integrity in the face of overwhelming oppression. And one of my favorite non-horror films is the Carl Theodor Dreyer movie, The Passion of Joan of Arc, which is on the list and does feature quite highly.
Mm.
And that's, of course, the story of Joan of Arc, who is suffering religious persecution to recant on her faith and is ultimately burnt at the stake. And like for me, like this is an excellent counterpoint because it's about a guy, Father Grandier, who is set up essentially by the religious and political establishment, who are the devils of the title. The devils are not supernatural demons; they're the machinations of evil men, and they set him up to take the fall for alleged witchcraft. But actually, he's a very sexy guy, and like all the nuns around him have been whipped into a sexual frenzy by him because of their own repression. And he's faced with the chance of like, will he admit to being a warlock or a wizard? and like, you're using occult means to sexually excite these women? Or will he say, that's not true, I'm gonna stand my ground?
Mm.
And I love that. I mean, for me, that will never not be a compelling story. I find like Ken Russell is a fascinating director. I find he was Catholic himself, so he's not like ripping against the church in general, but he's talking about like the hypocrisy that can exist in religious establishments and the requirement of somebody just to kind of have the integrity to not bend the knee in fear to that kind of evil political will. I think it's a profound work. I think it's famous for being fairly extreme. Like we still can't see the uncut version because Warner Brothers have buried it in their vault because it's deemed to be too blasphemous. Which
Yeah.
always makes people want to see it more. But yeah, I think it's incredible. Even its cut form that you can pick it up on physical media here in the UK. It's even in its cut form, it's incredible.
It's absolutely an astonishing film. I think you're right. I think it tackles all of those themes you talked about so powerfully. It also is fucking beautiful, right? It's one of the
Right.
most beautiful film, like that kind of Derek Jarman kind of set design. The performances are so heightened and quite deranged in the most brilliant way, right? And it's one of those films you hear about right before you see it. It's almost like everyone remembers their first experience of watching The Devils, and it is just such
Yeah.
it's an overwhelming experience in a lot of ways. And I think it absolutely should be on the list in the way that it kind of really demonstrates what cinema can do, right, at its most powerful, for sure.
Yeah, 100%, man. Like I'm always here for stuff which is transgressive, but not for the sake of just being a like kind of an
Yeah.
edgelord, but stuff which is there. It's supposed to confront our deepest shames and our deepest issues, but also bring an element of hope. And although that film is in many ways it's just extreme and then bleak, um, the fact, I mean, without spoiling it for anyone who's not seen it, there is like a level of inspiration in there, being like, you know what, like you can, because he's not even like Oliver Reed's character is a particularly good guy, but he just doesn't play the games of the people around him. And I think like that's just an encouragement, particularly when it feels in 2024 politically people are still losing their minds relatively on a regular basis. We're in a general election year here in the UK, and you're like, oh man, what's coming down the line? Who knows at this
For
stage?
sure. Yeah.
It's just like a call to integrity, and I love that.
Absolutely agree. That's a great pick. So with my first pick, I'm going chronologically, and I really wanted to represent some classic horror because I do think it's missing from the list, and I think it deserves to be on there. So I've gone with Bride of Frankenstein, the Universal horror movie. Now, this isn't necessarily in my personal top 10. It would be up there, but it's always been, like I say, I think that the gothic classic kind of universal horror era I think should be represented as such a huge, monumental, important part of cinema history. And I think Bride of Frankenstein is the best Universal horror film. I think it still holds up. It looks incredible. It's funny and dark and subversive, and it is transgressive in a lot of ways. There are kind of like interesting queer subtexts to that film. Like there's stuff that holds up so well about it. The visual effects and the kind of the fun kind of trickery of the people that get shrunk down and all of that kind of thing. Great. That massive dramatic ending with the bride herself. Like, I think there's just some phenomenal stuff going on in that film. And I think, again, that idea of just wanting to represent, if you've got 100 films, I think one of that 100 could represent the Universal monster movie era, and I think Bride of Frankenstein is the best example of that movement,
It's so good. I mean, can I out myself and say this is the one film on your list which I've not seen?
Oh, Tim, you've got to see it. You've got to see it. It's so good.
Yeah.
Like how? Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen a lot of the Universal monster movies. Like I've seen the big ones. I've seen Dracula, Frankenstein, I think the Wolfman, Creature from the Black Lagoon, and a couple of others. But of the ones I've seen, I do find Bride of Frankenstein in a different league to everything else. I think it's so entertaining and so fun, but also like just impeccably made. I think James Whale was kind of a genius,
Yeah.
So yeah.
No, yeah, I love him as a director, and I've got a Blu-ray box set of the Universal monster movies, which I have been working my way through, but haven't got to the bride yet. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to it, man.
Love that. So there you go. That's first on my list, Bride of Frankenstein. What's next on your list, Tim?
So I don't think this is a particularly niche or hot take, but my second choice in chronological order is The Exorcist.
I actually can't believe that The Exorcist isn't on the list. That
You
is
know,
mad.
it's not only not on the list. I've just done like a quick Control F on the list because I got it open in a tab here. I don't
Yeah.
think it's in the top 250. And I'm like,
that is insane to me, actually. Like, in a way, I would have put money on it being on that list, maybe even over The Shining. You know, that's crazy that it's
yeah.
not. Yeah.
I think, I mean, Mark Kermode alone, he probably would have voted like 10 times for this, so they should have pushed it up, right?
Maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's his colleagues being like, "Oh, I'm not putting The Exorcist on my list."
Yeah,
know?
Mark will vote for it.
Yeah. So tell me about your relationship with this movie, Tim.
I mean, that's probably the best question, isn't it? Because there's nothing you can really say about this film that's not been said already. So, but my personal relationship is that I turned 18 in the late 90s, which was when James Furman, the head of the BBFC, stood down around about that sort of that end of the millennium type era. And when he stood down, a bunch of films which he'd previously either barred from getting released or he'd strongly discouraged from being submitted got like re-releases. And so we got The Texas Chainsaw and we got The Exorcist came to theaters, and it came in a particular version as well. This was called The Version You've Never Seen, which was an expanded or recut version which brought the film more closely in line with the writer, William Peter Blatty, his original vision for the film. Having not seen the theatrical version at that time, I didn't know what that meant, but I went to see it. And we should say with the support of Mark Kermode, who was instrumental in kind of bringing that to UK screens. But yeah, so I saw it 3 times in theaters. I was that kind of gothy teenager dressed all in black with my friends going to The Exorcist again and again.
Yes.
Hey, living the dream.
Love it.
And again, you know, I just like I've always found it really weirdly like quite a comforting film. Like I know it's frightening, but it is also a film about good ultimately triumphing over evil, for me anyway. And I love that similar to The Devils. I mean, they're good kind of counterpoints, I guess. Is that the hero that we kind of spend a lot of time with isn't so much Reagan as the little girl, which I know is a criticism of the film. Like some people would argue she's marginalized in her own story, and they're absolutely right. But we focus mainly on Father Karras, played by Jason Miller. And for me, Jason Miller gives one of the great horror performances of all time as this highly conflicted priest who is losing his faith. His mum's just died. He's just falling apart at the seams. And yet in that moment, he comes into this supernatural situation of a possessed little girl, and he has to decide what does he believe. And for me, it's just like a shining example of kind of new Hollywood from the 70s, you know, where you've got these kind of complex, morally flawed individuals who feel like real people. And it's just shot in this kind of cinema verite, realistic way. Like Friedkin was a documentarian, and like it feels dangerous. It feels like it's real. And I've seen it like so many times since. I never stop getting something out of it. Like I always feel like kind of like almost cleansed by watching it, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it's a phenomenal, what can you say? It's a perfect movie, isn't it? It's a perfect horror movie. I did a whole retrospective and rewatched all of the Exorcist films again last year. I rewatched all of, as you know, William Friedkin films as well, and we did a chat together on cruising. Is William Friedkin, if you've got the tab to hand, Tim, is William Friedkin represented at all on that list? Is the French Connection on that top 100, I wonder? Because it really does surprise me, and I almost wonder if this list was done now, a couple of years later, post Friedkin's passing, I wonder if he might be more in the forefront of people's mind, you know? Because I think that's the pick I'm most shocked about, that The Exorcist isn't on the list, you know?
I mean, so using the highly scientific method of Control F on my laptop, no, he's not on there.
That's mad to me, isn't it? No French Connection either. That is mad. Excellent pick. I mean, absolutely very much deserving of being in that top 100 list. That's The Exorcist. For my next pick, I wanted to pick something, again, a little bit more classic gothic ghost story, because I feel like that is not really represented. And again, I've gone with what I think is the best of the kind of British classic gothic ghost story, and that is Jack Clayton's The Innocents from 1961. This is also just a personal favourite of mine. It was in my top 10 that I submitted, actually. Have you seen this one, Tim?
Yeah.
Oh, I just love this film so much. I think, again, just like technically, I think it's one of the most beautiful looking movies ever made. You know, it's up there with Night of the Hunter for me, which is another one of my favourites, which was on my list. Just in terms of just the most stunning black and white cinematography you've ever seen. The way it uses sound design, the way that it shows you so little. And it's a, you know, I think the best kind of ghost stories, the best kind of Victorian ghost stories are sort of about the repressed, right? The kind of the return of the repressed. And British ghost stories are the best at that, about that kind of repression, and there is so much that goes unsaid in The Innocents. That like just beneath the surface, there is this really dark story, and there is a kind of like weird seediness to it as well that is never quite overt on screen, because it's that kind of buttoned up Victorian Britain. But it is there, right? Just bubbling under the surface, all the way up to that incredibly, quite shocking final shot with Deborah Carr kissing the little boy. Like everything about that film is actually so much more kind of seedy and weird and creepy and transgressive than it initially appears. But it's done in this beautiful kind of very classic way, I think, that it gets away with it. And I think it's just one of those examples of what horror can do by showing you very, very little. Just a woman standing across a lake, or just children's voices in a nursery, or whatever it might be. Again, I just think it's the best example of those types of movies.
So good, man. I was going to ask you actually, with that famous sequence of the ghostly apparition standing across the lake, like, is that one of the most influential horror images for you? Because, like, I think it was a direct influence on Carpenter for Halloween, with Michael standing behind the hedgerows, and it feels like that's a trope we've seen like countless times since. But I'm wondering, was this maybe the first one, or certainly close to being the first one?
I think it absolutely was. That idea of like, you don't even get a zoom in on it, you don't even get a close up, you don't even get necessarily a big music cue to tell you that's something scary. It's just like this distant blink and you miss it thing, and I love those kinds of scares. It's what we see in everything, all the way up to films like Lake Mungo, right? That idea of just like somebody's in the background, and there's just a wonderful kind of uncanny quality to The Innocents that really, again, demonstrates a different kind of horror to the movies, for example, from the 1970s that we've been discussing. I think, again, I would love to see this kind of a horror movie represented on the list, for sure.
Yeah, it's so good, man. You're making me feel a bit spooked out there, talking about
I know!
Scanning the background of our Zoom screens to be looking for something just appearing,
I know. It's so good. I was just having a look through the comments. A lot of people have given some love to The Exorcist 3 too. Stefan has said The Exorcist 3 is my favourite of the Exorcist movies. I would love to see The Exorcist 3 in this list. I mean, that would never happen, but that's a brilliant movie too, right? So good.
Yeah, oh, man. I mean, the so-called trilogy of faith from Blatty, which is Exorcist, Exorcist 3, and The Ninth Configuration, for me, like, that is a very, very strong trilogy. Like, Ninth Configuration, underappreciated. That film is a masterpiece as well, with a lot of the same talent from those other movies. So yeah, absolutely agree.
Incredible stuff. So there you go. That's my second pick, The Innocents from 1961. What is your third pick, Tim?
So, I mean, I had voted for, I'll put down here my favourite films, but I realised it reads like a very safe list. I've got a couple of wild cards, but my next one is The Texas Chainsaw Massacre. So.
Well, delightful. And obviously this is on my list too.
Of course.
I think we're in agreement, right, Tim, that it's I mean, for me, it is the greatest horror movie ever made. I don't think that horror gets better than The Texas Chainsaw Massacre. What's your kind of relationship with it?
Yeah, I mean, as I mentioned a moment ago, this got a theatrical re-release in the late 90s, early noughties, that sort of time. And so my first time seeing it was in a packed cinema, probably on a Friday or Saturday night, knowing nothing about it other than its reputation. And I just remember going in just being overwhelmed. And I think if you've never seen it projected, like, really try and, if the opportunity presents itself, do try and do so, because it is something else. And it's the bits I remember is not even the moments of violence so much as these extreme close-ups of like a spider's nest bursting, or a rolling eyeball of somebody in complete panic mode. The soundscape, like, you've of course got the kind of discordant, like, of the photos at the beginning, but like all the way through, it just feels like you have been assaulted by watching this film. And that might not sound like the biggest endorsement, but like, again, it's quite a cleansing experience. Like John Carpenter said about the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, that it terrified him. It took him to the very edge of what he could take, and then he went home and slept like a baby.
Yes.
And for me, that's my experience with the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I think it's a perfect, grotty, horrible, delightful film.
It is. It's the best. Again, if we're talking different types of horror being represented, everything we've talked about so far has been quite beautiful, quite classic in the way it's made. I think something needs to be represented that is that kind of Night of the Living Dead, Texas Chainsaw, like you say, that grainy, grimy, grotty, verite kind of horror. And it is the best example of that, isn't it? It is like, I think, I've talked about this so much, but I think there's something truly magic about that film. I think it is the perfect demonstration of what filmmaking can be, because you almost can't put into words why it's such a scary experience. Like, they don't show you any violence. You don't see a chainsaw massacre. I think one person gets killed on screen by a chainsaw, right? There's no blood when that even happens. Like, and yet you come out of that thinking you've just watched the most extreme, horrible movie you've ever seen. Like John Carpenter said, it takes you right to the edge of what you can take. And that is purely down to the cinematography, the editing, the sound design, right? It is just pure filmmaking in that regard. And everything from that opening scroll telling you, the film that you are about to see is an account. Like, everything from that moment onwards is designed to make you feel terrified, on edge, like you're watching something you shouldn't be, right? It's just phenomenal filmmaking. So good.
It is. And 50 years old this year, and it's not lost any of that power.
Yeah.
I mean, like, what you're saying there about the violence not being on screen, I don't know if it's apocryphal or not, but like the story that Tobe Hooper wanted to secure a low certification rating so he didn't put any blood in him.
Yeah.
And then, like, everyone was like, no. And the BBFC, we mentioned James Furman before, like him saying it is impossible to cut a bit out of this film because it is not a moment which is too much. It is the entire atmosphere of pervading dread. Because you're right, like, what are you going to cut out? I mean, like, there's a bit where a woman gets put on a hook, but you don't even really see it. You see the hook, you see her scream.
It's absolutely, that is, because I spoke to somebody from the BBFC on the podcast a few years ago, and we talked about the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, because he was talking about how every now and then films get reassessed by the BBFC and they get given, sometimes a lot of films from back then have gone from an 18 down to a 15, because sensibilities have changed, right? And I was like, if you went back and did Texas Chainsaw again, would that certificate go down from an 18? And he was like, no. But I was like, there's no, we've just spent an hour talking about, with this BBFC man, about, sex and violence and what you show and what makes it an 18. I was like, this film doesn't have any of that. And he was like, but it's too much tonally. He was like, there is, and exactly as you said to him, he was like, there's nothing that you could cut or tweak from this film that would make it any less horrifying to sit through. And it was actually like pulled from release by the BBFC, right? Like, it actually wasn't available until the late 90s, and it's one of the only films ever to have just been basically banned for being too scary. Like, there was no other reason for it other than it was just because it didn't show anything that, wasn't allowed. It was just banned for being too scary, basically. Like, and that is, what a badge of honor, essentially.
What a badge of honor. And I think if we're talking about like films being off the mainstream, subversive, the punk kids of cinema, this is the king of the punks, because like you said, it was the definition of taboo, banned. I mean, it's the only film I've ever bought a pirated copy of. Like, please forgive me, physical media fans. Like, I fully believe in paying for your physical media, but because it was banned, this was the way I got hold of it in the 90s. I've since bought it like several times in real copies. So
you had to do. You've got to do what you've got to do, right? When these things aren't available,
But I still remember like the feeling of going through this kind of like car boot set and finding a copy, and it was like a photocopied inlay in a VHS tape holder, and I was like, even that I felt like, ooh, I'm kind of purchasing something which is a copy of a copy.
Yes. Oh my god, it is. That's the thing. It's like, it's one of those movies that you hear about, that you have recommended to you, that you have passed on, and it is just like, and there's something to that. The power of that film almost exists outside of the film itself, I think, doesn't it? And also, maybe the greatest title of all time, right? As well. Like, again, has there ever been a more provocative title than the Texas Chainsaw Massacre as well? And even the way it's delivered, like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, like, it's just, even the sound of the title is kind of scrunchy and grimy and horrible. Do you know what I mean?
It's so good. And the way it ends as well, like, it's like, you witness this, like, I mean, it's short as well, which is always, in my book, a good thing. I love a long film, but like, a sub 90-minute film is a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
And it just kind of ends,
It just, oh my god, it just ends and you're like, what did I just see? That kind of smash cut to black, right? And then the credits happen. It's, incredible stuff.
Yeah, let's put it
Absolutely
on now.
incredible.
I'm ready to. I know. Yeah, it's
I'm so ready. I'm so ready.
9:30 on a Sunday morning.
Yeah.
Perfect time. Come on, kids.
Yeah, and actually, it is a hard movie to watch, isn't it? Like, I say this a lot to people as well, because it is the film I often cite as my favourite ever horror movie. But actually, it's not a film I've seen as many times as I've watched The Thing or Scream or some of my other favourites. It's not one I will just pop on, even though I think it's the best, you know? So, yeah, such is that film's power. Yeah.
It's too powerful. It's too violative. You know, you go through something when you watch it. You need to build in some self-care time after watching it. It's
I love that. So there you go. Texas Chainsaw Massacre. That's on both our lists. Quick pause to say that we have nearly reached £3,500 raised so far, which is so exciting. Thank you so much to everybody that's donated so far. Please do just scan the barcode, head to the GoFundMe page and donate if you can. It's massively appreciated. We've set the current goal is to 5,000, so I want to really see if we can reach that goal today. Thank you so much to everyone who's donated. So let's get back to my next pick. So I'm staying in the 1970s, and it's so hard, right, Tim, not to just pick 10 films from the 1970s. That's why I tried so hard to pick like a select few. But my next pick I had to include was The Wicker Man from 1973, because again, when I was trying to... I guess what I really wanted to try and do with my list is to try and show the scope of horror and the different types of horror. And again, The Wicker Man is so unlike anything else ever made, really. Like, it still just stands apart. It's like, what is this? Is this a musical? Is this a comedy? Oh, no, it's like a nightmare. Like, and it really takes you on a journey, right? Where, you know, tonally, it doesn't feel like a horror movie for the most part. Narratively, it almost doesn't feel like a horror movie for the most part. And yet... that feeling of absolute dread that just goes like that. I think it's the only film for me, horror film wise, that just has that gradual crescendo to what remains, right, one of the most powerful and horrific endings of all time. I think it is. It's like so good. Are you a fan of this one, Tim?
I am. Yeah, and pretty much for precisely the reasons you've just articulated, because it feels like it's a sex comedy for like maybe the first 45 minutes.
It's like you're watching a Carry On film or something.
It is. It's like, this seems like a pretty cool place to go to. They're all like having a drink, they're having a dance. Like, they seem like good time people. Oh, hang on a second, they've got like some creepy like symbols hanging up, and like those kids in the classroom are talking about dicks, and that doesn't feel like it's particularly appropriate. And and then the performance from Edward Woodward at the end, where he just sees the Wicker Man and he just breaks down, is like blood chilling. It's where like the reality of his situation hits him, and he realizes he's been a trap this whole time, and it is. Yeah, I mean, like, it just the way his performance is so carefully calibrated to go from hysteria to kind of acceptance, and you end with that kind of juxtaposition of him singing a hymn as he burns to death, and them worshipping the sun god or the harvest. It is. I mean, and again, short film, 5-star masterpiece.
Short film, perfect, funny. It is one that I can put on any time. You know, this is what's different to the Texas Chainsaw Massacre for me, is that if The Wicker Man is on TV, I will sit and watch the whole thing. Like, I will so easily, you know, I've got the vinyl soundtrack. I love the music to it. I love the look of it, the style of it. I love everything. I love the personality of this film, right? It's British quirkiness. It's like you say, that kind of bawdy sex comedy vibe to it, underpinned by this absolute, like, quintessentially British horror, like British sense of dread. And also, I wanted to see Christopher Lee represented on this list, right? And there is, has there ever been a better Christopher Lee performance as well than this one?
I love it.
So good. I've got some comments here I'll read as well. A lot of people showing a lot of love for The Wicker Man. Lexi says, I remember first seeing The Wicker Man, and at the end, all I could think was, what? Where's the cavalry? This isn't how movies should end. Agreed. Like, I think the first time I watched that, I was like, okay, when is the last minute escape? When is the last minute somebody's going to come in and save him? And then the thing just spoiler alert, the thing just burns and the credits just start rolling, and you go, oh, fucking hell. You know, it's like, a real downer.
I mean, it's interesting. If you put like Texas Chainsaw and Wicker Man as films which just end as well, we could also then talk about Kill List as like the kind of the child of those two films, which has a similarly like escalating sense of dread where you just feel sick to your stomach and you don't know quite why.
Yes.
And it is folk horror, which draws heavily from Wicker Man, but it also has that kind of very grungy, violent quality.
Mm.
Like the hammer sequence, for example, in that film, feels very much of a piece with Leatherface's hammer sequence.
Yes,
So
yes,
yeah, I mean,
yes.
incredibly influential, The Wicker Man as well.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah, it is so influential. It's just lived on and lived on. It basically defines an entire subgenre, and yet it also just stands apart from anything else like it, right? It's just like nothing else will ever come close. Even Robin Hardy himself tried to make a sequel to it, and it didn't. Nothing has, like, the remake, obviously, with Nick Cage, like, I know it has its defenders, but nothing has
Brad Pitt's
ever.
at you. Brad Hanson.
I know,
Brad
I
Hanson's
know,
at Witcher.
but nothing has been able to recapture whatever that magic is in that film. Right? It's just entirely unique, completely unique. I love it so much.
Yeah.
So there you go. That's The Wicker Man. That was next on my list. What is next on your list, Tim?
So I have gone for a film which is actually represented in the top 100, and that is Stanley Kubrick's The Shining.
I mean, of course, and it was in my top 10 that I submitted.
Hey, so what's your top 10 just horror films? Because
It was so funny because I was like, oh, I really need to not just do all horror films. So I basically have Singing in the Rain and 9 horror films. No, I had.
that's such a...
I think I had a couple of horror. I think I had Jurassic Park. You could argue that's horror, but it's also, I was like, it's a family film. And Battle Royale as well, Tim, was on my Sight and Sound list as well, which, you know, we could argue to the cows come home as to whether or not that's a horror film. But yeah, the only like definitively non-horror film I had was Singing in the Rain, and then like 9 nasty genre films, basically.
Love
so,
it. I mean,
yeah.
Singing in the Rain is so positive, though. It kind of like, it's got enough positivity to offset 9 nasty movies, right? You know?
Exactly. Yeah, so sorry, Tim, The Shining.
No.
Tell me why that belongs on your list.
So, I mean, The Shining is not a film which I loved when I first saw it. Like, I saw it as a kid, and maybe on like a Film 4 screening or something, and its reputation again preceded it. And I was, if I'm really honest, maybe a little bit bored at times by it because
Yeah.
it is a kind of slow, a little bit abstract, and it's one of those films I've just watched again and again, trying to like understand why it was so beloved. And then maybe for about 4 or 5 years ago, it just clicked for me. And it was like, and for me, I mean, there are like so many ways to read this movie. There's like an entire documentary about the different interpretations you can bring to it. But for me, what made it click was I was like, this feels like it's about white male violence. Like of course, Jack, played by Jack Nicholson, is a white male, but the Overlook's built on literally on the bones and on the blood of indigenous people, and it's about like the kind of generational toxicity of that kind of unfettered entitlement that just harms women, harms children, harms minority groups.
Yeah.
And I mean, that might feel like a really obvious comment. People might be watching this going, "Yeah, dude, I got that when I was 14. Like, what's wrong with you?" But
No.
for me, it took a while to drop, and I was like, when that clicked, I was like, this film is just transcendent again. Like so, and then watching it again and again with that lens, I've just fallen very much in love with it. And so, I mean, I'm sitting here in my study. I've got behind me my Overlook cushions on the couch next to me.
Oh, look at that. Love it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I echo everything you just said, and I totally understand it. It is a movie where so many people don't love The Shining. Actually, like a surprising amount of kind of horror fans too. Maybe it's because it's kind of become that much more mainstream, like it is in the Sight and Sound list, right? And I think there is an element now where people kind of go, oh yeah, The Shining, okay. Like it's almost like a given, okay, that's going to be top of everyone's list. I understand that there's almost a bit of fatigue with it at times, but I think it is one of the greatest films ever made, just not just one of the greatest horror films ever made. And I think similarly I would put it on a par with the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, where you don't quite understand what this film is doing to make you feel so uncomfortable, and yet it is doing it so well, right? So palpably. Like, it couldn't be more different, actually, in a way, to the Texas Chainsaw Massacre in the way it looks. Like, it's so formally made, those kind of steady cam shots and those long kind of empty spaces, and everything is kind of wide shots, and it's very kind of formal, I suppose, in that kind of Stanley Kubrick way, and it's cold. And I was just talking before you joined the chat, actually, when I was answering mailbag questions about the editing of The Shining. The editing is weird, right? Like, people talk sort of robotically, and then there'll be a pause, and then it will cut to the person replying, and then there'll be a pause, and everything is kind of like weird and off in that way that initially it can appear a bit like it's dragging, a bit like it might be, if it's not working for you, it can feel boring and plodding. But again, this is kind of personal taste and it's subjective, but for me everything about it puts me on edge. Like everything, like why is that carpet pattern so frightening? Why is that empty corridor so frightening? Why is the way that these people are talking to each other, this family in the car are having a seemingly normal conversation, and yet everything feels terrifying, right? And it has that in spades from the very beginning. So it's just wonderful. And it's like 5 or 6 different films in one. You're right. You can watch it as a supernatural ghost story about an evil hotel. You can watch it as a story about an abusive father and husband, right? You can read it as this kind of like the Native American burial ground, and is it a movie about kind of genocide? And there've been obviously so many readings into that. There are so many readings into this film that there is a whole film about the readings of this film, right? As well. That's the thing. It's so kind of opaque in what it's doing and what it's exploring, and
the fact it still yields like readings all these years later. And I mean, like, it's like content warning for people listening about harm to children, because of course Danny is at harm in this movie, and so if you've got little ones with you, maybe like step in the other room for a second. But the famous shot in The Shining, which I feel captures that uncanny magic you've just described, is the bit where Wendy sees the guy apparently getting a blowjob off of that other guy dressed as a bear.
Scariest. And one of the scariest images in horror history.
but you're like, what does that mean? And then I read a really compelling read of it, is where that Danny, I think, has a jumper earlier on with a bear on it. And the reading of, like, this is Wendy realizing that Jack has sexually abused Danny. And that's her coming to that revelation. So she's like recoiling, not because it's a freaky image only, it is that, but it's also like the revelation of like evil isn't a spooky hotel, it's within the family unit. And for me, again, like I was like, if that was a reading which kind of satisfied the explanation for me about why it feels so evil wrong,
yes
but yeah, sure. The Shining, man, just keeps on giving.
It does. We did a poll on Patreon for the best horror performances of all time, and of course Jack Nicholson and Shelley Duvall are both in the top 10, I think. And actually what I was really pleased about was that Shelley Duvall placed higher than Jack Nicholson, because I think both those performances are doing brilliant things in their own way. But I think you're absolutely right, Tim. I think you get something new from that film when you watch it through the lens of what that wife is going through, right? And being with that husband, like when you actually see it as the story of an abusive husband and father, and you realize that actually Wendy is sort of the main character of that film, I think suddenly everything slots into place. Yeah, absolutely right. It's the gift that keeps on giving, The Shining. I absolutely love 100%. It. Great pick. My next pick is, again, like a film I'm absolutely in love with from the 1980s, and I wanted to see a bit of proper body horror represented. And again, for me, this is the high benchmark of body horror. It's The Fly from 1986, David Cronenberg. And I actually think that this movie, it's thought of as a kind of schlocky genre film because it is really gross and it's got loads of horrible like pus and blood and body parts and stuff, and it is really grim, but it's also one of the most beautiful films in the horror genre ever to have been made, 100%. I think, right? Like, I think if we, that horrible term kind of elevated horror, this is elevated horror as well. Like, this is like Oscar-worthy performances and writing, I think, I'm a fly who dreamt he was a man, and now the dream is over and the fly is awake, or whatever. Like, all of those incredible lines of dialogue that sound so poetic and beautiful. That central love story between Seth Brundle and Gina Davis's character, like those two performances, it's actually just such a beautifully simple story that kind of works as an allegory for terminal illness, right? Whether it's cancer or AIDS or whatever people read into it at the time. It's essentially, you're just like watching a man slowly deteriorate and die, and it's a devastating story. It's one of the few horror movies that makes me cry. So I think it is absolutely like, for me, it's like an Oscar-worthy film, but it is also gross and gnarly, and it's got some of the most visceral body horror I've ever seen to this day as well. Man.
Yeah, the Oscar for Best Supporting Actor goes to Jeff Goldblum's penis in the medicine cabinet. It's, Yeah, yeah. No, I mean,
Yes.
The Fly could have so easily been on my list, man. Like,
Yeah.
I completely agree with what you said. It is so emotionally impactful, and people don't talk enough about the emotionality of horror films. Like, we think, or maybe if people aren't into them, they think it's just about getting scared. But like, horror can evoke such a rich range of emotions,
Hmm.
from empathy, sadness, catharsis, and like this is, as you just said so eloquently, it's a love story like dressed up in dripping gooey pus, right? Like it is fundamentally about the breakdown of these people's physical beings while they're trying to hang on to each other. And there is few sadder images than the last moments of The Fly. Spoilers for The Fly, where the Brundle fly grabs the shotgun and puts it against his head, where he's like, there's just enough of his humanity left, where he's like, please just put me down, It's
Just, oh my god,
powerful.
it's devastating. It's beautiful and devastating for a movie about a man turning into a housefly. Like, it is not what you expect, right? It's a classic example of the horror genre not given the credit that it's due, I think, in that regard. Like, it is a
Mm.
quintessential example of that. So many people have written in about The Fly as well. What have people... Oh yeah, so this is interesting. Shundo said Crash and Videodrome made the top 250, but The Fly is better
Mm.
than both of those, they said, which is interesting. I mean, I would agree. I think
Yeah,
Crash and Videodrome are both masterpieces as well, actually. Like, it's
yeah.
very hard to pick a favourite Cronenberg, but I do think The Fly is his masterpiece, in a way, is
I
his
think
best
so.
film, you know?
I think so. I mean, I think like these kind of lists, the films that tend to get elevated are often those which have a bit of cross appeal, like Crash maybe appeals to non-horror fans, and
Yes.
also films which are about filmmaking tend to do quite well. And Videodrome is a film about videotapes, and so I think like those things maybe give it a broader cross appeal, while The Fly is a little bit more like it's a straight horror film. But yeah,
Yeah.
I agree. I think it's better than the other two.
Just like just phenomenal film, perfect movie. That is next on my list. That's The Fly from 1986. Also, maybe arguably, I mean, I know it's between this and The Thing, but the greatest remake of all time as well, right?
Well, it's funny you should say that because my next choice is
Hey,
The Thing. Professional segue. Yeah.
love that. We're so slick,
Um,
Tim. I love it.
Yay!
Tell us about The Thing.
I mean, The Thing is one of those films I just grew up on. Like, I had quite liberal parents who would let me watch all sorts of stuff as a kid, and I just remember seeing it on VHS tape as a nipper. And it's one of those films which you can just watch as a monster movie, like it's a cool film about 12 guys in an Antarctic research base who get attacked by a shape-shifting monster. That's just a cool premise.
Mm.
But like talking about like subtext, it's it's also a film about the collapse of masculinity. And like I'm always really interested in representations of masculinity. I think sometimes what it means to be a man isn't something that we talk loads and loads about. There's quite a lot of talk about like the shortcomings of masculinity, and we absolutely should have those conversations. But like I'm really fascinated about films about like guys coming apart and then grappling with like suppressed feelings, suppressed emotions,
Mm.
and collapsing relationships. And really that's kind of what the thing's about. It's about this group of guys who physically and emotionally come apart over the course of like a couple of hours. And so to me, that's fascinating. And of course,
Yeah.
talking about body horror, it boasts some of the great body horror effects, like the dog thing or like the chest
Yeah.
teeth. These are like
Yeah.
absolutely iconic images. And I mean, Carpenter. I mean, we have to represent. I have to represent Carpenter.
No, I completely agree with you. Isn't it interesting that neither of us had Halloween on our lists, actually, which I know some people
Mm,
might consider like pretty blasphemous. But I do think that The Thing is his best film. I really do. Like, just the craft of The
yeah.
Thing is just incredible, isn't it? And I think you're absolutely right. Like, it's greater than the sum of its parts in a weird way. Like, I think people do think about those set pieces. It's a film of such unbelievably memorable set pieces, like you say, the defibrillator, the dog, the blood test, all those
The blood
amazing
test.
scenes that just they just stay with you forever, right? They're like masterclasses in horror. But the whole film, like you say, has this kind of exploration of masculinity, of isolation, of just that like building kind of madness, really, and anger. The film
Yeah.
starts with them all in a very bad place, doesn't it? Like, you see Kurt Russell's character just like break the computer by pouring his drink all over it and smashing it, and it's like they're already close to the edge when this movie begins,
Mm.
and
Yeah,
then shit
yeah.
hits the fan. Yeah.
It's so good. Yeah, I mean, Kurt Russell had a backstory in his head for playing MacReady that he was a helicopter pilot from Nam who was dealing with trauma. And I
Yeah.
think like that's the other another reading of it is these are like he's a traumatized guy reliving trauma, and ultimately the film ends with him firebombing his own base. So he's kind of going back to the napalm of Vietnam, you know, and it's I mean, again, one of the great horror endings with him and Keith David sitting down. Let's just sit here for a while and see what happens.
Hmm.
So good. And yeah, I mean, the thing was just outside of the top 100. I think it, yeah, for me, it is one of the greatest horror films ever
Yeah.
made.
Yeah, completely agree. It's a perfect, again, just a perfect movie, isn't it? Absolutely incredible. And like you say, Carpenter needs to be represented there.
Yeah,
As does, I think, Wes Craven. And I really wrestled with what I wanted to include at least one slasher movie on my list, and I wanted to include at least one Wes Craven. So I really wrestled with two films, particularly whether to put A Nightmare on Elm Street on there. But in the end, I've gone with Scream for my next pick.
right.
Scream, the original from 1996, just because I've talked about this to death on the podcast, so I won't go on about it for long. But it's such a hugely important movie to me, to my upbringing, to my love of horror. It is the reason, really, for my love of horror. But I also think it's just a movie that has really stood the test of time as just such a smart,
So good.
scary. Like, again, people forget just how scary that first movie is, and I've tried to go with picks that are not just personal favourites, but movies that I think have had a real cultural impact and are important, to cinema history. And I think Scream is one of the most culturally important sort of horror movies of the last 30, 40 years, really. Like, I think it's a milestone in a way. Like, you almost think of horror, particularly slasher, as pre-Scream or post-Scream, like it was such a massive marker in the genre. So yeah, and everything from that opening scene with Drew Barrymore, which works as like the perfect short film, right, all the way through to that blood-drenched finale in the kitchen, which again is a movie that it's been parodied, and there's all the sequels, and we think of it in all these ways where it's just like, oh, it's just Scream, it's just silly Scream. But there's something, again, really smartly written and brilliant about these two toxic teenage boys, privileged as well. Like, all these characters are so unbelievably rich, and the older I get and the more I watch this film, the more that they look like these just horrible little boys, but there's something about it that works so perfectly for the story that Wes Craven and Kevin Williamson were telling. This
good,
was right on the cusp of things like Columbine happening, and I don't know, it really kind of encapsulates the 90s, I think, in a really important way. Are you a fan of Scream?
Hey man, this is on my list too. We had a couple of crossovers, so in fact I was kind of rummaging to my left here. I can't find it. I've got a Ghostface mask kicking around here somewhere because it is, it is just a perfect film. Like, I've got a teenage daughter, and so Scream is a great gateway drug. So I've watched like the first one and a few of the sequels with her, and just revisiting it, I was like, I'd forgotten how perfect that first film was.
Yeah.
Like you said already that the opening 10 minutes is a perfect short, and as a teenager in the 90s, we had in my parents' home, we had the VHS player was looped through the hi-fi, so you could put like a blank audio cassette in and record the audio from films, and I recorded the opening 10 minutes of Scream and would listen to it on the bus ride into sixth form, because I was just that cool a kid.
I love it. That's so great. I mean, we screened the film in the Prince Charles Cinema in London for Josh Tonks has entered the chat as soon as Scream came up. Joshua Tonks is in the chat.
Hello, Joshua.
Hello, Joshua. Josh's favourite. But we screened the film
Absolutely.
for its 25th anniversary in 2021 at the Prince Charles, and it was such a fascinating experience. It was the first time I'd seen it on a big screen, and it begins with her making the popcorn and having the chat and jokes about Elm Street and Friday the 13th, and you could feel the laughter and the vibrancy in the audience. People were laughing, some people were quoting along with it, and it's become that kind of a film. But when the shit suddenly hits the fan in that Drew Barrymore sequence, when she's being ripped open, and her parents are coming home and she's not able to call out for her mum because her throat's been ripped out.
Yeah.
Suddenly you could hear a pin drop in that cinema. Like, everyone was completely silent, everyone was invested, everyone was scared, and it's like Wes Craven has you in the palm of his hand throughout that film. Like moments when there's levity and there's comedy and there's satire, and then moments when he's like, now we are actually in a horror film, and it
100%.
It balances it perfectly, doesn't it? It's so good.
I mean, I just realized I've got two Wes Craven films on my list. But I think the thing that Wes Craven did so well was he took violence seriously.
Yes.
And you see that obviously in Scream, you see it in Lost House on the Left. He was somebody who wanted you to feel for the characters, and then you feel for what happens to them. So, although he's making a movie in a subgenre which is about really, in some ways, pushing characters through the meat grinder, he does it with such empathy. And like the death of Casey Becker is devastating. Like there is few better kills in cinema history than that moment when she's stumbling out of focus around the corner of her house trying to call for her mum, and she gets taken out. And yeah, I mean, it's unparalleled, and I think it is a film which, for me, another one of my litmus tests is, do these films hold up on revisit? And Scream gets better with revisits.
Absolutely.
It's a perfect film.
It's aged like a fine wine, that film, for a film that in some ways seems so much of its time, so mid-90s. I think it is timeless at the same time, incredible
absolutely.
stuff. All right, so that was Scream. What's next on your list, Tim?
So I'm going to go for my other Wes Craven film, which is A Nightmare on Elm Street. Sorry, Mike.
I love it. Do never apologize. I am... of all of the horror directors, I am team Wes Craven. If we're going to include any director twice, let's have
Absolutely.
Wes. Yeah.
You're wearing a Nightmare t-shirt, aren't you?
I'm wearing a Nightmare t-shirt. I'm going to be doing, later this morning, I'm doing a big 40th anniversary deep dive discussion of A Nightmare on Elm Street with Becky and Stevie. That's coming at midday. So I'm having a real Wes Craven day today. I love it.
It's the best kind of day. Yeah, I mean, so we've just done A Nightmare on Elm Street on Moving Pictures Film Club podcast, my horror podcast, and just like getting to look back at it, much like Scream, and this maybe speaks to the fact that Wes Craven was an English professor prior to becoming a horror film director, is that his films are so texturally rich, and that, I mean, Nightmare on Elm Street comes at a really interesting point in the slasher subgenre, because you get Halloween at the end of the 70s, you then get the first wave of imitators like Friday the 13th from 1980 onwards. It kind of burns itself out by like 83 or thereabouts. And then in 84, we get two films which, for my money, revitalized it. And one of them is Nightmare on Elm Street. And the second one is my next choice because I'm a big slasher head. So clearly, this is where my tastes lie.
Yes.
But yeah, and by taking the idea of he can get you in your dreams, it's an incredibly smart idea. But it is also... It plays with this liminality of fear, like I've got a theory, which is that the majority of A Nightmare on Elm Street is in a dream, because after Tina's opening dream sequence, we see the 1, 2, Freddy's coming for you girls with their skipping rope, and then the kids all arrive at school, and then at the end when they're driving off, we see those girls again, and for me that's Craven coding that the whole thing is Nancy's dream, which also helpfully explains how she's still alive for Dream Warriors. But
yeah. Completely agree with you. I won't say too much more because I'm going to be talking about it in depth later today.
Jim.
No. I wanted to hear your thoughts on it. Completely agree with everything you said. I mean, perfect movie. Incredible. A Nightmare on Elm Street from 1984. We've only got 15 minutes left, Tim, and we've got loads of films to talk about. So we'll try and rattle through these a little bit quicker. But my next pick... My list, I found, sadly, was kind of shamefully white and English language, and I wanted to include a little bit of international horror where I could, and I could not include Ring from 1998. I mean, again, like... horror can do more than just scare us, right? Like, not all of these horror films I've talked about are necessarily frightening in the conventional way, but I think Ring might be one of the scariest movies ever made, and I think for that reason it deserves to be on the list, right? Like, so many reasons, but I think that above everything else, it is one of the most scary, terrifying experiences I've ever had watching a film that I will never forget. And again, like, similarly, we screened it last year in a cinema in Cambridge. Becky and I screened it. We asked for a show of hands at the beginning of who had never seen Ring. Quite a lot of people had never seen it. And I said, who has seen the remake but not the original, and a few people had, but a lot of people had never seen either version. And that kind of shocked me. I was like, oh my God, like, you don't know what's about to happen. And again, it was one of those brilliant experiences of hearing people react to it, of just this silence. And then towards the end, when the final scene happens, there was somebody on the same row as Becky and I who just went, oh, fucking hell, just out loud. Just like they were so scared by what was happening, what they were seeing on screen. This is again, this kind of really changed horror in the 90s. You know, it's such an important cultural touchstone in a decade that was known for maybe slightly less kind of scary, transgressive horror cinema. I think unfairly, but I think it, the 90s has that reputation. I think the 1-2 hit of Ring and then Blair Witch really changed everything in horror, right? And Ring is just, again, it's just this perfect example of horror really making you feel absolutely uncomfortable and terrified and uneasy from the very beginning, right? This kind of very conventional ghost story in a way. It's a kind of casting the runes-esque story of like, you receive a cursed object and you have to pass it on, but done in that kind of very unique Asian horror way where everything is kind of slightly off kilter. The story isn't necessarily told in the conventional linear way. Not everything makes complete sense, when you're used to watching kind of Western Hollywood kind of narratives, but all of that just adds to that feeling of unease for me, and like you don't quite know what is happening and where it's going. And the first time you watch it, particularly if like me, you watch it on a VHS tape alone in the house, everything builds to, again, like The Wicker Man, one of the scariest final scenes in cinema history, I think. It's just perfection.
It is perfection. It made me scared of my own TV.
Yeah, yeah. It's kind of an unsafe scare, right? It kind of transcends the TV screen. So when that film ends and you switch it off and you're sat in front of a blank television screen, you don't feel safe in your own house. It's so good.
Yeah, and it just really rewards on repeat visits. I rewatched it fairly recently, and I was just really struck by how sad it is as well. Like the sadness of the central friendship between the divorced couple, because these are people who have so much unsaid between them, but those performances are so rich and so tragic. And I mean, British culture and Japanese culture are kind of similar in that way, that they kind of often trade, like the art, the novels and the films can trade in the unspoken, the suppressed, and I feel like Ring is an excellent example of that.
Musey Mike said, I watched Ring a few weeks ago and was so excited, but I did not get on with it at all. The opening is great and really set me up for a good time, and then ... utter boredom. Wow. And I get it. I get it.
Yeah. I showed this to my teenage daughter and she fell asleep in it. And I was like, oh, come on, kid.
It's a film that is reliant entirely on atmosphere, I think. And if it doesn't get you, it doesn't get you. I think there are films like that, like Lake Mungo, like Blair Witch, like The Shining even, that very little happens and it's either going to get you with its atmosphere or it's not, basically, I think, but it certainly got me. That's Ring from 1998. That's my next pick. Tim, what's your next pick?
So my next pick is the other film from 1984, which is The Terminator. So this is maybe one of those films where people are going to go, that's not a horror film. I'll make the case very quickly. So James Cameron was explicitly inspired, he says, by John Carpenter's Halloween. Yeah. He'd worked with Carpenter. Cameron was a matte painter on Escape from New York. And when you look at it and you kind of think, is The Terminator a Halloween homage? I think, yes, it is about an unstoppable shape, which looks like a man, but it's wearing a mask, not a William Shatner mask. This is the mask of human skin, and it's coming after our final girl. And I think if you read this Terminator as a slasher, for me, it is a horror film. Again, it's a film which is incredibly influential. I know most people will fly the flag probably more for T2 as a straight action film, and T2, of course, is a 5-star movie too. But for me, the first one has that kind of grungy, grimy, neon-soaked 80s vibe, which I just love. And I love that this Nightmare and Elm Street came in the same year, and they both, between them, in my view, revitalized and resurrected the slasher genre. And then we get like another 5-6 years of 80s slashers because of these two movies, I think.
Perfectly put. I agree with everything you just said. I love Terminator. It is a horror film. It is a slasher film. I am going to be covering it on the podcast in a future season. I love it to pieces. And yeah, we're very much on the same page. I love the original and its kind of grungy vibe. So good. So there you go. That's The Terminator. My number 9, I've mentioned it a couple of times. one of the most important modern horror films, I think, is The Blair Witch Project from 1999.
Yeah.
Oh my God. A movie in which 3 people go into the woods and nothing really happens. And yet, it's one of the scariest movies I've ever seen. It's, to this day, I think, scares me. I've rewatched it on the big screen. I've introduced screenings of it. I've watched it on television the other day. It just happened to be on. And my heart started racing during certain moments, even though I've seen it a million times. I think every element of this film is underrated. People don't give it enough credit for how good Heather Donahue and the performances are. People don't give it credit for how good the cinematography and the editing is in this film. The sound design, I think they made found footage look easy. They made it look like anyone can go and shoot the Blair Witch Project and run around in the woods with a video camera. Nobody has ever done it like the Blair Witch Project, right? No. It just stands alone as this truly, truly terrifying, visceral experience. Whether you believed it or not when you first saw it, because I know that the marketing was so important for that film, right? And a lot of people went to the cinema thinking, it's kind of funny when you think about it, that people went to the cinema thinking what they were about to see was real footage of people dying. That wouldn't be playing in a multiplex, but people believed that initially, right? Because of its power. But I think whether you go into it not knowing about it or whether you know it's just a fictional horror film, I think it still works. I think it's still just a terrifying experience, you know?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, for me, this and Ring were the 2 films which have scared me the most badly, probably, in my life.
Yeah.
They're coming 1 year apart. I remember seeing it in theaters in '99, and just the gasps that went round the room in those final moments. I remember, just having a profound impact. And going back to what you were saying about sound design, I feel like sound design is in some ways the great unsung hero profession in horror. We've talked about it for Texas Chainsaw, for Ring, for Blair Witch, and you can do so much with a good sound designer.
Yeah.
That just, you don't need to show this, the stuff on screen because you are experiencing it on a different level. So yeah, completely agree.
Phenomenal film. So that's the Blair Witch Project from '99. Tim, what's next on your list?
I've got another film from '99 because it was some would say, the greatest year in cinema history, and it's a film that you and I have spoken about quite a bit, which is Takashi Miike's Audition.
Oh God! Again, talking of a palpable sense of doom and dread in that film, right? Unbelievable.
Yeah. So, I mean, if people want to hear you and I talk about it at length, there's that episode from the Mind and Body season of Evolution Horror. But very quickly, for me, this is the greatest dissection, literally and figuratively, of relationship dynamics between men and women. It unpacks the way that male privilege left unchecked can just damage everything. It unpacks the emotional fallout in the lives of women and girls, and it unpacks the way that we then have people who are broken people looking for love and connection in faltering and, let's just say, wrong ways. I mean, it involves someone getting their leg cut off. I'm not saying that's the way you should actually form a lasting relationship. But yeah, I've watched it so many times. I had the pleasure of being at Fear 2000 last year, a horror conference, delivering an academic paper on this movie, because I just think it is, for me, this is my second favorite horror film behind The Exorcist. I think it's perfect.
Yeah, I mean, I would urge everyone to check out Tim and I's discussion on that film from the Mind and Body series, like you said, because that was one of my favorite discussions I think I've had on the podcast. So interesting, and your takes on that film are so interesting. But yeah, it is such a rich, dense movie, and it's so many things, right? It's a relationship drama, it's almost a rom-com, and then it's something very, very different. And again, that Wicker Man trajectory of heading towards the most terrifying, sort of final few minutes of any film. So good. Yeah, so good. Perfect pick. So that's Audition from '99, and I'm going to go to my last pick, my 10th film, which I believe is also in your list, Tim.
It is my 10th film.
Oh, perfect. So this is our last one.
Synergy.
Look at that. I wanted to include, we talked about how Texas Chainsaw Massacre is a film that brings you right to the edge of what you can take. I wanted to include at least one horror movie on this list that sort of pushed me beyond that line, that is, to this day, maybe the most upsetting, visceral, disturbing movie I've ever sat through. I wanted to include at least one movie that truly is transgressive and shows you a kind of level of pain and torture and horror that you just don't see elsewhere, right, in any other genre. So my number 10 and your number 10, Tim, is Martyrs, right? Pascal Laugier's Martyrs. A bit of new French extremity. It is like I've talked about this so much about how it's the one film really I think I've ever seen where I was beyond just kind of scared in a conventional horror way. Like, I turned that film off after those final few minutes, and I was just like, well, I feel awful. I felt awful. It was like, the best way I can describe it is that, like, a light in my soul had gone out, Tim. I was in a dark place. It's just such an upsetting film, and every time you think it couldn't get any worse, for me it somehow gets worse, right? It's unbelievable. Tim, tell me about your relationship with this film.
I mean, I love that you described it as a light in your soul going off, and yet this is one of your favourite horror films.
hey, this is the thing. Horror has to do that too, doesn't it? It has to do that to you.
It's so good. Yeah. I mean, I think this is the only film on my list that I've only seen once. And I'm going to rewatch it at some point, but it is, if you need to prepare for the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, it's this times 10 for Martyrs.
Yes.
And it's one of the few films where I've had to actually pause it to take a breath before carrying on watching it, because it was too much. But I mean, I think what it does is it takes the torture porn subgenre, and I mean, Laugier said this was an anti-torture porn movie because it moves away from just like it's a set piece movie in the same way that Saw is, for example. I mean, I love the Saw movies, I should say, so I'm not denigrating them, but they're not heavily ideologically rich in the same way. But yeah, it is a film about the search for meaning, and whether there is any meaning. The thing that I find so impactful, and the reason this is in my top 10, is it never answers that question, but it refocuses it from being, is there meaning, to what does it mean to live your life with someone else? Because, again, spoilers for I'll try and not spoil it too much, but it involves two women who are both horrendously tortured, and in the last 20 minutes it's an extended torture sequence that ends in the most horrific way possible. But during that sequence, the music is very delicate and beautiful at times, and you realize that the person who's suffering the torture is drawing comfort from remembering her friendship with her friend. And for me, it kind of refocuses it from being like, is there meaning? It's like, but are we living life with our friends and the people that we love? And I'm like, actually, that is such an impactful way of reframing it. If you've ever been through some shit, like if you've ever lost people that you love, or maybe right now you're going through a circumstance that's just really tough, knowing that you are not alone and you've got people who love you with you, it just makes the difference. And for me, that's kind of what Martyrs is. So it is nihilistic as hell, but it's also oddly got those grace notes of optimism.
I love that you read that, Tim, into it, because I didn't. Like I said, I felt like the world was a terrible place after watching Martyrs. But yeah, I think that's a beautiful reading of it. And I discussed it in depth with Stacey Ponder, and she said the same thing, that she kind of saw it as a almost love story between two best friends, you know. Yeah, and it's a really lovely way of looking at it. It's a film that is, again, for a film about people being tied to chairs and tortured, it is an incredibly rich, moving experience in a lot of ways, but not for the faint-hearted. Like, that's not one I recommend to people easily, you know. No,
it's not a date night movie for most people.
Not a date night movie. Oh my god. So there you go, we did it, Tim, with 2 minutes to spare before 10:30. Love this. Let's just quickly sum up and run through our lists one more time. So I'll go through mine. My 10 were Bride of Frankenstein, The Innocents, The Wicker Man, Texas Chainsaw, The Fly, Scream, Ring, Blair Witch, and Martyrs. I'm very happy with my 10. And Tim, go through yours one more time.
The Devils, The Exorcist, The Texas Chainsaw Massacre, The Shining, The Thing. I apparently have a penchant for the definite article. A Nightmare on Elm Street, The Terminator, and then Scream, Audition, and Martyrs.
Fantastic! A great couple of lists there. I think, you know, like, so. Maybe you never know. Maybe some of these might see the Sight and Sound list one day. Maybe they'll be included. I wouldn't be surprised if one day The Exorcist and Texas Chainsaw, if I had to place money on two of those films we've mentioned making it into the list one day in the future, I would say maybe those two have the best shot, you know?
Yeah, I mean Texas Chainsaw and The Thing are only just outside. They're
Oh,
both
and the
tied
thing.
at 118. Yeah. So
Yeah,
like I
yeah.
think if anything's gonna like get just over the edge, like those two maybe. So if you are asked to vote in 2032 and you want to vote tactically, you could do worse than voting for one of those two movies.
100%. 100%. Well, Tim, thank you so much. Just remind people one more time before you go, where can they come and check out your stuff and your new podcast, Top 100?
Thanks, man. Yeah, so you can follow me on Twitter/X. I'm at Fats Coleman. The top 100 is available right now wherever you get your podcasts from, like Apple, Spotify, all those places. Uh, the Twitter handle for the pod is at Top 100 Pod, so Top 100 Pod. Or if you want more horror-based chat, Moving Pictures Film Club is also available wherever you get your podcast from, and that's at Moving Pix Club on Twitter and Instagram.
Amazing. Tim, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you, man. Good luck for the next 22 and a half hours.
Woo! Here we go. Thanks, man.
Take care, man.
Hello, everyone. We're back, and I'm joined by Rihanna Dillon and Rob Watts. Hello, guys. Hello. Hopefully, again, I'm always just like wary that people can definitely hear us okay, so let us know in the comments if you can hear me and Rob and Rihanna okay. We're going to talk about some kids' horror now. I'm really excited, and obviously, like, Rihanna, you're right in the next room, aren't you? So we are... Oh, yeah. Hopefully there's not too much, like, yeah, weird feedback or something going on. I'm sure we'll be fine. Incredible. Thank you. Oh, I'm having a lovely time. You know, it's just I just get to spend the day talking to all my favourite people about my favourite movies. It's great. And so, just a reminder to everyone before we start, like, please keep on donating. Go to the GoFundMe address, or you can scan the QR code. Let's see where we're up to now. Oh, we've gone up to £3,800. That's incredible. So thank you so much to everybody who... Oh, people are saying they can't hear Rihanna. That's interesting. Okay. Let's see. Why would that be? Yeah, okay. So me and Rob can hear Rihanna. So that's worrying. Try talking again now.
Okay, I'm talking... I'm on my Snowball microphone. I mean, you can hear me, so it must be your end.
Yeah, can people hear Rihanna yet? Let's just see what's going on.
Damn it, I'm the technical difficulty.
No, Rob. Oh, okay. Rob and Rihanna were both on mute. I think they might be back now. Let's just try it. Rob and Rihanna, talk to me for a sec.
Hello, hello.
I had a dream about you, Rob, the other day.
You're always dreaming about me, aren't you?
I feel like I am always dreaming about you.
What was this one?
It was like midsummer themed, and there were like graves. But we had like it was like an auditorium, so we were like overlooking the graves. There was going to be some sort of performance that everyone was in like midsummer gear.
Okay, they can hear you both now. This is
great.
Good. So
well,
yeah,
that wasn't a dream.
You got to hear all about Rihanna's weird dream there. Lovely,
and I was so excited when you walked in. I was like, Rob here, and everyone got really angry because it was a funeral. Anyway, that was
it. I'm glad that you guys are here for this because I mean I know that obviously Rihanna's not the biggest fan of horror cinema, right? But
I feel like I feel like we all need to stop saying this now.
I know. I mean, only relatively, probably, right? But you know, we're going to be talking about some family-friendly stuff potentially, although arguably some of it is scarier than actual horror. Rob, we've discussed this before on Patreon together, haven't we? But I think there's so much rich ground to cover in terms of like kids horror.
Completely. There's so much out there, and we had such a fun time last time. Like, I can't wait to get stuck into it all again.
Yes.
You know, reliving those traumatic childhood moments once more.
Yeah, exactly. Now, so I want to start off. We're gonna talk about so much. There's so much ground to cover, right? And I'm gonna sort of vaguely try and take us through different types of kids' films and television, sort of chronologically, maybe. Okay, as we go, and we can talk about some of our personal favorites. Please do comment as well and let me know, like, everyone watching, what were some of the things that traumatized you as children, like kids movies and TV shows? What scared you the most? And we can read some of other people's suggestions as well. But I guess I want to know, first of all, like, do you remember the first thing you watched that truly scared you, as in like a kids TV show or film? Like, do you remember what it was that kind of really first scared you or gave you nightmares? Rihanna?
That I watched. I remember being really, really frightened of Ursula in The Little Mermaid.
Yeah.
And I think there was also, it was a weird thing. It was the bit where she goes absolutely enormous and it's the storm and
Yes.
her eyes are like terrifying and bloodshot. But also our VHS had like an issue on that particular bit of tape. So it's also...
so it went all like the Blair Witch Project or something.
Yes. The fear is all kind of mixed up with like technical issues. And I thought it was just like the video was so warped because it couldn't handle how frightening this scene was. And that kind of like spilled over into me being terrified of Ursula. And like now she is like absolutely iconic as a villain. But back then... It's so funny, isn't it? How all these things that you watch when you're little sort of enter you and you think, this could actually happen to me. A sea witch could really steal my voice.
Yes.
And
as somebody that works in radio and podcasting, that's quite a fear, you know.
It's a massive fear.
Yeah.
No sea witches.
Yes.
So yeah, it was like Disney was probably my entry point in terms of film. But I also read a lot. We'll get into this later, but I think I also had books that terrified me as well.
Yes.
But in terms of the visuals, it was often, the Disney villains, I think.
What about you, Rob? What was your first like childhood trauma?
Yeah, I think very, very similar actually. Disney again. It was the 90s, of course. So for me, it was Aladdin. When Jafar goes power mad, becomes his own red genie, just that entire sequence of like he's a giant snake. It's all bright red. He goes crazy. Yeah, that terrified me. Like, and Jasmine's drowning in the sands of time, and it's just so, oh my God,
Yes.
just terrifying, isn't it?
Yeah.
That was
Yeah.
probably the first truly scary moment I witnessed, and had, like you, Rihanna, had that on VHS as well. To relive that moment over and over again.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, I think for me, it's probably. I can't remember what I saw first, but Ghostbusters again. Like, is Ghostbusters a kids' film? We always go back and forth about this. Is it a family film or is it more adult? Because there are like full-on blowjob jokes in that film, so it's probably not really meant for kids. But you know, the opening scene of Ghostbusters in the library, I remember really shitting me up as a kid. But then in terms of a more conventional kids film, Labyrinth was the one as well, because I had older sisters who watched it, and I remember that being one of the first ones where I was like too scared to watch it. Like, I had to go out of the room when all the goblins like come into the bedroom and steal the baby and everything. In that like very first like 10 minutes of the film, David Bowie appears looking all menacing and weird, you know. That gave me quite a lot of nightmares. So yeah, I think it was definitely that for me. But Disney too, I mean, I think we've probably all got particular kind of Disney memories of things that scared us. And it's interesting, isn't it, that the 90s ones you both cited, like, they're not really thought of as that scary. That, like, Rihanna, that era of Disney is more thought of as like, it's like the Broadway musical era, right? As opposed to some of the early Disney stuff, which we're going to talk about in a bit.
Yeah, the sort of Alan Menken era. It is interesting. But I guess when you haven't really experienced that, if you have lived quite a sheltered life, you know, I mean, when did The Little Mermaid come out? 89, right?
Yeah.
So I would have seen it when I was still quite small, on VHS. But it is those things that if you don't have older siblings, or if you have, in my case, an older sibling who is so much older that our reference points are so different, and I didn't have like a hangover because my brother's 18 years older than me, so I didn't have like a sort of hangover of what he used to watch in the same way that you did. And so I was just almost like starting from scratch, and that was the 90s. So it's really interesting. I'm interested. I'm going to have to take a little bit of a back seat when you guys are talking about the 80s era, because I just don't have that as a reference point. I didn't watch those things until I was much, much older, because my parents, you know, they were too old to be watching it themselves, and I didn't have older siblings to kind of pass that down. So the 90s was where I started.
Yeah.
I missed
Totally.
out, I feel like, on quite a huge amount of the 80s, like the darker horror.
Well, and actually, you know, that's something we should stay off, sort of from the beginning, is that we're all of a certain generation. And I think particularly when it comes to this kind of topic, everyone has their own, it's very personal, right? So what we three are going to talk about are our own personal experiences, what we were exposed to. And so there might be lots of things we don't mention that we weren't exposed to as kids, you know, and vice versa. But I'll try and read people's suggestions in the comments as well as we go, because I think there's so much ground there, and we only get to see, especially of our generation, it's probably a bit different now in the kind of streaming era, but Rob, it was always just like whatever VHS tapes you had in your collection, right? It was just whatever your parents would have provided for you at that point.
Exactly, yeah. And like Rihanna, I don't have any older siblings, so everything I saw was fresh. Except that stuff that my parents did let me watch a little bit later or had on VHS. So like the 80s things that you mentioned, yeah, Ghostbusters and that kind of stuff, I saw relatively early, but only because my dad perhaps recorded it off a telly or something. But it was, yeah, our scope was so much smaller than it could be now. Growing
Yeah.
up as a child with all these streaming services and
I
everything.
know. I was
It's
thinking
mad.
about that. Like, because you're right, we had maybe like 4 or 5 Disney VHSs, which were like the core ones.
Yeah, on
And now
hard
the kids are
rotation. Yeah.
Yes, and now kids are going to have absolutely everything. How on earth do you curate that? Because that was my childhood curated, just the VHSs that were available that you could just, once you were old enough to put it in yourself.
Yeah.
Whereas now, how on earth do you curate what your child can watch? I mean, it's going to be really interesting to see, to be having these conversations in 10, 20 years with kids growing up now about the same sort of questions about were they still scared by those moments, or because there was so much more choice did they just avoid it altogether?
Well, that's it.
Sorry.
Like the VHS thing, you know, we can build up resilience over those certain little moments.
Yeah.
But like with so much out there now, kids can watch whatever they like and immediately just turn it off if they're not into it. Whereas, if we've only got a few things to choose from, we like it or lump it. And
Yeah.
most of the time we'll just take it and watch it, and whatever happens, happens.
That's
But
so
now,
funny because I was thinking, why did I used to watch Fantasia? Because I hate Fantasia
Yeah, we had
so
that one.
much. Hated it. But why? But I was like, why did I just keep putting it on? And you're right, it's because there wasn't anything else.
No.
It was in the rotation. So I just every so often put it on. Hated it. Then, didn't watch it for a while and put it back on again.
No, no one likes Fantasia when you're a kid.
No.
Like it's not really a kids film, is it?
Film.
I want to talk about those Disney films in just a second, actually. But first of all, I just want to ask you as well, like how important. We should say none of the three of us are parents. We don't have kids, right? But how important, Rihanna, is it to scare children? Like, like in terms of the films, the fiction they take in.
I think it is quite important to have a balance. I think it's important quite early to kind of realize that there are quite big, scary things out in the world. It's quite grounding. I think if you're sheltered as a child for a really long time, that in itself has its own issues and its own problems. And I think you might find it harder to deal with the realities of life as you get older. And I'm not saying that, children should be terrified from a young age because that's the way of the world and they need to get used to that, but I do think it gives you a bit more of a sense of I think it gives you a sense of appreciation of like the happier moments as well. It just gives you a bit more of a spectrum of emotion, which is always important to learn when you're young. I think it's really important to have those moments of terror and horror because it's cathartic in a way. It's always cathartic, whatever age you are. But I think especially when you're young and you're starting to have feelings that you don't maybe have the language for or the vocabulary for, and actually seeing it in these films or starting to understand some fears or being introduced to some of the fears maybe is, I think, a good thing. But all within reason.
Yeah, I think so. Like, Rob, what do you think to that? Like, I think it's kind of important, isn't it, not to patronize children, I guess, with what we show them.
Yeah, completely. I mean, it's everything Rihanna said, and just introducing those concepts of, death, grief, that there are scary things out there, facing your fears, but like not necessarily doing it in the most outrightly terrifying way. Like I was thinking about Casper, for instance. Like, Casper is a ghost. What is a ghost? It's a dead person.
Yeah, it's a film about a dead kid, isn't it? Really? Yeah.
And it's this family-friendly sort of comedy about a ghost and his human friend. But in order to understand that concept, you have to understand the concept of death, and like that's quite a big subject as a child to get your head around. And children's horror is a good gateway into those kind of ideas and themes, and without outrightly kind of terrifying them, I suppose.
Agreed. So let's go all the way back to like pre-cinema to begin with as well, because I guess like you've mentioned, Rihanna, like literature, like kids have always dealt with pretty dark stuff in the books that they've read, right? And obviously this goes back to things like grim fairy tales, but also writers like Charles Dickens, Roald Dahl, even Enid Blyton, right? Like horror has kind of always existed, right, in sort of children's fiction.
Always. And you're right, that is exactly how you get into it. By the way, if you're a fan of Victoria Coren Mitchell, you can't say Roald Dahl without saying awful old anti-Semite Roald Dahl.
That's right. Anti-Semite.
Makes me laugh.
Yeah.
Every time she's on Only Connect and he comes up, that's what she says.
Yeah.
The like the Roald Dahls, the Enid Blyton, but also like C.S. Lewis with Narnia. I remember that. I think I have such a like an ear. Like I used to have audiobooks of a lot of these on tape, on cassette.
Yeah.
A lot of these stories. So I had Narnia, like all of the Narnia Chronicles. And they are absolutely terrifying, especially because, it's children going through different children of different eras, going through various different worlds and meeting various creatures, facing death often. I remember like one where there are giants and they think that they're being sort of invited into this lovely world, and the giants are like, "Oh, look at these gorgeous little creatures," and actually they're just sizing them up, ready to eat the next day for their banquet. And it's
Yeah.
horrifying. So there were all these, and the White Witch. I mean, the White Witch and her Turkish delight, like, didn't, as a child, I thought it was the most enchanting thing, the idea of Turkish delight and hot chocolate. And you could absolutely see how Edmund was seduced by this beautiful, terrifying, charismatic woman. And then I tried Turkish delight and everything came
It's
crumbling down a
absolutely
little
disgusting.
bit, isn't
What
it?
I mean, yeah, you're so right, because
Alexa.
that book makes Turkish delight seem amazing, and then you try it for the first time, and you're like, oh
So
no.
floral and perfumey.
Yeah. It's so true.
But yeah, those were like my sort of entry points from a really young age of how scary children literature could be.
Rob, I remember finding like Hansel and Gretel, the story, absolutely terrifying as a kid, like too much for me. Did you ever have any like stories, children's literature or books that really freaked you out?
Well, that kind of grim fairy tales and all of the classics, I think we had them. I've certainly got compendiums of books, up in the loft from when I was a kid, but I don't remember reading them. I'm sure we probably did, but sort of the first like literature in inverted commas that scared me was the Goosebumps books, which I started reading at like age 6 or 7, I think.
Wow.
And obviously they're much more Americanified. They're not, I mean, they're out and out designed to be scary. They're not books that introduce these themes, but I was addicted to those, and I think many kids of the 90s were too.
Yes.
But yeah, I loved them.
Yeah.
So many different types of horror, and just there were so many of them as well. You could just take
So
a book
much
a
fun.
week.
So much fun to
Yeah.
collect them all, wasn't it? Yeah, we'll come back to Goosebumps. A lot of people have mentioned Goosebumps in the comments, and people saying even the front covers of Goosebumps books scared them.
Yeah,
out
certainly
of wanting
the
to read
British
them.
versions.
Yeah. But let's talk about some early cinema. We've mentioned Disney. I feel like we should start by talking about Disney, particularly early Disney, right? So 1930s and 40s, where you had movies like Snow White, Pinocchio, Bambi, Fantasia, right? Rihanna, what was going on with these old school Disney films? Because they are all nightmare fuel.
They are. I mean, there is so much stuff, isn't there, about Walt Disney himself and his relationship with his parents and his mother, and how she died and how he always felt responsible for that, and how that sort of made its way into his films. I don't know how much of that is true or not, but it's certainly part of the mythology of it. And I suppose it just really, from early on, it taps into our primal fears of losing our parents.
Yeah.
And when you're a child and you don't understand death and you don't understand what's next, just the way that something like Bambi gives you that, the loss and I mean, it's been a long time since I've seen Bambi, but the loss of his mother, I know, just traumatized generations and generations of children. And so that's less kind of quirky and uncanny and weird, which is what happens a little bit later, I think, with Pinocchio and Alice in Wonderland. That is just kind of taps into the very first thing that, as a baby, all you know is your mother and your father, and then when one of them is gone.
Yeah.
Whatever, you might not have, again, like the words to understand it, but it just managed to really get under the skin of what that felt like, and that loss and that grief. And I think that comes up again and again in children's films when horror is involved. It is so much to do with loss and grief, always, right? Well, that's what it always seems to come back to.
Yeah, so much so. I mean, even going like that Bambi thing of like losing the parents, that is just everywhere, isn't it? All the way through to when we grew up watching The Lion King and Simba's dad, dying and everything. Like, it's brutal, that kind of stuff.
Mufasa has a name. Come on.
Simba's dad.
Simba's dad.
Simba's
yeah.
old man.
Well, I think it's there all the way through. It's all stepmothers and absent parents, and certainly if you grew up in a stable family unit, that stuff is so alien. The thought of not having those people around is pretty frightening. And to see that on screen depicted in something that, up until a certain point you've been singing along looking forward to being king and all that kind of stuff.
Looking forward to being king.
You really related to that, didn't you, Rob?
Yeah.
Totally, yeah.
Yeah.
Megalomaniacal complex.
Rob, what do you think of those old school ones, Pinocchio and Fantasia? When did you first come to all of those kind of weird films?
Yeah, that was early on in my film watching life. Pinocchio has forever stuck with me. It's a bit creepy anyway, a puppet turning into a boy, but like there's so much genuinely horrible stuff, like specifically obviously the donkey transformation scene. Like firstly he's capturing kids, which is scary, then they're put to work, then they're turned into donkeys, like, and they're all missing parents, they're all it's just the imagery never leaves you, does it?
And the sound design of that scene, of the way that the talking suddenly starts, like the breathing goes into that. It's so nightmarish, and it gives you asthma just thinking about it.
Yeah,
like your chest tightens.
Yeah. It is. I think Pinocchio is the scariest of all of them. Like those. I think, like you said, Rob, it taps into every fear you have as a child. I think that it's like a stranger danger story, right? That he goes off with the strangers, and he's taken away from his family. He's put on a ship. He's basically like turned into a sort of slave almost, right? And then that transformation scene when they turn into donkeys, like, it is horrible. The whole story is like, why is this for kids? You know, it's absolutely horrible. And yeah, like, I think, Rihanna, it almost feels like those early Disney films are not so much for kids as much as they are just kind of experimental animations in a way, right? You know?
Yeah, and I think the history of that, as in what's happened with those stories since then, like if you think about how Pinocchio has been revamped and reimagined so many times, like most recently with Guillermo del Toro and the stop motion, which, you know, was also a musical, right? In some regards, but how he then went into like war, and he kind of brought yet another fear into this world, and the terror of all of that. So it does feel like a place for adults to explore their own kind of worries and fears as a child and then project that onto a new generation, which seems unfair, but it's you know, but the way that Pinocchio in particular, it feels like there are so many filmmakers who are drawn to that story because I guess there are so many fantastical elements. You have a boy who is not a boy, you have, like you say, the children turning into animals, you can have so much fun experimenting with different styles of animation with Pinocchio because it changes constantly between real and uncanny and everything. And I think that's why we've seen that again and again. But do you guys remember in Alice in Wonderland, the bit that always terrified me the most in any Disney film was in Alice in Wonderland with the curious oysters, with like the walrus. I think it was a walrus who came along, and there were all these like baby oysters who were really sweet and like like wide-eyed, wondrous little creatures, and then the walrus just comes and eats them. I think it might be in like Tweedledum Tweedledee telling a story. Does anyone else remember this? Because it horrified me as a child.
I love
because
this.
He was literally eating babies.
Oh my
I don't remember that,
No.
but I'm sure people in the comments will. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's like you never know what's going to horrify you as a kid as well. Certain images and that kind of thing. I showed my nephews when they were really young. I showed them Jumanji, and I thought that'll be fine. They'll enjoy that. And actually, they were quite scared through certain moments at the beginning. You know, the stuff that I thought was quite scary, like the lion and the kind of
Stampede.
and like the sort of waspy, mosquito-y things and stuff.
Yeah.
They were sort of all right through that. And then the moment when the giant flower comes out of the vent and opens up and swallows them, that bit is the bit when they freaked out and started crying, and we had to and we had to turn the film off. But I was like, wow, you just never know what kind of is going to get into kids' heads and really freak them out. Because as an adult, I would have said that part least of all out of all the other moments in Jumanji. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. It's funny.
Yeah, the transformation again. This is like Pinocchio. The kid turns into a monkey. That's the bit that scared me the most about that film. So I don't want to turn into an animal. There was a lot of animal evidence-based horror for kids. In the
Well,
90s
I mean, but even back then, right, there is an element of like body horror and stuff to that Pinocchio sequence. And like, Rob, I feel like there are, again, like overt references to like universal horror, to German expressionism, almost like when the witch in Snow White is transforming. And again, it almost feels like you're watching something experimental, right? It's really interesting.
Yeah, that entire scene of the stepmother turning into the old lady in Snow White is pure, Hammer horror, isn't it? Like,
Yeah.
she's got her chemicals all set out, her poisons or whatever.
Yeah.
You've got the cauldron, the crypt, the skull, the raven. Like, it's just so gothic and properly steeped in like proper gothic horror. And then obviously you have some nice tweeting birds on the other side. But yeah, like it felt like they were just pushing the boundaries of what they could do. And this was what, the 30s, was it?
The 30s, yeah, that's amazing. I think that's the thing. I think there was more of just an experimental nature to it. It certainly was with Fantasia, wasn't there? I think, you know, like more than just telling a kid's story. Do you think, Rihanna, when you look at Disney, where it was back then and where it is now, if you think of more recent Disney films, Tangled, Frozen, whatever, like, have they softened? Have they gone too soft compared to what they used to be?
Of course they have. I mean, it sort of feels like there is now the grim fairy tale era is definitely over. And even I think in the 80s they sort of they experimented a bit with like Dickens, right? With Oliver and Company. They kind of tried their way through different stories. And now it because CGI I think is really beautiful. We have an idea now of what a Disney princess looks like, and they sort of, I think because it's now such a huge franchise compared to in the 30s and 40s, that they almost have, they want to focus on the things that people will buy in shops an awful lot of the time, and these like particular characters, and but there's also seems to be more of a focus now on mental health, which is, I think, you know, with something like Inside Out, but also with Frozen, there's sort of like the isolation and the loneliness that they explore in that. I think that's hard. That's kind of harder because that in itself is quite frightening. They need to kind of almost soften the edges of that because it's so real. It's harder to make that into some sort of like gothic nightmare because that actually could tip people over the edge. That could be way too frightening. But also, you know, we have become, you know, softer as a, I mean, I don't think that's a thing. I think that's a controversial thing to say, that we've become a lot more careful around children and what we show them and what they're exposed to. I think that's true in all senses. And I do think that we are missing out quite a lot on not kind of really delving into the horror, because even in something like Moana, I don't want to give anything away, but you know, you have like this fiery titan, which is our like biggest villain. Everything up until then is really quite funny. You know, you have The Rock being hilarious, and then the horror is over really quite quickly. It's kind of tucked away at the end of the film, and you kind of need I mean, I love that film, but I think Disney had in the early days just had the horror which loomed over the entirety of the movie, and we have lost a bit of that perhaps.
Yeah, do you think that's the case, Rob? Like Disney films today and animated films, like it does feel like they veered more towards sort of comedy than how they used to be.
Yeah, I feel like the term mild peril is as much as we'll get from a child's film these days. No scenes of a horrific nature, just pure mild peril. It's all adventure kind of stuff. I mean, that being said, obviously the Toy Story films are amazing. Toy Story 3 has possibly the scariest moment of any kind of kids film I've seen in the last kind of 20 years.
That's true, and I suppose there's a slight Pixar-Disney difference maybe, but you're absolutely right. That kind of existential doom of them all going into the furnace and accepting their fate and holding hands and being like... I remember watching that and being like, is this how this is going to end? Are they all going to die? Like, I genuinely... Like, that is amazing, right? That you genuinely have that sense of peril, not just mild peril, that you think, I'm about to watch these characters die and be burnt in an incinerator. Yeah, it is... I mean, there is some dark stuff. Like, Charlotte has put in the comments, there is still darkness in recent Disney films. Mother Gothel's gaslighting of Rapunzel in Tangled is actually horrifying, but it's not horror. It's like what you were saying, Rihanna, about maybe it's slightly more psychological in some ways than it is just like, you know, German expressionism of the 30s and 40s kind of horror, you know? Yeah.
Like they don't go like full kind of Fritzl in Tangled that they could easily have, because that is
oh my God.
Yeah, it's the themes, isn't it?
I wasn't expecting us to mention Fritzl in this chat. That's dark. I love it. What is the scariest Disney film for you guys of all time? I think for me it is Pinocchio. Rob, what do you think is the scariest Disney film?
I'm going to have to agree with you. Yeah, Pinocchio. It's the one that's, lodged.
Yeah.
there.
I think Dumbo for me,
Yeah.
because it was so, I mean, just the beginning makes me like tear up, even just thinking about like the two trunks like intertwined, and like, you know, the loss of the mother at that point, but also like he is bully. There is so much bullying that goes on in that film, and as a kid at school, I can't imagine how horrible that is if you are, you know, somebody who was bullied or is currently being bullied. That must be really awful to see that reflection in a Disney film. I think it was horrifying, honestly.
Yeah, and the weird trippy scene in Dumbo as well, where does he drink alcohol or the elephant? Yeah,
that's fantastic.
Yeah, that was really fun.
Incredible
it's
stuff.
terrifying.
Oh man. Let's like move forward to the sort of 60s and 70s, because I think this is where you get to some of the most iconic kids like movies that traumatized generations and generations, right? There are a couple of big titles to include in this. Maybe the first one we should mention is Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, right? Because I can't, you know, I think like when you think of kids horror and horrific characters in kids movies, Rob, you have to think The Child Catcher, right?
You do?
Yeah.
I mean, show me a picture of a more iconic, terrifying children's villain, and you can't, because he is hands down the creepiest looking, the creepiest moving, the creepiest sounding villain. Like, what? I mean, Robert Helpman was a ballet dancer, the guy who played him.
Right.
And you can really tell the way he moves around the scene, the way, children, and he's luring them in like the fox in Pinocchio. It's like all this thing about like luring kids with treats and getting them out of their comfort zone, or bringing them into like what they think is an exciting place to be, and then taking off the trappings of an ice cream van and locking them in a cage. Like this whole idea of kidnapping, that is something that, you know, even at school we were taught to be like, watch out for the white vans, and I think the white vans that'll pick you up outside school, Rihanna.
What? Specifically the white vans.
Is this just me?
Did you ever warn about the white vans specifically?
I don't know specific white vans, but I don't. But yes, yes. I mean, I think that's.
Do we have any white van men watching?
I think
excited by this.
I think that's probably true. Yeah, and I think you're right. Like Rihanna goes back to that like classic fear, doesn't it? Like that their love of sweets and lollipops ends up getting them locked in the back of a van. Yeah. What do you think of The Child Catcher?
Yeah, I totally agree with Rob. But then you see it, don't you, again and again, like in The Witches, that is what Bruno gets in trouble for. And, you know, that's ultimately his demise. And, you know, that's such a great one, because it's like a fable. It's something that parents can warn their children about.
Yes.
That if you eat too many sweets, if you're too gluttonous, you might end up like old Augustus Gloop in Willy
We're coming
Wonka.
to that. Yeah.
But also that you need to like kind of put your, you know, boundaries or parameters, limits around what you eat when you eat it, and that's certainly not from a stranger outside the school gates. And I think, you know, that's such an important lesson that you do need to learn very early on.
Yeah.
So I think actually that's a brilliant film. Not maybe it's in its entirety, because it's bloody long.
It's about 18 hours long.
It's like so long. It's like you think the film is about to end, and then there's like a whole new film that starts, right? Like it's amazing.
Mad.
It's amazing.
But that particular scene is a great one to show kids and be like, this, you do need to have those boundaries and those warnings, I think, from a really young age.
He's so scary. I think, Rob, like you said, it's Robert Helpman's movement. He kind of glides around. Almost looks like a witch or something with the nose. And there's something even scarier, because usually he wears black, right? And he has that net that he catches children in. But there's something even scarier, Rob, I think, when he dresses as the Lollipop Man, right? And he's got like the flowery like colours on it. He's just like outside the window with his lollipops, you know? Horrible.
I mean, and he's clearly still the same guy, but with some some
it's like the worst
decoration
disguise ever.
But he's also in the red shoes, that actor, right?
Yeah.
Like, I remember that parallel really quite young and being like, this is horrible. Why am I horrified seeing this guy on stage?
Why am I feeling this? I watched it on stage. And I think it was the late, great Stephen Gately from Boyzone playing the child catcher in the West End version. And he was really good. Like, you would never have known it was that guy from Boyzone, you know?
Wow.
Really strange. But yeah, Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, I think, is up there in one of the most infamous kind of terrifying kids' movies, isn't it? And I think also, while we're on that kind of 60s and 70s era, Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, right? I mean, in some ways, Rihanna, is this not just a slasher movie? We're just watching a series of bodies pile up one by one as children are offed after like committing a transgression, essentially.
It's so funny because when we were talking about doing this, and you were like, well, obviously we'll have to talk about Willy Wonka, and I was like, that's not a horror. What are you talking about? It's the funnest movie ever. And then you were like, they all essentially die. They don't die, but they essentially are picked off one by one. And then, of course, the iconic going through the tunnel, the psychedelic moment, and all those like flashes of quite horrific imagery. And I was like, oh, because it's so embedded in my world as one of the best kind of family friendly or kids movies of all time, that you sort of forget that the reason why is because you go on such a roller coaster and you do feel genuine fear and you feel genuine joy and elation, and you want to reach through the screen and you want to be these children. You still want to be them, even though they meet these quite horrific ends.
It is so, like, you're right, you want to reach into the screen. It's such a tactile film, isn't it? Like, you want to taste that chocolate, and when they go into that room where they can eat everything, like, you can taste it. It's so good. But also, Rob, I mean, Gene Wilder, what he's doing in that film is weird, right? He's weird.
It's so weird. I mean, what a performance. At times he's like the nicest, your crazy uncle kind of guy, and then he turns around and he's just screaming like crazy poetry at you while people are like in a tunnel with Unshan Andalou like just playing around them. Like, his performance is deranged, and I don't know how he got that from the page, but it just works brilliantly, doesn't it? You don't know what his sort of aim is at any point, what he's really thinking, and like. One of my favorite moments is when he turns and he's like, "You get nothing.
Yes.
You lose. Day, sir."
Good day, sir.
I used to have it on a T-shirt. But like, just that moment, like the film is obviously teaching kids, you know, to do the right thing. But when you're faced with that kind of anger, like it's awful. It's horrible. But then he flips on a dime when Charlie does the right thing, and it's like,
it's really interesting, isn't it? Because of all like the adults that we see in films, kind of almost up until this point in kids' films, are like the good, the parents, you know, the, like you say, the family members, or they're the villains and they're the outright kind of terrifying ones. And this is the only film really that doesn't have a villain as such.
No.
Because even Slugworth, who you think is the bad guy, actually isn't. He turns out to be good. Willy Wonka is, as you say, off his rocker. and he's not like I don't really see him as an avuncular figure. He's certainly not a father figure. He's also not a villain, but he has the capacity to be all of those things.
Yes.
And that is really unusual, I think, in children's literature and in, you know, horror films, and not having those clear boundaries is in itself quite scary. You're like, who is this guy? We don't
Absolutely.
know. We're normally told this person's good, this person's bad, and this is not that.
Yeah, you're so right. I never really thought
true.
about that there's no villain, technically, in Willy Wonka, right? But yeah, I think you're right. I guess, Rob, he's a sort
Greed.
of...
Greed is the
Greed is the
villain.
villain. I guess, Rob, he is a sort of anti-hero almost, Willy Wonka, isn't he? Like, you know, you don't necessarily like him, at least in the way Gene Wilder plays him, for the most part, you know, but also there is something magical about him at the same time. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. As Charlie, it's that thing where Charlie is us. We're kind of just going into the world, a complete naive person, and this is what you're faced with. Like the world isn't, like you say, Rihanna, black and white, like Disney might have told us. And yeah, and anti-hero maybe is the right word, I guess. By the end, I think we know he's just
Yeah.
trying to do the right thing. But yeah, it's a confusing thing for a kid's film to be going through it and not knowing what to feel from your title character.
It's such a weird film, isn't it? I love it so much, that film. Like, it was absolute favourite of mine on hard rotation as a kid. Rihanna and we watched it together recently, didn't we? Because we watched Wonka, the Timothée Chalamet film. And then as soon as that ended, we were like, let's put on Willy Wonka, and we double billed them. And it is, as an adult even, that film is so funny. Like the little asides, the little like skits they put in about people trying to get hold of the Wonka bars and stuff. Like the woman whose husband has been kidnapped and they want the ransom is the Wonka bars and stuff. And she's like, how long do I have to think about it? And stuff like that. Like these weird little cutaway scenes that just feel like they don't belong in a children's film as well, you know?
And Roy Kinnear is just the most perfect character.
Veruca, darling. Love
yeah,
him.
beautiful.
Yeah.
Absolutely beautiful. Like, what a great performance.
Yeah, just an incredible film, a kind of magical film, isn't it? And of course, the 60s and 70s kind of saw the birth of television, right, in every home as well. And, you know, there were really interesting kids' TV shows around this time. Maybe the biggest one, the most monumental, was Doctor Who, of course, like kicked off in the early 60s. Now, obviously, we grew up in a different generation of Doctor Who, but this particular generation, particularly I think the sort of Tom Baker ones through the 70s, for a certain age group, that really did kind of traumatize them and scare them, right? Rob, what's been your kind of relationship generally with Doctor Who? Were you a fan of the newer ones growing up?
Growing up, well, yeah, I suppose. I can't remember when the new one started, but yeah, I was a big fan. I didn't find modern Doctor Who scary until a certain episode, which I think everyone is in agreement with. The Weeping Angels.
Lovely, you don't even need to say the name of the episode. I was like, yeah, we know.
Yeah.
Iconic villains. But up until then, I had a semi decent relationship with Doctor Who. My parents got me some VHSs as a kid, so my Doctor Who was like weirdly Peter Davison in cricket whites, and I never really found any of it scary, but odd. And I always found myself gravitating towards that kind of weird, strange vibe that Doctor Who always gave off.
Yeah.
But then that TV movie in the 90s was kind of where I really got into Doctor Who. And I found that scary, especially the beginning. It's all like Frankenstein illusions. Paul McGann wakes up in like, I can't remember where he's in a hospital or something. And it's like midnight on New Year's and there's lightning and all sorts of stuff going on. And I found that to be quite remarkably scary.
Yeah.
But yeah, Doctor Who, it's always been there. Never kind of loved it or hated it, but you know, enjoyed it very much.
Rihanna, you've been a fan, right, of the new Doctor Who since it began, but like I think, you know, there are so many generations of children that had nightmares of the Daleks, right, the Daleks, the Cybermen and all of that kind of thing. And again, I wonder, I don't know, because like you say, Blink is very, very scary, right, but I wonder if it's a little bit less scary than it was in the 1970s, because it's particularly the Tom Baker years. Like a couple of people have commented to say that the first 3 seasons of the Tom Baker Doctor Who was when it was apparently at its absolute scariest and most dark. So maybe, do you think we missed the darkest, scariest of the Doctor Who stuff?
Yeah, I think we maybe did, because by the time I started getting involved in like the mid noughties, it was you know, like the phrase like hiding behind the sofa feels like it was
Yes.
made for Doctor Who, right? Like
Yes.
that's what everybody associates, which is such an odd thing because I don't think I've ever actually got up off my sofa to go behind it
Yeah.
to watch the TV, but I know some people did. And I think we perhaps did miss out. And if we go back now, it obviously wouldn't have the same effect because I guess the effects are going to be so different and obvious. And now we've probably seen like much worse stuff. But I guess if you're coming at it for the first time, that's what you're seeing, of course, because it's aliens. And I think it's this idea of how sci-fi starts to come into homes around this point.
Yeah.
And also like with Star Trek, I was watching when I was little. I was watching Star Trek. I wasn't watching old Doctor Who. I was watching old Star Trek.
As in
And
the old William Shatner TV show
yes,
from the 60s.
yes,
Yeah.
my first crush. Hello, William Shatner.
Amazing.
Captain Jim, yes, please. And I think that seeing people kind of being lasered to death was such a new kind of terrifying thing. You know, there were so many different ways that people could die. I think that's what they were giving. So it was less about like that primal wound of losing our parents, but now tapping into these other fears that we didn't really know existed, of all these multiple aliens coming down and killing us in various experimental ways, which is kind of more fun to think about that and to watch that than some of the other darker earlier stuff.
And I think Doctor Who kind of snuck up on kids in a way, because when it began, because I talked about this a lot on the main podcast when we did a big deep dive into Doctor Who, and its origins, of course, was that it started as a kind of science show almost. Like it was gonna be sort of semi-educational. Like this companion was gonna go on adventures with the Doctor to different worlds, but they were gonna kind of learn a bit about science as they went and stuff. So it almost feels like it could be this after-school program, educational, and then they wallop you with aliens and Cybermen and Daleks and that kind of thing. So I think suddenly kids were just like, oh my god, what is this? So and the 70s again, like I'm not sure how familiar you guys will be with this. I've gone back and had to watch a lot of it for my podcast, but the 70s was a scary time in kids television anyway. There were TV shows like The Owl Service, Wurzel Gummidge, and like kind of public service announcement kind of ads about drowning and things, and stuff like Children of the Stone and things. Like I think the 70s kind of has a reputation as being this kind of quite scary time for children. Rob, have you kind of seen any of that stuff in kind of documentaries or YouTube videos or anything? Because there's a lot of quite nightmarish stuff from back then.
Well, yeah, I know. This is Adam Robinson's realm, isn't it? He loves all this stuff. But I never went back to see any of this. Obviously familiar with Wurzel Gummidge, who is, a weird-looking character.
Terrifying scarecrow
sure.
who can take his head off and
What was the kind of scary thing about Wurzel Gummidge? Because I picture him, but I don't know anything about the fact that I remember my ballet teacher being obsessed with Wurzel Gummidge. Who was in my brother's class, so she was 18 years, so she grew up in the 70s, and I remember her being like my reference point for this scarecrow, but I never understood what was so terrifying about it.
It's basically, I mean, scarecrows are quite scary anyway, I think, but there are particular images and clips. We can share some clips at some point, but and I know that Adam Robinson has shared them with me and you, Rob, when we discussed this before, but there's some particular moments when he like takes off his head and he changes his face to different like weird horrific things, and I think it's more that just kind of like the weirdness of it, this like what on earth were they making for children back then,
it's all kind of like more folk kind of horror stuff from the 70s.
A lot of folk horror. Absolutely. Children of the Stone is definitely that. For sure. So there was a lot of kind of interesting weird British stuff going on at that point.
Those adverts you mentioned though, I have seen those, and they are just they'll stop you from going near open water or going anywhere near electricity lines. Like,
there's one. I know a lot of people.
Pylons.
Pylons. Well, that's like the wise. Pylons. That's like the wise owl thing, isn't it? From Inside Number 9 as well. But I saw people mentioning the spirit of dark and lonely water in the chat, which is this very famous one with Donald Pleasance narrating. He's like, "I am the spirit of dark and lonely water," and you see all these children all playing on like just at the side of a lake or something, and I think he's like Donald Pleasance is basically death, and he's like, I'm coming for them, they're gonna drown. And then I think it's a children kind of helping each other and like being careful, and so they're fine and they get away and they go home, and he's like, oh, sensible children, I have no time for them. And then he just says at the end, I'll be back, and like that's how it ends. So yeah, it was designed to scare the shit out of kids, I think, into playing safe and all of that kind of thing. But yeah, they went hard on the horror back then. And then into the 1980s then, and in film, I think this is a big one, right? We've already kind of touched upon a few of these, and I know, Rihanna, you said you actually didn't grow up with a lot of these films, but the big kind of fantasy movies of the 80s, whether it's Neverending Story, Dark Crystal, Labyrinth, right? Like some of these, Rob, were the stuff of nightmares, weren't they?
Well, yes, they were, but I didn't see them in the 90s, or clearly not the 80s. I have only really visited them for the first time as an adult. I didn't watch those kind of, like the big fantasy things. I saw Ghostbusters and all of that stuff.
Yeah.
So actually revisiting things like Neverending Story, Return to Oz, I can understand why they were actually terrifying to kids, because there's so much going on. But yeah, like I just talk about Return to Oz, because you messaged me about that one. And I was like, what? A sequel to The Wizard of Oz, which, it has the Wicked Witch, and she's scary, but I've never heard of this sequel. And
Fairuza Balk, isn't it?
Fairuza Balk, playing Dorothy. This film opens with a child being taken for electroshock therapy. That's not how you start a children's film, is it?
Yeah.
It's properly like a gothic, like old school psychological horror.
Yeah.
Like what?
It's extreme. It's extreme. And the wheelies as well are the things that really scared people,
Are they? As in shoes with rollers on. What's a wheelie?
These horrible like creatures on wheels. Yeah, they're pretty grim.
They were like the replacement for the flying monkeys.
Yeah.
But as an adult, I'm not sure they do as much to scare you as the monkeys. They do make funny noises though, so it's creepy.
Lexi said in the chat, it baffles me that we're supposed to watch The Wizard of Oz and then Return to Oz and consider them a continuous story. Yeah, like they're so different. And actually, we didn't even mention The Wizard of Oz, but even The Wizard of Oz was one of those classic examples of a kids' film that terrified kids as well, right? Like you said, Rob, the flying monkeys and that kind of thing. And for me, my favourite of all of these films that I used to watch over and over again was The Neverending Story, which, is really fucking dark.
Beautiful, Lamal.
Banger.
Didn't you watch that the other day? Or I turned it over because I thought it was the end and it was actually the beginning.
Yes, I was really.
I was like, "Oh, good, it's over."
I was really annoyed. It was on TV, and I was like, "Oh!" And it was literally the opening credits, and that Lamal song was playing, and I was like, "Oh, I'm going to settle in and watch The Neverending Story." And Rihanna just waltzed in and was like, "Right, what's on?" Changed the channel, and I was like, "Oh, I guess we're not. I guess we're not watching that." But you thought it was the end credits.
What does it start with? Like a really dark thing, like the demise of the villain or something, or
no? It was just the song with credits, right? Therefore, she thought it was the end.
I think it's the end.
Oh,
films
but
used to do that, Rihanna. I'm not sure if you've seen an older film, but with credits.
Exactly. It's old school. So yeah, I loved that film. I loved everything about it. The big rock monster, the flying dog thing, Falcor. Yeah. Rihanna, were you sort of familiar with this film at all? Like, when did you come to Neverending Story? Because you knew about you recognised it as soon as it was on the other day.
I've seen it, but it was years ago. Like, I don't think I ever then returned to it. But it was also, I remember less about, because I'm not such a fan of the puppetry era. Like this sort of Labyrinth, Dark Crystal, again, because I didn't grow up with it, and then going back, it's just a bit weird and a bit shonky. I don't love it. Actively dislike in some cases Labyrinth, and then with Neverending Story, because that creature is so kind of beautiful, and the whole idea of climbing on and being flown around was gorgeous, but I just have such a memory of sadness with the Neverending Story and grief, and I think that's why I couldn't return to it ever again, because it wasn't, for me, that it left me with such a devastating taste in my mouth that wasn't really something that I wanted to ever experience again.
It was deep existential horror, the Neverending Story. It was amazing. It was like the villain in the Neverending Story was called The Nothing, and it was just about basically it was about imagination being eroded away, this like mystical magical world called Fantasia, and this thing called the Nothing was sweeping in to destroy it almost. And it's kind of a coming of age story, really. It's about this kid growing up and maybe starting to lose his love for stories and fairy tales and that kind of thing. And you've got this princess who is a child and she's dying. It's kind of the whole setup of the film is she's dying a slow death and this world is being eroded by the Nothing. And I remember even trying to get my head around as a kid what the Nothing was, because there would be conversations that the characters have where they're like, there used to be a beautiful lake here and then the Nothing came and took it away, and another character's like, what's left, like just a hole? And they're like, no, a hole would be something, this was just nothing. I'm
nothing.
Like, what does that mean? I know, mind-blowing.
Something about a horse in a bog that dies.
So yes, Artex the horse. This is the moment that really devastated a generation. Julia in the chat has said, "Oh my gosh, the swamp scene! I cannot." This was the swamp of sadness, where basically Artex gets. You have to believe in yourself and you have to stay positive in order to get from one end of the swamp to the other. Like you have to believe in your head. I'm going to do this. I'm going to make it through. But of course, by going into that swamp and knowing that's what you've got to do, you start to have doubts, and then those doubts escalate, and you sink quicker the more you doubt yourself and the sadder you get, and the more you lose this poor horse. This is what makes it even sadder, is that it's not just watching a horse die slowly, which you're seeing, it's also the fact that the horse is getting so sad because it doesn't believe it can get out, and so you're just watching this sad horse slowly die while this little boy kind of screams his name and watches his horse die. It's absolutely devastating. This is more. I was talking about Martyrs earlier, and I think this is worse. Like this is unbelievable. Yeah. So like that really was the stuff of nightmares. Rob, did you ever watch that one as a kid?
I didn't see it as a kid, but it's certainly as effective as an adult, I would say.
So good. Labyrinth is a banger as well. Like, always been a fan of Labyrinth. Rob, were you a fan of Labyrinth?
Yeah, I like Labyrinth a lot.
Mm-hmm.
It's a tricky one to go back with all the puppets, like you say. I suppose they're Muppets, aren't they? But yeah, watching David Bowie throw a child around.
Oh, so good. Fun. So good.
A baby, rather. And yeah, I've always loved things like labyrinths, like mazes, like secret corridors, and that has always been one of my favorite things about films, about horror films specifically. I was thinking like something like Labyrinth, or Rihanna, you mentioned in a chat the other day The Secret Garden, which obviously isn't a horror film, but like those things,
there are some terrifying moments
and there are, but these secret corridors and things in these children's films, I can draw a direct line to my love of films like As Above, So Below.
Interesting. Yeah. That kind of found footage movie in the catacombs. Yeah.
Like the direct correlation as to why I like both of these films, because of these secret passages that could. Yeah. Who knows that unknown kind of thing of, if I go down there, what am I going to find, kind of thing.
Love that. Love that. A couple of people have mentioned the film Legend in the chat as well, which is the one with Tim Curry, plays the big red demonic devil creature. Curry. So good. I mean, Tim Curry in various roles scared me as a kid, actually. He's just phenomenal in all those things. And of course, we've got to mention, while we're around the 1980s, we've got to mention a movie that a lot of people have mentioned. I'm going to trigger warn my wife here because we're bunny owners, but Watership Down is another movie that really traumatized a lot of people. Rob, did you ever read or watch Watership Down?
I've seen it. Yeah, the song is not the same tone as the moment that people remember. Oh God, yeah. It's so lovely. It's so beautifully animated, and obviously the bunnies, they're all having a lovely time, and then blood. There's proper blood, snarling dogs. There's a reason I was afraid of dogs for many years. I'm not saying it was because of Watership Down, but that and a bunch of other films from the 80s and 90s I'm gonna hold responsible. It's got some devastating moments, hasn't it?
I do find that fascinating because that also happens in Animals of Farthing Wood.
Yes.
And
also quite scary.
Oh, but on YouTube there are like the death scenes, and they are horrific, and they are so explicit, and there is so much blood, and it's so weird to think that, oh, just because it was animation, it means that we can show all of
So
this.
blood, yeah.
Oh my
Mhm.
God, like just seeing like hedgehogs being squished in the road and
At like
like
4:30
baby,
on an afternoon after
yes,
school.
and like bunnies being killed by predators and pheasants being shot, like there were
Hmm.
guns. It was horrible, and I don't understand why they would. I don't understand why Watership Down and Animals of Farthingwood, why they would make these for children
Yeah.
to sort
I
of be
think,
like, here are all these beautiful woodland creatures. Now watch them all get
mm,
slaughtered.
well,
Yeah.
it's nature, isn't it? It's not us. It's like
It's
they
learning
show
about the
real-
circle of life and
Yeah. It's like
yeah.
we can see things like Planet Earth at 4 o'clock in the afternoon and
It's
watch
true. It's true.
an eagle take out a deer. Why can't we
Yeah.
see that in
Still
animation?
really
It's like,
upsetting.
I know, totally. And in most children's horror films or children's films with scary elements, you don't see blood and guts, do you?
No.
That's the line.
Yeah. So why
But
is
yeah,
that not the line in
somehow
these?
it's allowed in
And also, like,
anime.
what's different as well in these is that they give these animals characteristics. They anthropomorphize them, so we care about them even more. And then they die horrifically. And like, Watership Down didn't pull its punches. It's kind of beautiful animation, actually, but it didn't pull its punches with the blood and the suffering and the sadness and the you get bunnies that are like the cutest animals, right? And then you just watch them suffer throughout the film, and it's like, oh my god, yeah, it's pretty gnarly stuff. And then of course there's the other side of kind of 80s kids stuff, which is more the kind of Spielberg Amblin era of films too, right? So Raiders of the Lost Ark, like that is a film that has some proper horror in it, right? Like, Rob, did you how young were you when you first experienced that movie?
Young.
Yeah.
I was a Indiana Jones stan in the 90s. I absolutely loved it. Watched it over and over again. Temple of Doom on repeat. So yeah, I don't know. I must have been sort of, I'm guessing 7, but
Yeah.
it feels like at the right age. But yeah, it's genuine terror in these things, like melting faces,
Yeah.
monkey brains, all of this, and people being sacrificed. It's mad to think that we were able to watch that as a 7-year-old. I was like looking at the BBFC, obviously. Why is that something I was able to grow up on? But in the 80s, they didn't have the 12 certificate.
No.
So these things got to be PGs because they weren't quite 15s. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, that makes loads of sense. So my entire sort of childhood, cinema history is built on these films that should have been 12s but weren't.
Wow.
So yeah, loved
Yeah.
Raiders of the Lost Ark, loved all those Indiana Jones Amblin things, like the Goonies, even Gremlins, which which was a 15, I think. But
Gremlins has always ridden that line, hasn't it? Of, is it a horror film? Is it a kids film? Is it both? Like, it is really interesting. And Spielberg is the master of that, I think, isn't he? Kind of really
totally.
riding that line with how much kids can take. Like, I think, Rihanna, nobody does it better in a way, right? When you think of films like Jurassic Park, like, you're watching basically a horror film in a lot of ways, right? But one that you can watch as children and watch with children.
Yeah, and think how amazingly that shaped a generation. Like that film in particular did so much, I think, for children's horror and advancing, because it wasn't so sort of all the way through like saccharine or sentimental in quite the same way as some other Spielberg movies of that sort of same era, where like there was genuine fear with the raptors in Jurassic Park, and there was also awe, and just having all of, because you're right, Rob, what you were saying earlier about the sort of adventure, how we are kind of more geared towards adventure in this, but just having real peril. This isn't like gentle peril. This is very real peril several times, very specifically at the kids. We see the adults die in quite gruesome, nasty ways. Never the children, but they get so close. And you absolutely, I think because the actors themselves are so good, the child actors in this are so good that you can put yourself in that. You don't hate them for being like precocious or anything. I think sometimes that can take you out of a film a little bit, and you just don't, because it's so well acted. It's so pitch perfect, that fear, that it just completely comes through the screen to you watching at home, and you can put yourself in that position. I think Jurassic Park is one of the best horror movies for children.
Yeah, it was basically one of my first ever cinema experiences. What was it, 93? So I would have been 5 probably, and it was I mean, too much for me, I think. Like the
I
scene
can't
when...
imagine as a 5-year-old you could cope with that.
The scene with the Dilophosaurus, the one that gets in the car with the guy, the one that like spits and paralyzes. That one. That is the one that scared me the most out of all the dinosaurs as a kid, because that is really played like a horror film, that moment when he's like stalking him and then he appears in the car. But again, like that moment... Rob, that final act when the kids are being stalked around the kitchen by the velociraptors, that is like something out of The Shining or something, isn't it? Like, that's proper horror.
That's pure chase, pure...
Yeah.
Like, they're gonna die.
Yeah.
Like, that's what it feels like. Hiding around corners, peering, like... You replace them with adults and you're in, like, I don't know, Alien or something. Mm-hmm. It's fantastic. And as kids... To see kids in those situations just elevates the whole thing and like, oh my God, this could happen. What are you going to do?
And also because it's like a theme park, and as a child you love going to theme parks
that
finding that there's peril at these places which seem so kind of colourful and so full of life and people, to have one that is just like a dearth of people and just terrifying creatures roaming around. You can really put yourself in that scenario, which I think is such a clever idea. It's not completely alien. It's not like, oh, let's go back thousands of years when dinosaurs roamed the earth. It's because it's bringing dinosaurs to a place that a place that you think of as safety, that just elevates the fear even more, I think.
Absolutely. Like, it's a place of magic, and this is the thing that Spielberg's amazing at, right? That kind of wonder and awe that you get. It's kind of similar to Willy Wonka, like this place that you as a kid, you kind of want to be, you want to jump into the screen and experience it, and then until you don't. And then you go, oh my God. Yeah.
I actually got to go and meet a velociraptor at Universal this year. So
did you?
Love this. We're going in a couple of months actually to Universal Studios theme park. Very excited.
Did it try and eat your head?
It came for me, Just stand in front of it and it comes for you, and it was a lot of fun.
I think they used to have that at like the Natural History Museum. Like I've definitely got a picture of me when I was little with like a dinosaur, maybe not a raptor, but like some sort of dinosaur who kind of lurched towards you and it took a picture of you.
It's great to act these things out. That's
so
taken
good.
30 years.
Let me read some of these comments from people. Lots of people responding to the Spielberg stuff. R. Hill said E.T. scared the shit out of me. The beginning of E.T. when something is in the garden, that's pretty scary, that moment.
And the police are chasing them down.
Yeah. Lexi Bowen said, when I showed my son Raiders of the Lost Ark at the end with the face melting, he sat up in his bed and screamed, yes, that was awesome. Perfect. That's a perfect encapsulation of like, Spielberg is just, I think, the master at not patronizing kids. Like, he doesn't talk, he knows how much horror kids can handle, and it is awesome when you're a kid, that face melting bit. Shundo Steeler said Poltergeist was for some reason regarded as a children's horror in the 80s. What? I watched it with my friends when we were 10. That is too much. Obviously, that is basically Spielberg. I mean, he produced it. Toby Hooper of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre fame directed it. But really, I think Spielberg directed it, right? But that has weird, like, face melty nastiness and body horror, as well as the clown, as well as the kid getting sucked into the TV. Like, that's like proper horror, right, Rob? That film?
Well, it's an actual horror film.
Yeah, it's an actual horror film. Yeah,
it does have children in, but it is an actual horror film.
But I can see that it's got that 80s Amblin vibe to it almost, doesn't it? Like, I can see that you might initially think you could watch this with kids, but it is that's proper horror for sure.
Also, like the face melty thing is interesting because it does seem to come back again and again. Like, Who Framed Roger Rabbit? Like, that is one of the most terrifying moments of Who Framed Roger Rabbit.
Oh my God, how did I forget Who Framed Roger Rabbit, which is basically my favorite film growing up. I still think it's basically a perfect film. Like, it's flawless.
You wouldn't change anything. Yeah.
Technically, that film is absolutely flawless. But yeah, Rob, what are your thoughts on Roger Rabbit?
Yeah, love it. And the moments that always stuck with me were the horrific moments. When he melts into the vat of green goo or whatever it is.
Yes.
When he gets run over by a steamroller. All these kind of things that, like, they're slapstick, aren't they, in the cartoon world? But when you see a human or whatever he is, half human, half cartoon.
Yeah.
It hits a bit harder, but it's such a fantastic film. It's like a Chinatown
Yeah, it's like a film noir, but with Disney characters and Looney Tunes.
Yeah.
And Rihanna, like that moment, right, with Christopher Lloyd, with his...
Oh my God.
When I killed your
Goes
brother!
high.
Yeah,
Like Lexi's
yeah.
just said that when his voice goes really high, and you remember that. That's what I mean earlier when I was saying about the audio. Like sometimes for me, audio just penetrates in a way that like visuals don't. Like that's the thing that haunts me, and I remember. And
Oh my God.
Somebody's just put about the sock. I've never felt so sad for a
Oh my God, the
cartoon
sock!
sock, little coffee bandit. Yeah, and it's just the the idea that anything can happen in animation. It's not real, but then when they die, it's so real.
Yeah, it's like going back to the idea of the nothing. It's like that existential dread for cartoons in that film. It's so good. So then we're into the 90s, which was the era when the three of us were really growing up, right? And we've mentioned stuff like Jurassic Park, which was formative for me, for definite. Rob, what other TV? A couple of people have mentioned things like The Demon Headmaster. Like, did you have TV shows that you grew up on that really like terrified you as a kid?
Well, yeah, I mean, that was iconic.
Yeah.
That's the one.
Yeah.
I rewatched it. I rewatched the first series this week. It has this kind of weird vibe to it that it's so off. It's like so it's set in the real world, where there is at a school, but something is just so bleak about it and not quite right. And it just had this feeling that I've never been able to shake of. It's weird. It's just weird.
Yeah, it's weird.
Obviously, Terrence Hardiman has the face of a person who wants to control you, doesn't he? And that idea of parents not believing you is a big recurring theme in this kind of stuff. And the idea that you can be controlled is another. And yeah, I absolutely loved that show.
Yeah,
it's absolutely brilliant.
Rihanna, did you have any like TV shows or films in the 90s growing up that terrified you?
I mean, absolutely Demon Headmaster, and the kind of hypnotism aspect. But it's like that thing when you're a child and you think that hypnotism is a much more real thing than it actually is.
Yes.
But you remember like those specific stories. I like when I was. It was like a Sunday afternoons, my mum would be doing the ironing and I'd be like lying on her bed watching like kids TV, and they used to have like these dramas from like the early either 80s, 70s, 80s, 90s, and there was like 5 children in it.
Yeah.
Oh my God,
on the carpet.
Yeah.
And 5 children in it because I loved the book as well, Inez bit. But the Samiad, this kind of the sand fairy.
Yeah.
He wasn't himself, he was quite an ugly little creature, but it wasn't him that was scary, it was the wishes which were so scary, because these children would make a wish and at sunset, if like something went wrong, they would potentially turn to stone, or like there was all the like real moments of genuine terror. Like I think they wished for like a battle, to be in a castle with a battlefield, and they were suddenly immersed in a real battle, these children with like Roman soldiers, and all of that was really scary. And it was like they talked about, it was sort of a bit like Icarus, but about how somebody had wished for wings and then like had forgotten that the wings would turn to stone at sunset. And pulled them to earth and they died, and it was just horrifying. And it was but I loved them. It was that perfect blend of like really sweet kind of family, all these children having an adventure together, which we see time and again in like Narnia as well, but then the fear at the end of it of what happens if you have too much fun.
There was morals in there. I used to love those Sunday afternoons.
So good. Rob, people in the chat mentioning Round the Twist. That was a big one for you, wasn't it?
This is Paul Jennings, right? Like, was Round the Twist the Australian thing?
Yes, set in the lighthouse. Weird story, like fucked up stories.
Absolutely mental things going on.
So I read the books, and then I heard you talk about the TV show, which I didn't know existed. So I recognised the stories that you were talking about because I read the books.
Such a
wow! Oh my God, I love this. Yeah. You're here as our bookworm, our resident like literature person, because I didn't even know that these were books. I just thought it was a weird TV show.
It's just a very like. But I've said this before, it's like the most creative TV show ever. Every episode had like a million ideas.
Yeah.
And it was like 20 minutes long and they shoved them all in there. You'd have body horror, you'd have ghosts, you'd have folk horror, you'd have all sorts of crazy kind of weird stuff going on. Like there's one about a mermaid and nails, and it's just
Yes.
so much good stuff in that show.
Banger of a theme tune as well. Absolutely amazing theme
I'm
tune.
surprised that's not been turned into like a dance track or something.
How does it go?
Have you ever felt like this? When strange things are happening, we're going round the twist. Beautiful. It was great. It was so good. Nightmare. I used to love Nightmare as a kid as well. The kind of like game show, virtual reality thing where kids got put through these kind of... it was almost like a kind of escape room style like missions, but it was all done like they were really in a dungeon and it was life or death and that kind of thing. Loved it.
Mike, what was that one that we were talking about the other day in the car? And I said, you'd always told me it was Nightmare and it wasn't. It was like
Incredible Games.
Yes, and they go into like alphabet soup.
Yeah,
they go
and stuff like that. That always really freaked me out because it was really uncanny because it felt quite real. But these children being in this enormous
being
room.
shrunk,
yeah. And David Walliams was the host. It was quite weird actually, but are you afraid of the dark? People are mentioning, of course, like another classic, and of course Goosebumps, like the text in the 90s, right? If you're a kid, Goosebumps, and then if you're a bit older, Point Horror, Christopher Pike, like all of that kind of horror fiction was really big at the time, wasn't it? And Rob, you've already said you were a big Goosebumps fan, were you?
Massive Goosebumps fan, and I'll never forget reading that first book, Welcome to Dead House.
Yeah,
it's I think it's the scariest of all the Goosebumps books. It's quite a way to lead your series, but like about a town where everyone is already dead and they want you to join them. It's just so R.L. Stine's just such a creative writer to be able to write things that are the right level for, because these are, I guess, like 8-9-year-old readers, whereas Point Horror is that kind of young adult more market, which I think now is what most young horror is aimed at. I don't see so much being aimed at well, even Goosebumps, right? Like it has become more YA. That Netflix Goosebumps TV show, which is great, by the way, really good. I watched the first half of the first one
with Justin Long. It's excellent, and I think it's like Goosebumps. Actually, Goosebumps has always been pretty good in terms of the adaptations. Like the Jack Black films, I thought were really great too. Like I think they do a really good balance of kind of creepy horror, like the ventriloquist dummy, Slappy, and all of that, but with kind of fun kids stuff along the way. It's great.
Yeah, those films were that kind of adventure thing rather than focusing on a specific story.
Yeah,
and they worked just as well as a standalone anthology series as well.
Yeah, so
I think
good.
It's like being entertaining and experimental enough and frightening enough, but not like frightening your audience so much that you want to leave the room ever.
Yeah,
like it's that desperation to know what happens next, and there are always the little hooks, aren't there, and Goosebumps in the books and in the films, and they always like leave you on a bit of a cliffhanger. There was like one where there was a character who had like a mirror twin who was like evil, and then at the end he's like catching a ball, playing baseball, but catching it in the wrong hand. Realize that the real guy's been trapped in the mirror for all of it, and that's how the book ends.
And that's it.
Love it.
And it's just that's so good. What a great way to end, because you would never forget that as a child, being trapped in your own home, like in The Witches, like being trapped in the painting, or trapped as the gnome.
Let's maybe finish by talking about, or finish on the 90s at least, by talking about two of, I think, the best and scariest films, both Roald Dahl adaptations. You've got The Witches, Nick Rogue's The Witches, and you've got Danny DeVito's Matilda, right? Like absolute, like two perfect movies, right? Absolute perfect movies. Let's start by talking about The Witches, first of all. Nick Rogue's The Witches, which I think, Rob, for me, I think this is as close to proper horror as kids' movies have ever gotten. It's terrifying.
Yeah, this is like real body horror transformation shit going down. And it's iconic for the Grand High Witch, isn't it?
Yeah, Angelica Houston. Oh my god,
what a performance! Like, I don't think she'll ever do anything more iconic than that.
But, no.
Yeah, that scene where she pulls off her mask is just that's borderline actual horror, isn't it?
Oh, it's amazing. And actually,
not borderline, is actual horror.
It is actual horror.
Angelica Houston actually had a real... I remember as a kid, I was obsessed too with The Addams Family, which we haven't mentioned. But my my brain as a kid could not comprehend that they were the same actress for some reason. The Grand High
She was
Witch
so
and
sexy,
Morticia,
wasn't she?
Yeah, I mean she's pretty sexy in both
Is
actually.
that what
Like
you were
she's
thinking as a child, Rihanna?
she's. I mean, she
Grand High Witch.
absolutely.
Have we met, Rob?
She absolutely was. She absolutely was. But yeah, like I think The Witches. You mentioned it, Rihanna, but that story of the little girl in the painting is like
it's
pure nightmare fuel.
heartbreaking.
Yeah.
It is. It really is. And the idea of like being trapped behind something, watching your family getting on with life without you is like it goes like straight to your core, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And then just fading away and dying. And
Honestly, like Nick Rogue as a filmmaker who did things like Don't Look Now from the 70s, like he just brought that same sensibility to The Witches. Like the way it's edited, it's weird. There's something really weird and off about that movie. It's just like very odd, very British, but like
so British.
but really weird British. You know, like I love how all of the witches kind of look like sort of members of the WI or something, don't they?
Yes.
And like, but there's something
and like
just
the Faulty Towers thing of the hotel.
yes, Rowan
Yeah.
Atkinson,
Well,
of course.
Very like kind of tapping into all of the humor from the 70s.
Yes.
It was I think it was such a brilliant, unique, clever idea to get a horror director to make a kids film, and that's why it works so well. And why aren't we doing that more often? Why are we getting like these kind of more like adventure friendly kind of directors to make horrors which are really quite generic now? And why don't we get some real like nasty stuff in there?
Yeah,
Did you
it
ask
is.
Eli Roth about
The House with the Clock in the
he's
Walls.
made a kids'
yeah,
film,
no, I didn't actually. No, I skipped past that one. But the other moment I want to call out from The Witches as well is when the baby is being pushed off the cliff in the pram. Like, again, what the hell? Like, that moment where you're just watching a baby go off a cliff and all of the women, and that mother is screaming for help and running after her baby, and all the other women are just, like, laughing and cheering because they're all witches. Yeah, it's like, oh my God. Brutal stuff. To this day, is a brutal film. And, of course, Matilda, Rob, like, oh my God, what a
Perennial.
picture, right?
I mean, yeah, it is. Miss Trunchbull is a villain for the ages. It's just that combination of like fun, the outsider, which is a classic character in these kids' films, the loner. She brilliantly played by Mara Wilson. Just negotiating this world of adults that don't listen to her, which again we see time and again, and just mastering it basically.
Yeah.
It's like I always wanted to be Matilda. I want to have those magical powers. I want to be in charge of my life. And she was a bookworm, so I assume you loved that, Rihanna.
I did. I really saw myself in Matilda. Not the abuse side.
No, like, this is no offense to your lovely parents, but I sort of picture your childhood as being like Matilda's. Like, I just imagine you, like, pulling a wagon full of books to and from the library and stuff.
Basically what I did, yeah. My wagon was my mum, but yeah.
Oh, but yeah, the chokey, like...
Tricky arm with spikes.
just the cupboard of spikes that children get put into. And again, like, it's Pam Ferris, isn't it? Her performance is, again, just pitch perfect as being funny and just terrifying enough, like, but also kind of funny at the same time, right? Like, Rihanna, what do you think of that performance of the Trunchbull?
She is, without doubt, one of the best on-screen villains of all time.
Yeah.
Because she's a teacher, right?
Yeah.
Because we all have like a fear. We have that teacher that we were terrified of, and this just took it to like the nth degree of the punishments, of the fear, of the fact that other teachers were afraid of her. That there was literally nothing that she could not wield in her power to terrify the entirety of the school.
Yes.
And it even taps back into what we were saying about the gluttony. Like Roald Dahl really had a thing about this, right? When with Bruce and the eating of the chocolate cake and how that but I love how they turn that into, she sees it as a punishment, and then it actually turns into a really like heroic moment.
Well, so Danny DeVito, who, by the way, underrated director, because the way he directs this film is incredible. incredible, right? But there's something about The Witches and Matilda where both directors use these extreme close-ups to make these characters really grotesque, right? Like Rob, there's a lot of the Trunchbull just like, and there's a lot of like teeth and mouths and like camera angles are from like below, so she looks even like bigger and more towering and that kind of thing. And like, it's like expertly directed, isn't it? So good.
Yeah, lots of Sam Raimi in there, and
yes.
And but also she is a little bit fallible, which makes you kind of takes the edge off slightly. You see her scared of is it a frog? The newt.
The newt.
Like just that little bit of like you can see there's a hole in her armor somewhere. Just gives you that sense of she's terrifying, but we can overcome her.
We're about to run out of time, so I'm going to wrap up in a second. But I just want to finish. I've got to finish by talking. We've talked a little bit about some of the 21st century stuff. We've talked about Pixar and that kind of thing. But I feel like maybe we should finish by talking about maybe one of the biggest texts for kids of the 2000s, which is Harry Potter, right? And like Rihanna, you're our Harry Potter expert here. But how well do you think those books kind of, and those films too, like juggle horror, I suppose, for kids?
I think, it's famously like the third film is the one that feels like the real, genuine. I mean, apart from the fact that, like Matilda, Harry has grown up in a very abusive, neglected childhood, which kind of, of course we come back to, but that, that really shapes him. That lack of love really shapes who he becomes as an adult, and that craving of, that need for love and everyone around him dying. But it goes back to what I was saying earlier about grief. Throughout Harry Potter, the thing that devastates you the most as the books go on at the end of, the fourth, the fifth, the sixth, seventh book, all of the really important people in Harry's life start dying. And it's that I think is one of the most frightening things about the whole series. But in this world where, anything is possible, when you do have werewolves and you have dementors and the creatures that are imagined, they do feel really real in so many different ways. I guess, again, tapping into like the mental health thing of the dementors, and that's done so well on stage, isn't it, in The Cursed Child?
Incredible. Like those I mean, like Lexi said in the chat, nothing in Harry Potter is scarier than the author. True. I mean, like we've had to move swiftly on from anti-Semite Roald Dahl to transphobe J.K. Rowling. But I think those creatures, the three-headed dog was quite scary. I thought in the film, Fluffy, the creatures and the animals. Like Rob, I think there's some really great classic kids horror going on in these, aren't there? I think.
Yeah, and the directors have all taken the style of classic horror films for those kind of things, like the creepy woods could feel at home in any kind of, I don't know, Tim Burton gothic Forest thing. Okay, sorry, I'm not a Harry Potter fan particularly. There's a lot of good-looking horror set pieces throughout, and scary villains of all kinds.
I mean, Dolores Umbridge is the scariest character.
Best film.
The moment when she's torturing Harry by carving the writing into his hand. I was like, wow, these books get dark, don't they? It's good stuff.
Yeah,
it's good stuff.
Hermione gets tortured in the same way by someone as well.
She gets tortured by Bellatrix.
Yeah, that's
here we go.
A horrific moment.
Yeah. So there you go. It is some really good modern kids horror, I think, in that, we've talked a lot about how maybe films and fiction have softened, but there's definitely still some great horror out there. And Harry Potter's a perfect example of that, I think, isn't it? Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, there we go. Guys, we've run out of time. We're going to have to wrap it up, really. I want to ask you to finish. What's your favourite, most scary kids movie of all the ones we've talked about? Rob, do you have one particular favourite?
Of the films, I'm gonna go. Can I say one we haven't talked about?
Yeah, go for it. Yeah.
As a kid, it was Beetlejuice.
Of course, yeah. We haven't even mentioned Tim Burton, have we?
But,
like The Nightmare Before Christmas and stuff. There's no time. But Beetlejuice,
beyond belief.
Great.
So yeah, that's the one.
Great shout. I think I'm going to have to say Nick Rogue's The Witches. I think it is the absolute scariest. Rihanna, what would be your pick?
Yeah, I mean, maybe Matilda, to be honest. Just when I was little, I think the Trunchbull was the most frightening thing I'd ever seen.
Yeah. Amazing. Well, guys, this has been so much fun. I felt like we could have gone on for another 2 hours, but I've got loads more guests to come, loads more discussions to have. So thank you so much. Thank you to everyone for joining in the chat for this one. We're going to be back in a couple of minutes. I'm going to be joined by Becky and Stevie, and we're going to be talking about A Nightmare on Elm Street for its 40th anniversary, which is very exciting. So hang tight for that. Don't forget to keep donating if you can. Let's see what the total is up to now. We're up to £4,218.
Well done.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you, everybody.
That's
This is
brilliant.
incredible. So we are edging closer to that £5,000 target. Let's see if
Mike,
we can
do you want to do a food order while we're still online?
I might. I'm gonna really quickly grab something to eat before the next one as well. So, but yeah, so we'll be gone for a couple of minutes, and then Becky, Stevie, and I will be back. Rob and Rihanna, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hi, guys.
Hi.
Hello.
Oh my God, look at this. Incredible.
Perfect. Of course.
That's amazing.
My nails aren't even long.
Yeah.
Like, I've got nothing.
How did you just prepare that without us even noticing? That's
Under the
incredible work.
screen.
Yeah.
Under the
Love
screen,
that.
and then got it
Love
ready.
that.
It's
I will
like
take it off.
It's like Nancy's coffee machine. He's just always got it like
Yeah, just there
under
at
a
the
piece
ready.
of furniture.
Something I've never noticed before actually is the fact that she's got one on the shelf.
Yeah.
Yes.
And her mum takes away all the cups.
Where
and then
does-
one under the bed. When did that happen? And
Where
why
does
did
a
her mum not know?
16-year-old have the time and the funds to just suddenly get herself a spare coffee percolator to have
Yeah.
under her bedside table?
I literally only noticed
Oh.
it this time, and I was like, "Hang on, two
Incredible.
in one household."
Incredible. So much to discuss. I love your little bust as well. I imagine
Thank you.
not your I love Sorry, yeah. That was I was like, I've complimented Stevie on his glove. Better give Becky a compliment.
Oh, we're off to a fine start.
Oh God. Stevie, I love your Freddy Krueger bust, is what I meant to say. It's
Yes,
beautiful.
thank you.
And Becky, you are looking beautiful today as well.
Thank you very much,
Okay.
Mike. Hello.
Nice tits.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, nice tits. Oh my God, incredible stuff. Guys, thank you so much for joining me. This is going to be very fun because we talked
So
about so
exciting.
many cracking films together, but I don't know if we've ever done like an all-time classic together in this way.
Proper,
Yeah.
like zeitgeisty cultural moment movie. We've talked about several of the sequels.
Yeah.
It's the same with Friday the 13th, even though, say what you want about the first one, but we've steered clear of it.
Yes.
We always go like, oh yeah, let's go for that, but not that one.
Yeah.
It almost feels too much.
Yes, exactly. It's almost like, where do you start with this movie, right?
Well, this is going to be the 24 hours. You only need one other. You only need one other guest.
Yeah. We'll do it minute by minute. I think. Let's do it. Well, I want to ask you about your kind of histories with this movie and everything, but let's dive straight in first of all with a little plot synopsis. So we're going to be talking in depth about A Nightmare on Elm Street from 1984, Wes Craven's original. So, Stevie, do the honors, please. Give us a little plot. For anyone out there listening who doesn't know what this film is about, there might be one. Let us know.
I'm going to imagine that's possible.
Yeah.
So Nightmare on Elm Street. So basically it centers around a group of teenagers who all happen to live on Elm Street or in the Elm Street area. And they are being plagued by nightmares. And it so happens that upon a chance discussion, some similarities start to show up between the nightmares of these children. And namely, being chased by a man who seems to have several knives in his hand or knives as a hand. And we start to discover via Nancy, our protagonist, that she believes it is this same person and there's something very odd. And we start to realize that some things that happen in the dreams involving this man have consequences when you wake up, such as burns or bruises or cuts or slashes. And so Nancy's friends start dying in their sleep. And of course, all the adults of Elm Street, for one reason or not, don't believe there's anything going on within the dreams that could be causing this. It is either the boyfriend or suicide, trigger warning. And you meant to say that before, aren't you? But it boils down to Nancy discovering that her mother, along with several other of the parents in Elm Street, were actually part of a mass, not a mass murder. What's the opposite of that? Like several people killing one person. A mob.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's it. There was a child murderer back in the day called Fred Krueger, who was released on a technicality. He managed to get away with it, even though he was arrested. And so all the parents banded together and burnt him alive in a boiler room that he was hiding out in. And now he is somehow back supernaturally, haunting the children of Elm Street, all the children of the parents who killed him. And that's basically it.
Lovely, beautifully put. Whenever you talk about him getting off on a technicality, I think of Nancy's mum being like, the judge got fat and the lawyers got rich. Love her. Anyway,
he killed 20 children. You're not telling me that because somebody didn't sign the form on the
right
I's
and cross the T's.
They're just like, nah, sorry.
I've watched Making a Murderer. I know the justice system is like, we can't put him away. They're like, just put him away and we'll do everything later.
Yeah, exactly. It's insane, but quite a rich mythology there, right? Already in this first film. Becky, first of all, let me ask you your history. Now, you've always said that you were always a bit of a one and doneer with these big horror franchises, right? And we talked together about things like Dream Warriors for the first time you ever saw it, right? But what about this original, the OG? Like, when did you first discover this movie?
Really late. So as well as being a bit of a one and done when it comes to franchises, I didn't kind of cut my teeth on slashers when I was a kid. So when I was younger and watching horror, it was very much kind of like occult and like ghost stories and stuff like that. And I just didn't really get into slashers until post Scream. So I won't have seen Nightmare on Elm Street until after like Scream came out. Shocker was my first Wes Craven film. Banger. But yeah, so like it really has been relatively recent. But it's one of those films that the moment you see it, you're like, what was I thinking? Why have I not, been like basically mainlining this film for my entire life? It's like we talk about, it's an absolute just stone cold classic. So yeah, you sort of see it for the first time. It's like, oh, that's what all the fuss is about.
Yeah, and it somehow
But
gets better and better, I think, with every
Yeah,
watch.
agreed.
I think I love it
It
more and
really
more.
does. I'm almost jealous though as well that you were able to come to it with, you know, a mature mind and a sort of a history of knowing the tropes and that sort of thing, so you can see just how sort of formative it was for the
Yeah.
time. I mean, it was only recently, I think just 2 years ago, it was entered for preservation into the National Film Registry for cultural significance just in 2021. And I mean that just speaks volumes, doesn't it?
Yes, to the snobbery. It really does. Stevie, what about you? Now, like, am I right in thinking this is like your all-time favorite or one of your all-time favorites?
I can't remember a time when it wasn't part of my life. So as far back as my memory goes, that's Freddy was always there, because I was born in 8th of November 1984. This film was released on the 9th of November 1984. Literally within 24 hours of each other, me and Freddy were born. And
Wow.
And so I grew up with the imagery of Freddy and him becoming that pop culture icon, which I'm sure we'll talk about a little bit more, and we have talked about several times. And so he was in my childhood and in my life before I saw the films. And because I was of that persuasion, I was fascinated. And, you know, the VHS store, as I've talked about a lot, was my haven and the wall of horror. And so by the time I was able to start, and my parents started letting me, was probably when I was sort of 6 or 7, even. You know, we started a bit softer. So by 1990, I think, I knew who Freddy Krueger was before seeing any of the films, and I was obsessed with him. And to the point where he was almost like a myth in school. People would talk about, oh, have you seen this film? You know, I watched over the banister, my parents watching this movie, this guy who has knives for fingers, and in that zeitgeist way. And so I think it was about 1990, 1991, which is strangely towards the end of his run, is when I first probably saw it. And it was everything I'd ever hoped. And of course, as we will talk about the first one, he is the most terrifying, lecherous. He's a creepy old man.
Yes.
And that's how it's presented. This, you know, a bad adult, and he's after the kids, and that is the most terrifying thing for a child. And the worst thing about it is in your dreams. So I was just obsessed with this whole concept, to the point where, you know, I would sneak steak knives into my bedroom and a roll of sellotape, and I would sort of sellotape knives to my fingers in practice. I mean, obviously no one got hurt, and yeah, practice being Freddy, and obviously no one got hurt, and I wouldn't recommend this. Don't try that at home. Obviously that is very concerning if a child is sellotaping knives to their fingers, but
some kids stash porn under the mattress. Stevie was smuggling steak knives into the bed.
Honestly, and it was an obsession. So he was an obsession. And then I moved on to the sequels, which I think as a child, I much preferred because of the cartoonish nature that he became. And just rewatching it for this, it reminded me of just, you have to try and delete everything you know.
Yes.
To watch this properly, and everything we know that comes subsequently, because he doesn't actually speak that much, and he doesn't have any one-liners, and he's in the shadows a lot. You don't see him that clearly. And it's so funny because when you... Sorry, I'm really rambling, but you've got 24 hours.
Come on, I've got time to fill, Stevie. It's fine.
Because when you mention him, you picture his face so clearly and brightly in like a silly pose, or, you know, something quite jovial or clowny. But actually the root of it and the genesis of him is something much darker, much scarier. And that's why this film is an anomaly in the horror genre. And it is why it is so respected. And 40 years later, finally in the film registry, you know.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I think I came to this sort of late 90s when I was just getting into horror. I've talked about like forever. Scream was my kind of gateway in, and then I discovered A Nightmare on Elm Street. And for a while, my parents had weird kind of, I think, sort of tastes in what they thought was and wasn't suitable for me, because there were some things they were totally fine about me watching, but for some reason, Nightmare on Elm Street, they were very strict that I couldn't watch for a while.
I don't think that's strange.
I suppose it isn't, but they wouldn't mind me watching stuff like the Silence of the Lambs and stuff.
Right.
Because,
This is exactly the same
we've
with my
talked about this together,
parents.
haven't we, Becky? There's
Yeah.
something
That
about
is strange when you think about it.
like that and Misery that they kind of they were like, well, these are proper films with proper actors. You can watch these. I think there was something about A Nightmare on Elm Street and the fact that it was about a child molester and a child murderer who kills you in your dreams. They were like, that is too much for a child. Fair enough, Mum and Dad. I get it. So yeah, I actually didn't watch this one for quite a while. I was probably about 14 by the time I came to it, and it was and so because of that, I had built it up in my mind as well. Like this thing became mythic. I'd seen pictures of Freddy. I'd heard about the films. I've heard them referenced on millions of different other things. So I felt like I knew it before I'd ever seen it. But it still terrified me. I can sort of picture exactly where I was the first time I watched it, and just how disturbing it is. You know, it starts off and you're like, oh, this is kind of creepy and interesting and weird. And then the moment when Tina is dragged onto the ceiling, you're like, oh wow, like it's not fucking around, this film.
That's the switch, isn't it?
Yeah,
that's the switch. I've got a question for both of you. So because Scream was quite a catalyst for you both, horror wise, when there's a lot of references to Freddy Krueger at the beginning, you know, in the opening scene.
Yeah.
So were you just aware of who he is? He's that killer from the movies from 10 years ago. And were you aware that it is the same director sort of referencing himself at the time? Can you remember that?
I don't think I was aware enough at that stage because I was young that it was I got that they were talking about this film, and so I knew in my head that it was about a guy with knives for fingers and that kind of thing. But I don't think I connected the dots that they were both Wes Craven at that point. I don't know. What about you, Becky?
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
So this idea of kind of knowing him as this kind of like playground legend, you know, kids would talk about the Freddy Krueger and the Nightmare on Elm Street movies. And my best friend Katie, her parents were much more lenient on kind of slasher films and stuff like that. So I think part of the fact that I was only interested in kind of occult and like ghost stuff when I was a kid, and, you know, sort of like serial killer films, was because that was what my parents let me watch. And again, like, you know, films that had proper actors in and, you know, were maybe sort of deemed like the safer side of horror. Whereas something about Freddy Krueger, definitely to my parents, was like a no-no. And so again, I learned about him through almost like osmosis. And then when it comes to watching Scream, because he's such a huge kind of pop culture icon by that point, I definitely knew enough that all of that stuff in like the references landed. But again, I don't think I realized that they were both Wes Craven, not like consciously when I was watching the film, and that he was kind of commenting on his own stuff.
No, it was a long time before I got the fact that Wes Craven made a cameo dressed as Freddy Krueger as Fred the janitor, right? Like that went right over my head the first time I saw Scream. But I think for all of us, right, it was one of those things that kind of existed in the consciousness in our world before we even got to see it, right? We're all very much of that generation. And like you say, Stevie, everything that came afterwards is actually all the other sequels that we've discussed together are in a way so different to this movie. So I want to ask you about Wes Craven as well. Stevie, we've talked together a lot about Wes Craven. Where was he kind of at in his career at this point, you know, as the world was being introduced to A Nightmare on Elm Street?
Well, as you and I think we did a whole hour episode special on him a couple of years back.
Yeah.
And, you know, and we both agreed how he basically rocks up to change the genre every sort of 10 years or so. Because he did it with Last House on the Left in a way, even though it wasn't the first of its type, that sort of, you know, that kind of revenge angle. But the way he shot that, you know, he didn't pull away. He lingered, and the shots of the heinous acts in that movie, he keeps the camera on. And that was the sort of first time the way he had done that made that uncomfortable length had happened. Then obviously with this, so I think just before this he'd done Swamp Thing. Was not his best. And what I love about him is, I think we've said this before as well, Mike, is if you look at Carpenter and I know I'm not pitting them together just before anyone asks me. If you look at Carpenter and Craven, catalogue wise, Carpenter consistency and quality, it is beyond. It is truly beyond. Craven, it's very up and down.
Yeah.
Because he can do his little sort of trashy ones, such as Shocker, which is such a fun, ridiculous, trashy 80s horror.
Yeah.
But then he comes along and he creates cultural milestones in movies and film. And that, I can't think of many or any other, especially horror directors, who do that. So at this point in his career, he had seen, he'd had his sort of really dodgy, rough sort of 70s gruey, very human, can't quite look at it directly films. And then he was a bit of a director for hire. And as I said, did Swamp Thing. That wasn't great, didn't do the best. And then he came up with the idea of this out of, pulling from real life experiences. We've talked before about, how Freddie was inspired from one time when he was looking out his window and he saw this drunk old man walking down the road, and he just stopped dead and then turned his head immediately, and they locked eyes, and it was the most terrifying thing. And then also these reports of these sort of shell-shocked refugees from Asia who were not wanting to sleep because of these horrific dreams. And so he pulled from everywhere, and he came up with this concept, and then he was going door to door trying to sell this, and he was turned down and down until New Line gave him a chance, who had mostly been a distribution company up to this point. They'd done a couple Alone in the Dark, and they put out a couple on their own, and so eventually they just got it made. But I think he himself, every time I watch this and knowing more about him, I see more of him and, his strict Pentecostal upbringing. I didn't realize quite in this first one how much religious references there are and how much of that is underlying there. But he was broke as fuck. And he had this fucking script that we now know to be a Nightmare on Elm Street that no one would take. And so this was life-changing for him and for Bob Shea and New Line Cinema. The nickname of that studio eventually was the house that Fred built, the house that Freddie built. But he just, I'm so proud of him.
I know, what a hero.
Honestly,
right?
He's just my hero.
And I think we all agreed, right? His films can be a bit rough and ready at times, but I think there's something that we've talked about this before, but there's something I love so much about him, about how much of himself he pours into his movies. Like, he makes things that really frighten him, that are making a point about something to him, right? And you're right, they're never as slick necessarily as a Carpenter film or a Cronenberg film, but the themes, the impetus, like there's so much interesting stuff, I feel like, packed into his films. You can feel it, can't you, Becky? Like, what a kind of interesting, thoughtful, sort of academic man he was, I think, in what he makes horror films about.
Yeah, absolutely. This idea of dreams and the kind of research that he did on that, but it doesn't even feel like he kind of had an idea and then went out and kind of researched. It's like it was almost always within him, and he's just kind of like waiting for these external kind of influences to sort of pull these ideas out of him. I love this idea of I think it's like Laotian refugees who, and stuff like, we were joking at the beginning about the coffee pot, and that literally came from like one of these stories that he read in a newspaper. So he's constantly pulling kind of externally these influences and references to kind of flesh out these ideas that are kind of already within him, that he's sort of waiting to like birth onto the page. And I think that's why they can always feel his films always feel very Wes Craven, because like you say, he's pouring so much of himself into it. And with Dreams, it's such a universal conceit. It's something that everybody can relate to. And I think he was also really good at kind of tapping into those kind of fears and anxieties, and like human kind of sort of just the humanity of people, that everybody, the universality of people that everybody experiences. And he's very good at kind of focusing in on like one of those things and like pulling it apart and kind of showing it back to you.
Yeah. The film opened obviously with that iconic shot of kind of a small frame of like this man building his glove, right? And it's like dirty, grimy, old sort of woodshed. It reminds me, Stevie, of it looks like an early 80s slasher movie, right? And I think that it feels like there is something deliberate there of like what begins with this kind of like serial killer in a woodshed, then opens out into this weird dreamscape. Because where were we at in terms of the slashers, right? Because again, this is a monumental transitional moment in slashers too.
Done. It was the thing is, you think of the 80s as the slasher heyday, but the good ones,
it was
actually 2 years, really. It was really short, but they were still stretching them out and cookie cuttering and just trying to think of any new setting to put something. Let's go in the snow, or we haven't had one yet. And it's very deliberate for him to have an unmasked killer who has sort of the power of speech, even that alone, even though it wasn't the very first. But he very much sets it up as, what's coming. This is going to be the opening kill. And then we are thrown into this uncanny sequence and world where immediately we are off-footed and go, I don't know where we are. And actually, it feels very unsafe because I can't tell you what's about to happen, because clearly this world isn't working like the one that I'm currently residing in. Yes. And that is... He's so good at going, all bets are off, and just throwing you into a world where actually you have no fucking idea what's coming next. And it is just horrendous. It's just horrendous. And it's not, and he also sets up, we're going to follow the trope, here's our girl, here's the final girl that you're going to meet, and she doesn't die in the opening scene, so she is going to be the final girl. And of course it's not. He's playing with us from the off. He's playing with us the way that Freddy plays with his victims. It's that cat and mouse. He's playing with his food, and I think Wes is doing that to us with this, because he knows what we're expecting, and he makes us think we're getting it when we're not.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of underrated almost now, Becky, just how well he kind of puts dreams on screen, right? Like, what do you think of that opening scene? All those moments where it's like Tina is sort of trying to run but can't, and the weirdness of like
the dream running is
and
so
stuff,
relatable.
like, all of that stuff. Like, how do you find that whole kind of opening sequence, Becky?
Oh, it's perfect. Like this idea of the sort of the uncanniness, and everything sort of looks as you would expect it to, but just slightly off. So the way that, she is sort of, she's running, but she can't quite get away. But also the way that he moves, like he's almost kind of like dance-like, but then at the same time, he's like an absolute madman. Like the kind of elongation of limbs and the shadows, where somebody, you'll sort of move somewhere to get away from something, and then you turn around and it's right there in front of you, because everything, like, it's all askew, and you can't quite place yourself, you can't quite place your surroundings. Things feel familiar, but at the same time they feel completely alien. Like I think that opening sequence, and other specific points throughout the film as well, he just absolutely nails that kind of, well, the terror of being within a dream, and especially within a nightmare. And he said in one interview that after his parents divorced, he was scared to go to sleep because of having bad dreams, and he asked his mum if she would come with him, and he said, like, that's the one place that I can't go, it's the one place that I can't protect you have to go alone. And that to me is such a terrifying concept, and something that, again, I think, you know, sort of followed him into adulthood, and that he's then managed to kind of put on screen in this film, this idea that you, even when Nancy is trying to get her useless boyfriend to stay awake so that he can keep an eye on her, still nobody can go in with her, nobody can go in with Tina and protect her. So yeah, that the absolute, just, you know, Freddie is such nightmare fuel on top of what is already actually a very kind of isolating and terrifying concept.
Yeah, and the kind of fluidity between the dream and the reality, Stevie, is something I think Wes Craven pulls off so well as well, that people don't give him enough credit for. That idea of, you never quite know through the film what you're watching, whether you can trust what you're watching or not. Yeah. You know, like in my you know, 30 years before Inception, it did it much better than Inception, right? In that way, where you're like, are we in a dream or are we not?
Right, exactly. And I don't mind it in this, and you know, I hate dream sequences in general.
Exactly. But again, you know, this is a director that was known for his, you know, Last House on the Left, that kind of almost news footage-esque realism, right? This kind of gritty, grainy verite vibe where people thought that they were watching a snuff film, to suddenly watch this like weird, almost art house kind of sequence where suddenly there'll be like mist and leaves in the school corridor as a body is like being dragged invisibly down. Like all of those images are just so powerful, aren't they? And then Stevie, that weird in between thing where he wallops you with Tina being dragged up on the ceiling with no music, and it suddenly is like kind of realism mixed with surrealism. It's just so clever.
It's still just one of the most harrowing sequences in horror. Tina's death, and you know, it is, you know, it does allude to, you know, under there about, you know, sexual abuse, and there's a lot actually that he put in there to sort of represent awful things that teenagers can go through. And that sequence, and I think we've talked about it before, about how they achieved it with this, building this rotating room on this massive sort of scaffold, and so the guy is sort of locked into the corner, so he is on the axis constantly, and she's sliding around. And then of course they use it again later with the Johnny Depp, and that goes wrong, but I think we'll talk about that when we get to it. But it is, you've just never, and thinking you're sat down to watch a slasher, when you see that moment when Tina rises in the air kicking and screaming, you've never seen anything like it. I've got chills now even thinking about it, and it is just so visceral, and yet so, because you're not watching a man, you know, really viciously ripping up a girl. You're just watching a girl get viciously ripped up. And there's, your brain cannot quite compute how harrowing that would be, because it's not something you've ever thought of or envisioned. And so just as an image, it is, I can't even, it's unlike anything, and it gets me every single time.
Becky, we've screened that film before, or we've been to a screening together, actually, wasn't it, in Oxford?
Yeah.
And I remember there's a very similar reaction to this as there was to Scream when we screened Scream for its anniversary, where people were laughing, you know, quoting along with it. And then when Drew Barrymore starts being ripped to shreds and her parents are coming and she can't call out to them, suddenly you could hear a pin drop in that audience, where Wes Craven suddenly has you in the palm of his hand. And it's the same with that moment with Tina, isn't it? You're into this weird stuff, the surrealism, the long arms, which, you know, these days some cinema audiences laugh at. But then that moment when she's being dragged up on the ceiling and torn apart and screaming, you're suddenly just like, oh my God, Wes Craven is not fucking around, you know? Yeah,
definitely. And like the blood as well, you know, I mean, it is just everywhere. And it's such a shocking moment, because as you say, you know, on first watch, even if you have any familiarity with the film, I think you're sort of coming in expecting one thing, and like you say, like this moment is just such a rug pull, and it is so violent, and you know, he makes Tina and the other kids likable in a very short period of time at the beginning of the film. And even Rod, who's, you know, a little bit of a sort of he's the kind of the sort of bad boy, but he's, you know, he's
Yeah.
the one that's sort of winding them all up the whole time, you know, and you see it from his perspective as well. Like, obviously
Yeah.
it is so violent towards Tina, but imagine being in that room with that happening to, you know, your girlfriend. Like, you've just been in bed and you realize that there's like something else in the room with you. It's just absolutely terrifying.
You've just
And it
had the
creates-
loudest, most dramatic sex ever.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, it creates the a classic locked door mystery, you know, of, okay, so if it wasn't you and the door is locked and there's no entry, who killed this person, and how can you explain it? And we're privy to that with him, so, you know, we have no illusions. We know we're on his side, and it just puts us in a really interesting situation where you start to think, how could you explain it? How can you get out of this? I just watched her tear up in midair.
And, you know, like you said, Steve, up until this point, we kind of think maybe Tina might be our main character, our final girl. This is a bit of a Psycho-esque rug pull, isn't it, in a way? And this is where Nancy sort of comes to the fore as the final girl, really, at this point onwards. We realize it's her story that we're going to be following. But yeah, what do you think of this group of this kind of core four, the original core four that we meet here, Stevie? So we've got Nancy, played by, of course, Heather Langenkamp. We've got Tina, Glenn, played by Johnny Depp, and Rod. What do you think of these kids?
I think they are. This is where I think he's clever by still making them feel of the time. They are slaves to the 80s and the slasher, because they do play the roles that we've come to expect out of teen protagonists of the era. And why I think Nancy particularly is our heroine, and why I liken her most to Laurie Strode, is they're both very headstrong, clever, opinionated, and strong. I've said strong again. Strong women, but they can't present as that because of the time and the culture that they are in, and only when it is necessary do they let it out and they show their wits and they show their gall. But I love this little core because none of them are cunts.
Yes.
Sorry for swearing, but they all just seem like really normal. Like, yeah, you have got the bad boy, but also he's not like a proper dick.
No, absolutely. Not like
not
you
at all.
usually
Got
get like
issues.
one, like really the one that you cannot wait to
and
die.
you don't
like,
understand
you
why
for
they're
him.
hanging out usually.
Right, exactly.
You know, you're like, why are you all friends?
Why would
These feel like, oh, I get why you're friends, because you all have similar interests and you make each other laugh.
They're quite sweet to each other, aren't they? And Becky, you messaged me last night when you were watching it, and you were like, look how young Heather Langenkamp is. Like, I think that's the other thing. Apart from Rod, maybe, they actually look like children, don't they? They act like children. They talk about jump rope songs and they go, and stuff. And like, they are more like teenagers than in most other teen slasher films, you know?
Yeah, and you know, she's coded as young as well. You know, she's got these pastels and her hair clipped back, and she's just wearing kind of like khakis, and she's got a little backpack. Like, you know, she's got these big blue eyes. I think watching it last night, that was something I'd never really noticed about her before. You know, she's such a baby face. And you know, I think that's she sort of straddles that line so perfectly between being strong and competent and smart and resourceful as you need her to be, but her being like this literal child that you know, you're like, you just want to protect her.
Yeah, totally. And I think there is something, Stevie, as well, that is, you know, there is none more 80s, right, than the Elm Street franchise. I feel like, you know, those early slashers, what you're seeing in terms of the fashion and that kind of thing, you know, think of movies like Prom Night and Terror Train, there is 70s kind of culture still really lingering there, right? I feel like when we get to 1984 and the Elm Street movies onwards, it feels like we are in proper synthy, Stranger Thingsy 80s at this point, aren't we? You know?
Totally. This is what we reference back to, actually.
Yes.
It is this. And also, and just on rewatch again, I think what really lands is that sort of Stephen King-esque thing of all of the adults are
Awful.
awful or problematic or not present. You know,
just useless.
useless.
Yeah.
It's the latchkey kid era, you know.
Yes.
But even the teachers, like when Nancy wakes up in class screaming, like, you know, obviously going through something seriously traumatic, her teacher just says something to her, like, Lynch, hi.
Lynch.
Literally says something like, well, you're going to need a hall pass, and then just goes back to teaching the class. Like, they are just so ineffectual.
Yes.
And you really get this sense that it is up to the kids.
Yes,
Yeah.
100%. I think, Stevie, like you say, there's a Stephen King element to that. There is also very much that's a Wes Craven theme too, isn't it? I think we talked about it together, going all the way back to, again, Last House on the Left, and the idea of parents losing their kids. You know, Scream, there are no adults present, basically. You know, like the people under the stairs, very much a kind of warped, you know, parent-child kind of dynamic. There is this feeling that adults and parents will not be able to help you. And the whole film feels like a kind of dark fairy tale, doesn't it? And it's weird, and the adults act weird. The acting is not that great from a lot of the adults, but almost it feels like it works because you go, why are they all acting? Like you say, like Lynn Shay going, don't forget a hall pass, or like Nancy's mum just being like, don't go there, Nancy, and just putting bars on the window and stopping her from, you know, helping herself. And like everything the parents do, you're just like, what the fuck are you doing, right?
I know. I think that, and I think that works and is probably deliberate, because once we know this is about going in and out of dreams, the more it's like, oh, I've worked it out. I know when they're safe and I know where they're not. The more uncanny the real waking life is, the more we're going to go, oh, fuck, I don't know if we've slipped yet. Because that whole section in the classroom, as you say, I think sometimes we immediately know we're in a dream because you walk through one door and then you're in a different world. And sometimes we're not sure. So you're constantly wondering when the tipping point is.
Yeah.
And I think keeping your audience by teaching them this rule, but then not letting us know when it's going to happen, is something that keeps you on a constant teetering level of fear. Because sometimes it may just be the soundscape that changes. Everything is like, is it? Does everything feel a little bit echoier?
Yeah.
Or am I just thinking that? Is she acting odd? And then for me, one of the most, you get these moments when you go, oh, we are asleep. And it may just be like the boy stood up reciting Shakespeare that then turns into a whisper. And it is one of the most chilling moments in the entire film, even though there's someone in a body bag next to her covered in blood, but just him changing the way.
That whole school sequence is just delicious, isn't it?
Yes.
I love it so much, that body bag and everything. Like, it's just perfection.
But just questioning, are we under? Are we there? So that's the point where whenever we do get one of the teenagers alone, whether it's Johnny Depp on his bed, you're constantly going, now? Is he awake? Is he gone?
Yeah, exactly.
And so you don't know when.
You never get that really kind of like obvious thing of, okay, I'm going to sleep now.
No.
And then there's like sort of wavy lines and now it's a dream. It's like one of them will close their eyes briefly and then something will sort of startle them, or they'll just hear something and they'll open their eyes, but you haven't seen them fall asleep.
No.
You just think that they've just kind of like blinked for a little bit too long or something, you know. So it's this seamless transition every time that kind of makes it feel so, like you're just like you say, Steve, you're just questioning it the whole time.
And I think people, I think something over the years people have always questioned or gone, excuse me, is, you know, when Nancy picks up the phone and Freddie's on the other end, his tongue comes out and they're saying, you know, that technically she is awake at that point. So how does he cross over into the waking life? But actually you have to remember that she has been up for nearly 7 days now.
Yeah.
And it is impossible for the brain to not micronap.
Yeah.
And so that her brain is going off and on without her even knowing it. So actually you can absolutely explain moments like that. And that is the most terrifying thing, when she thinks the best thing she could do is not get a good night's sleep, when actually she's putting herself in so much more peril that every 25 seconds her brain may be going into the dream realm. And
It's
so
awful.
little moments like that, I say to those people that go, "Oh, it doesn't make sense," I say, "Fuck off! You stay up for 7 days and see what
Right.
happens."
Yeah, I never even considered that scene doesn't make sense. Like, yeah, I think you're right. Like the way in which by the final act of the film, Nancy is so out of it that everything is just fluid in terms of what we're seeing and whether we trust it, right? Again, the moment when she's screaming out of her window in the bars and everyone's ignoring her, you're like, would this happen in the real world? Of course it wouldn't, but we're in this kind of like semi-dream world, I think, by this point, and a fairy tale too.
Yeah, and actually, is she going,
yeah,
but she feels like she's screaming. We don't know, because we don't know where we are.
Yeah.
Like, which side of her are we on at that point? Are we tired with her, or are we the onlookers? It's just it's just makes your brain go. It's so good.
So good. Becky, what do you think of Nancy's parents? So we've got Marge, played by Ronnie Blakely, and we've got her dad, of course, played by John Saxon, who's always brilliant, handsome, always a bit cross with people, isn't he? He's good at being a bit cross.
I think they do exactly, as we've kind of already discussed with the adults, they do exactly what the film needs them to do in terms of like keeping things from the kids. There's that amazing moment just after Rod's funeral when Nancy is kind of like finally like explains to them, what she's been seeing, who she's been seeing, the like details of Fred. And this sort of look like passes over the dad's face. And it's like, you fucking know something, you fucker, just tell her. And, they're keeping things from her. They're gaslighting her. They are just flat out disbelieving her and telling her that she's, being crazy, or she's just stressed, or she just needs some more sleep. Take her to a sleep clinic. No matter what she says, they're kind of almost like doing the opposite. So they become almost these kind of like secondary antagonists, because you can't trust them. You can't. There's a bit when she's in the sleep clinic and she says something like, "It's not you I don't trust." I'm like, it bloody should be.
Absolutely.
They're not protectors as parents. We've spoken a bit already about Wes Craven's like childhood and his kind of his relationship to parents and to adults and to authority, and adults in this film and especially these two kind of like the ones that we spend the most time with in relation to their kid, they're not protectors. And again, it just spurs on this this sort of fact that Nancy and the other kids have to do it for themselves, because these guys are just useless.
Yeah, utterly useless. And Marge, I find
oh my God,
the weirdest character, Stevie, right? Like what's going on with the acting choices in this role? Like this whole character I find her so strange. One of the most fascinatingly strange elements of this whole film for me is Marge.
Yeah, I mean, you have to remember, she has killed a man.
She is keeping his glove in the furnace in her basement.
Yeah, because that nothing, so that they can't get traced back. But yeah, you do have to remember that she did all that to protect her child.
Yes,
and I reckon that would play on your mind a little bit, hearing the screams of the man you've just set on fire. You'd probably hear that a lot, and so maybe you would turn to drink a little bit. And so I think she's always, and of course at this point in the 80s,
the bottle of gin in the linen cupboard just kills me. Like she's got about 20 of them just round the house.
It's like the house mother from Black Christmas, isn't it? Yeah. They're kind of like hiding it in the toilet cistern and stuff. Yeah,
I think she's just staying at a level of intoxication.
Yes,
that makes her a little bit, she doesn't want, again, it's about being awake and not being awake, isn't it?
Right.
But in a different way.
Right.
And she doesn't want to be awake to the reality of what she's done. And I truly believe that is absolutely why we have the character the way she is, the way she is just keeping herself slightly out of it, literally.
Yes.
And because of this trauma and horrific thing that she did for a good cause, to save her daughter, but she also did in the most horrific way end someone's
like,
life.
Stevie, I think you mentioned when we talked about one of the sequels, like, at what point did the parents, who first suggested this among the parents, right? Like a PTA
Which one
meeting. Yeah.
was it? And did they all agree? Or if did someone say no? And then they were like, well, we can't let them out of the room because they're going to tell the plan. So they kill someone else? Like, what? The secrets of Elm Street.
So
so it
good.
just explains why all the fucking adults are messed the fuck up. And what they did, and I think the worst thing is, and why they don't want to believe what is happening is the worst thing they've probably ever done in their life was to protect. And actually what it is done is the
Ultimately
absolute
killed them.
opposite. It is the demise of their children.
Yeah, not
And
only was
that
it for nothing,
concept,
but it's actually made the situation worse.
like what
Perfect.
a fucking
Perfect.
That's a nightmare.
Yeah.
Incredible. And again, it goes back to those themes that Wes Craven has explored since Last House on the Left, that kind of like, does violence beget more violence, and all of that kind of thing.
Right.
It's so clever. And we've talked about it already, but I just feel like we should come back to Fred Krueger, Becky, in this particular movie, right? Like, he's called Fred for one thing, right? And not Freddy. But how do you find Robert Englund's performance in this and that portrayal of Freddy in this original?
He's just so scary.
Yeah.
The what you were saying, Stevie, earlier about him being like a maskless killer. So I love that Wes Craven didn't necessarily want to be a horror filmmaker, but when making his horror films, he is obviously so well versed and so familiar with the horror genre and with the art of horror filmmaking. And so, he's aware of Michael and Jason. And one of the reasons that Fred is a burn victim is because they wanted to come up with a way of him being like terrifying and having this terrifying face, but for it to be articulated. So they come up with, okay, well, we'll make him burned because then he's got this horrific face that he can still sort of emote through. And that creates something so different to Michael and Jason. He's not just this shape. It allows him to have this personality. And even though in the first one, he isn't kind of wisecracking and he's not the kind of
pop culture icon necessarily.
Yeah, right. The sort of like broad comedy figure that he becomes later. It allows Robert Englund to kind of play with it, to play with the character. And he was improving on set. He really brought so much of himself to Freddy. He was a classically trained actor. He is a classically trained actor, but at the time when he was playing, and he brings so much of that kind of, there's almost like this like Shakespearean kind of villainy to Freddy. And he's that perfect level of being like, he's basically like the perfect like invader, because not only is he an invader who is coming into your home, he's not only coming into your bedroom, but he's coming into your dreams, into sleep. This is the time where you are at your most vulnerable, when you're asleep anyway, because anybody can kind of do anything to you because you're asleep. But to come within your dreams, it's like the ultimate kind of internal violation. And if you then kind of add that onto the fact that he was a child molester and murderer, like, it's so icky. And he plays that sort of ickiness and that creepiness and that dirty old man so perfectly. But at the same time, he's like, he's got this weird sort of allure to him at the same time. Like, it's a perfect performance. And it's why Robert Englund went on to play Freddy. He's not like Michael and Jason, where they just got another body and stuck a mask on him. no shade to any of the people that have played Jason and Michael, you've done wonderful jobs. But, there is something about Robert Englund being such an enduring presence through these films.
Yeah.
And it's because of the sort of performer he is.
Yeah, Stevie, it's hard to imagine, isn't it? I wonder if this is part of the reason why we're not continuously getting new Nightmare films, but it's hard to imagine anyone else other than Robert Englund playing this role as well, right?
I mean, of course. I mean, he's a hero of mine, and I was so lucky to have him on my podcast at the end of last year. And it was so incredible to hear him talk about when we were talking about the Freddy of it all, and how he saw it as a part, like it was like a Shakespearean part, and he thought about every inch of that character, and it makes the world difference. And I think what separates Freddy as well is we know his motive.
Yeah.
With Jason, you kind of go, yeah, he just likes it. He likes killing. And with Michael, the scariest thing about early Michael, is why is he doing it? With Freddy, even though we get the information of, sorry, this might be my fault. I burnt him. So we get his motive and why he's after these kids. But what's different with this one, we don't get the how, and and they don't mess around with, give me the power, I beg of you. How did he get into the dreams? Is he demonic? How is he supernatural? It's so odd that this is a supernatural slasher that you don't question the supernatural element of it. You don't really ever go, all right, but how is he in the dreams? I don't think anyone has ever really.
No, it just
you take it as read.
That's so true. I'd never thought of that. Really,
it's so odd, because in any other sort of situation, I think without this performance from England, that's the sort of stuff that you'd be going like, but I just think he embodied it and lived it and created this character along with the backstory, and the fact that he decided to have the shoulder that has the glove on, to have that lower than the other, so his stance. And of course they auditioned originally, they were thinking, well, we need a big fucking juggernaut of a guy like a Jason, and they had originally it's well documented that someone else, I think it was playing, I think it was what's his name, anyway, but so when they eventually did get England in, and he called himself a character actor, and he'd been doing V, which had made him a bit of a bit of a telly name at that time. And and in comes this sort of slightly ratty, skinny young guy, and not the killers of the 80s that we were expecting, but it is because of his acting ability. And this is what we hadn't seen: a killer who is a proper fucking, and again, no shade, like Becky said, but someone who made a human being, not a monster. And that is the worst thing about it. It's a human being, supernatural.
Yes, he just looks like a bloke, right? Yeah. Again, like you said, so much thought went into this character, both from Wes Craven and Robert Englund, where they thought about every element of it. Like you say, Robert Englund had thought about the movement, the physicality. Yeah. Wes Craven had thought about, the fact that he would have a claw, and it kind of represents something ancient and evil. The color of the jumper, the red and green, because apparently he read those are the two most jarring colors to see up against each other. Like every element of that character, from the moment you see his kind of outline in the alley, right, and that amazing Tina dream sequence, it's just like there feels like something properly iconic and well thought out about it from the very beginning. Yeah, it's so good. Let's finish by just talking about some other like set pieces that we enjoyed from this film, because we haven't really talked about. We've got like Rod's death scene in the prison cell, and then we've got that amazing Johnny Depp being pulled into the bed sequence. Like, Becky, any sort of other highlight moments for you that you want to shout out?
I texted you last night to say that in my notes I just had the word iconic about 15 times.
The bathtub as well, which we haven't mentioned. Like, just
getting like slightly more like. It was like, at first it was like iconic, and then it would be like iconic in capitals, and then it would be iconic with an exclamation mark, and then it would have like 5 C's and 5 exclamation marks. Like, there are just so many moments in this film. I mean, the bathtub, obviously, that it's such an ordeal audacious shot, you know, up between Nancy's legs and the claw coming up.
And the
then,
shot under the bathtub as well is really interesting. Isn't it? When we go under the water again, you know, you wonder if things like Danny Boyle's Trainspotting was any way inspired by this. Like when he goes into the toilet, right? It feels very
a bit
similar.
Jonathan Glazer. It's all very
yeah, amazing. Yeah.
It's funny when you just said Jonathan Glazer. For some reason, my brain immediately went Jonathan Creek, and I was like, "Does it feel Jonathan Creek?
Locked room mystery." You know?
Exactly, right?
Yeah. Sorry, carry on.
Oh, go on.
No, go on.
Oh yeah, but also I think something that people think something people don't talk about much, and I think it's either because we don't really want to pull at the threads too much about this whole concept of if you are holding something or him or a part of him when you wake up, you bring him into I think people kind of don't want to pull at that too much, but I really do like it, and I think the Home Alone of it all as well doesn't get spoken about because Nancy is resourceful as fuck.
Incredible.
Like what is it? What is she majoring in chemistry? Because it's like it's incredible what she does.
Booby traps and improvised personnel devices.
It's
I need a copy of that book.
Right, that one, yeah, exactly, for dummies. It's
incredible.
Just a wonderful moment. But actually, you know, that whole section can be looked at, you know, with a pinch of salt because that's the morality bit, isn't it? Of if I don't give you the power, because even though it's not said in this one, Freddy actually feeds off fear. It's the fear. It's not about the kill for him. It's about, you know, he wants to scare the fuck out of you because Nancy would be dead if he wanted her dead at the first time she fell asleep. And it's that moment when she realizes without saying it that is what he wants. And by her overcoming that and going, no, I'm not giving you my power. It's beautiful. It's beautiful and terrifying. And then they change things further on down the line. But
the problem is coming up with ways to kill Freddy in each film, isn't it? When it's a supernatural monster. But yeah, it works beautifully. I love the fact that whenever we get to the final act of a Nightmare on Elm Street film, Becky, it feels like we're in a kid's fantasy film suddenly, doesn't it? Like running around the house, the booby traps sinking into the steps, like all of the cool stuff that happens. It's just incredible.
Like you said the thing about the steps, me and Stevie both just recoiled. We were like, no,
that's the worst for me. I have a physical reaction to that because it's like dream running as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Or trying to run underwater. My God, that laden footstep is the worst.
And
so
they have somehow managed to recreate the feeling visually on screen. They've used like fucking porridge or something.
Oatmeal,
that is what it feels like. And you're watching it and like I do, just like Stevie and I just had, you have like this visceral reaction to it where you're just like, you almost want to get up and start running just to prove to yourself that you can still run.
Well, maybe it's part of the reason why we were also scared of quicksand, Becky, back then as well. You know,
I mean, great point. Great point.
That was like, as far as I'm aware, that was the major cause of death.
Yes, exactly.
It was the number one risk to children was quicksand.
It's incredible how quicksand basically hasn't existed since the 80s. I don't understand what was going on back then.
Why was it everywhere in the 80s?
I know.
To know. And Stevie, we should mention Johnny Depp and that Glenn death sequence as well. How do you find? Because again, like you mentioned earlier, right, that was done with an upside down set of the bedroom. Is that right?
Yes. Yeah. So it was the same revolving set, unfortunately, that they used for Tina's death. And so obviously they had it all upside down and they dumped, I can't remember how, it was like 10 tons of blood out of the bed from the ceiling. But of course, then there's a moment where you can see it all starting to move to one side of the room.
Yes.
And then they cut. Because what happened subsequently was it pooled. And obviously all of these fucking gallons of blood all pulled into one corner. And this rotational square that they had created wasn't fixed because it was meant to rotate and they hadn't locked it in. And then the cameraman is in there, stuck to the fucking wall. And this box starts to gain momentum. And the weight of all those gallons literally just spin it so it is constantly
Oh my
spinning,
God.
and everyone is screaming around it, and the cameraman is in there just spinning because of
like
the
like a blood washing machine.
Yeah.
Yes, like a blood washing machine, but with a human inside it. So that, yeah.
Wow.
I mean, so that's a behind the scenes moment, but visually, you know, there's definitely a little nod to The Shining in there, but it's the fact that you don't go, oh my God, that is way too much blood for a human. You don't question so many things in this that in any other film you would. It just makes sense for some reason. It's metaphoric, and it's just got so much in there. And the fact that, you know, it's the fact that he's got a Walkman and a TV, all these things that kids are, you know, killing their brains to, and they all get sucked in and then spewed out as blood. It's all, it's just glorious. I mean, there's some, talking about bed moments, I think the only moment that will never, and I try every time, sit well with me. Yes. The sort of ghost train skeleton that one arm moves and it's jittering, and the fact that John Saxon witnesses it but doesn't go, what the fuck is that?
And then Nancy says, oh no, Dad, you go downstairs, I'll be right along. And he's just like, all right.
The policeman.
And if I know John Saxon, which I think I do, I don't think he would do that. I don't think he would do that. That's it's weird.
I think that's the only moment that I go, oh.
Well, it's that, and for me, it's those last 3 seconds.
Yes.
I really wish it had just ended with maybe the car roof coming up and them driving off into the distance. You know, I did not need the dummy Marge being pulled through the window.
But even that was a compromise, because it was a Bob Shea thing, right?
Yeah.
Where he wanted it even more. It wasn't like Freddie in the car going and driving away. There was all sorts, and obviously, Craven just wanted it to maybe be the girls doing the 1, 2, 3.
Perfect.
Or what. Oh my God, because then you're still like, wait, did we ever wake up?
Yeah.
But then this doesn't make any sense.
And the dummy, they did it in one take. So they didn't try it. They just whipped it through, and that was the last shot they shot, and then they just broke down set and fucked off. They were just like, whip it through. That's
I'm happy with
done.
that. Yeah. Oh dear. But like you say, Stevie, like there was so much of this film that was about the compromise. You know, famously, Bob Shea and Wes Craven had a pretty tumultuous relationship, didn't they? And there was that classic kind of producer-director clash throughout. What Bob Shea did with the rest of the franchise, right? Like, and you can see those moments in this movie, even, can't you? That element of compromise, I suppose. Yeah. But you know, what an absolute banger, 40 years old. And like I said, I think every time I watch this film, I kind of appreciate it and fall in love with it even more. Becky, how did you find it watching it again, you know, 40 years on this year?
Sorry, 40 years on. I was just
not 40 years on from when you first saw it.
I know. Just it sort of snapped me back to reality myself. Then I was like, oh God, how old am I? I have rated it the highest I ever have this time. I gave it an extra half star. For me, it's an almost. It's so almost perfect movie. I think that as I watch more horror films, and you know, we all three of us watch a lot of horror films, my appreciation for Nightmare on Elm Street just goes up and up and up. It's got everything, and it gets virtually everything spot on, just absolutely right. You know, Wes Craven was a master, and you know, Nancy is an incredible final girl. The effects are brilliant. Robert Englund is perfect. You know, it's almost greater than the sum of its parts, this film. And like you two, you know, my appreciation just grows on every watch.
I just love it's not perfect, Stevie. Of course it isn't. Like, we've talked about a couple of clunky moments here and there, but just the whole thing, this whole world that he's created, right? I just think it's perfection. What about you, Stevie?
Yeah, I think Wes Craven wise, it is perfection, and it is his his presentation and what he gave to it is 5 stars.
Yeah.
And then, interference is what fucks with it. And that's fine. But my appreciation for it doesn't get better over time, because it just can't.
Yeah.
I literally, it is at the limit. I will watch it without looking at my phone once, whenever it's on, no matter how many times I've seen it, and there's things, as I brought up today, that I take away each time. Every single time there's something different that I clock. Or
just the imagery, right? Like, I feel like we've still not even mentioned all of the moments that I would want to frame and put on the wall, right? In terms of these like weird images and iconic moments, just absolutely incredible. Yeah, it holds up so there's just so much creativity, I think, in this movie, especially compared to the early 80s slashers. Like, this is a different level for me.
Game changer.
100%.
Phenomenal. Yeah. And let's finish by just very quickly talking about the legacy of this film. And for people that aren't patrons of this podcast, might not have heard, but we've talked about parts 2 and 3, and of course there are more sequels beyond that. I think we talked about New Nightmare together maybe as well, right? There were 6 sequels to this film and a remake, which we won't talk about. How do you find it, compared to all of these other franchises, Becky, that have sequels upon sequels upon sequels? How does Nightmare on Elm Street as a franchise kind of compare to the others, do you think?
It's quite a tough question. Like,
that is a tough question, Mike.
Is it? I thought it was quite a straightforward. I mean, I think it's the best in terms of the big 3, in terms of the franchise, the legacy. These are sequels that are doing something creative and weird and different with each one.
If we're talking big 3, quality, yeah. Oh god, that is tough. Like,
it's really
because
tough.
I'm such a Friday the 13th fan.
Same.
And Jason is my boy.
But they have different rules, don't they? That's why it's really hard.
I love Friday the 13th too, absolutely. But I think we can all agree as fans, it's basically the same film 10 times, right?
Yes.
And it's a great experience every time, but it is just that experience,
But there's, you can't talk about Friday, you can't talk about A Nightmare on Elm Street without acknowledging kind of the evolution of Freddy and it gets extremely silly. And if you look back, what we've talked about so much with the first film is how fucking scary it is. And, I can absolutely understand why Wes Craven was so put out by what was done with his creation. Now, some of the best ever horror sequels are within the Nightmare on Elm Street franchise.
Agreed.
So 3, masterpiece.
7,
incredible stuff. But then you get the other ones, and although they're a lot of fun. I was looking at my ranking yesterday, and stuff like Dream Child, like really daft, but I have a really good time with it.
That's really good fun.
Really
stupid.
I'm so excited. I haven't seen 4, 5, and 6 since I was a child, literally. Like, I haven't rewatched them since I was a teenager. And I think, seeing as this is the 40th anniversary, I'm going to go through them all again on Patreon, I think, because I'm dying. I've got a real desire to go back to those weird middle 3 that are never
is a
good
banger.
One, right? Yeah, I'm really excited to watch it, because I think we all agree as fans, right? You've got the Heather Langenkamp, Wes Craven trilogy of 1, 3, and 7, right?
Phenomenal.
Which are just perfect, and you could watch those 3 and basically ignore everything else if you wanted to.
Yeah,
you've got 2.
2 is a standalone,
which is fascinating. It's not a very good film, but it's fascinating in so many ways, right? So it is an interesting franchise. Yes, Stevie, what are your thoughts on the sequels?
I mean, I like Becky. I find it might sound like a simple question, but it's such a hard thing to answer, because if to throw on like, oh, I've got a spare couple of hours, I need to do this, do all the ironing or whatever. That's going to be a Friday the 13th film if I had to throw one on, because that you just wait till you hear the music and then you can stop and like watch the TV to see what's going on. Whereas I think with a Nightmare on Elm Street film, you need to watch it. Because they are convoluted stories, and also mythology changes, and it's kind of set piece after set piece. And also the whole "are we in a dream, out of a dream" is really, you have to stick with it to kind of
It's
get to the
integral,
end.
right?
It is
Yeah.
integral, yeah. But we've said what we said about number 2. Obviously, number 3 is our namesake. Number 4 is
perfection.
such a banger, and I think it gets slept on a little bit. No pun intended. Number 6 is the one I've watched the least, which is Freddy's
bad,
Dead.
right.
And I think it's mostly because of budget and time and pace and pushing out too fast, all that sort of stuff. And they know that it was a cash grab, and yeah, you could see everyone in it going, "Guess we're doing this again." Even Robert England's like, and the makeup is like half-assed on Freddy. But Dreamchild, ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous. And this backstory we get about Freddy and the 1,000 maniacs and all this sort of stuff. But as
Become Cocktail, yeah.
Become Cocktail, you remember saying that? Oh God, we're back there. But as a ridiculous practical effect 80s horror film, it's great.
Yeah.
Is 5
If
the
that's
one
what
that
you
has a set piece in a cinema? Because I remember thinking that was great. Like that she walks
Where
into
Alice
a movie
gets pulled
theater.
through, they all get sucked in.
Yeah.
No, that's number 4.
Oh, is that number 4?
Yes,
Yeah,
that's
I can't
number 4.
remember.
Yeah, that's
Again,
number 4.
they sort of
Yeah,
like
they
the
do.
set pieces sort of blur for me.
There's one when somebody gets turned
when he has the little
turned into a
boy.
meatball on a pizza.
obviously.
And he sticks through.
And he turns into a computer game, like the classics, the classics.
And of course Freddy Krueger, he became like an action figure. He was on lunchboxes.
Kids' pajamas.
Kids' pajamas. This
best
child
merchandising ever.
molesting serial killer was on kids' pajamas. Incredible. Such is the legacy of this film. Do you think will we ever see? We've had Halloween movies, to death. There have been rumors, and there's maybe a Friday the 13th TV show on the way. Elm Street, Stevie, what do you think? What's the future of this franchise? Will we ever see it again?
Absolutely, of course. Just unfortunately without Robert, because they've taken their sweet ass time with all these boring legal battles, white men arguing with white men about money and ownership. And so, we're absolutely. And there's, as we record, there are rumblings. There's people putting out pitches at the moment, and there's everyone's sort of scrambling to go, "I've got an idea for it," because it looks like we're getting somewhere with the rights and the settlement and all that. And of course, I don't know what you would do. You can't remake it. You can't continue the arc. You can't reference New Nightmare. So I don't see how. I mean, I'd love one, but even the Friday the 13th reboot is so watchable, even though I don't actually think it's that great. Whereas the remake of Nightmare on Elm Street is unwatchable. And
that was the sort of nail in the coffin of that
I'm
2000s
confused.
era of reboots, wasn't it? I think.
I'm sorry, I was saying, Becky, that like even though the reboot of Friday the 13th, right, but it's very watchable, and I will watch it again.
Yeah.
Whereas Nightmare on Elm Street reboot is literally unwatchable,
I haven't seen it
to the point where I wouldn't even try it again. So it's just left in such an awkward place.
I know. I think Jordan Peele could do a good job with Elm Street. I feel like he could pull off that kind of weird surrealism with horror, kind of childlike horror, or maybe somebody like Jennifer Kent, because after she did the Babadook, I feel like maybe you could see that
sort of dreamy fairy tale kind of.
Yeah, there are enough cool people, I feel like, that could do it. Becky, would you embrace another Nightmare on Elm Street movie if it happened?
Of course. I mean, as we always talk about, even if it's shit, everyone's going to go and see it.
David Gordon Green, would you see a David Gordon Green Elm Street film?
I can't believe you even mentioned his name in this chat.
Even
I
David
thought we were going to get
Green.
to the end of the chat with nobody making that fucking gag. No, not him.
All right. Well, guys, thank you so much. It's been, what a joy to sit and talk about a proper film as well. Right? Oh my God, incredible. Really Will you join me later in the year to revisit 4, 5, and 6? Because I'm really keen to do 4, 5, and 6.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
You mad?
Okay, amazing. All right, it's a date then. That'll be a future Patreon retrospective. I can't wait. But
Incredible.
until then, people, just tell us where they can find you, more of your stuff. Stevie, where can they find you, Brain Rot, and everything else you've got going on?
So yeah, Brain Rot, my podcast, which is an 80s horror podcast. This wouldn't be on there because this is way too good. So we talk about the trashier side, the B movie side of the 80s wave of VHS horror. And I get different guests on. The aforementioned Robert Englund joined me on season 4, which was my opener, which was
incredible,
ridiculous. And we've just finished season 4. And so now I'm just putting out stuff on Patreon at the moment, but you can go back and listen to all of the first 3 seasons.
Incredible. And Becky, you're going to be on later on in this live stream for Fresh Blood, right? So we'll check back in this evening. But until then, let people know where they can find you and more of your stuff.
I feel like I'm in a kind of dreamscape. Like, what is reality?
I could see your brain then going, wait, what? What?
Wait, what?
That's the bit. It's like in Nightmare 4, when they're on like a loop, and that's so weird. You're like, hang on, have I done this yet?
That was a really weird experience where, like, I can see myself on camera. I could see my own brain working.
Yeah.
I was like,
yeah,
what?
You were looking at Becky's thinking face there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Where can people find me? All over socials, at Bunny Dark. And my podcast, Don't Point That Horror at Me, is having like a little, it's having a little
Renaissance.
Yeah. So Jill and I have pulled our fingers out and we've started making episodes again after an extremely long hiatus. I don't know how long it will last, but suck it up while you can.
Yes.
We had an episode out for Christmas, and we are recording in a couple of weeks for something for Valentine's Day. So yeah, keep your eyes peeled. You can find us at Point Horror Pod again on the socials, and we'll be posting stuff there.
Amazing. Guys, thank you so much.
Thank you, mate. Love you.
Hello, everyone. Hello. I am going to be. I'm going to take a little short break for just a minute, and then James Swanton is going to be joining us at 1:30, so in just under 10 minutes. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to have to start a new feed on YouTube. Sadly, it's because we have to. I want to archive them so that people can watch these videos later, and there's a maximum length that they can be in order to get them archived. So what that means is I'm going to have to end this particular stream. All I need you guys to do is to head to our YouTube page, just our profile page, our channel, and click refresh. In the next 5 minutes, a brand new live stream will be up, and we will be live with James Swanton ready to go. So just give me 5 minutes and come and find us on the new stream. Thanks, guys.